This is the payoff. This is the payoff. The This is the payoff.
All right, bonjour, and welcome back to day 2 of the 3rd annual Monaco Waterski Tournament. We are live here with TWBC. As you see the drone shot of the lake, we are finishing up a couple of the amateur skiers, and we will get underway with our second round of the women's slalom event. We've made it through the men. We've got our cut, figured out our final for them, and now the ladies are going to cut. We've got 9 skiers this morning, going to cut down to 8 and get us into the final here. Conditions are a little windy, but everybody's up and ready to go skiing as we see a bit of our schedule and the format we have. So again, top 8 will advance to the final. So we're getting ready to get underway with this women event here at about 15 minutes local time. As we take a look from the drone shot coming in, you can see those beautiful views of the lake here. Super great sight, super beautiful. I kind of talked about it all day yesterday. The sights are stunning, and these drone shots are doing it a whole lot of justice. We had a bunch of great skiing yesterday with the men. The ladies skied in the morning. We had a great start to the day. Jamie Bull is your leader currently for this women's event with 1.5 at 10.25. So we'll be looking to see if any other ladies can make it through that 10.75 today and challenge that lead here for Jamie to make it into the final. Thanks for tuning in. I'm your announcer, Zane Nicholson. We'll be here all day. We're going to run through this second round of women's slalom, and then we'll get into the finals with the men and the women and rounding out the day with the trick event. And while we're sitting here waiting to get started, let's go check in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here from the shore. As usually, I'm Lorenzo. I'm here joined by Tigas. So, Tigas, how did the condition look this morning?
It's a little windy as predicted, and it was windy yesterday for the second round. But, we're going to play our game. We can control the weather, and I'm just going to go out there and be aggressive and see what I can get.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Thomas. Good luck for today, and I hope to see a big score from you. And as usual, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And, yeah, I think Tigas is out there. I know he's going to come and attack, and you're going to have to today in this win. So tricky conditions, going to have some strategy out to play on the water, so something to keep in mind of as we go. So we'll take a look at the leaderboard here for the women's from round 1. Jamie Bull is your leader with 1.5 at 10.25, followed by a two-way tie for second place between Vanessa Veek and Allie Nicholson with 1.5 at 10.75. Neely Ross was another skier that made it through that 11-meter pass and scoring 1 at 10.75. Ayana Bischofberger got 5 at 11, and then Manon Costard is 4 at 11. So looking good. We need to see a couple big scores here to get Brooke Baldwin and Allie Garcia. We're going to find out who we're going to cut. We've got 9 skiers, and we're cutting down to 8. All right, and we're going to go back to Lorenzo down on the bank.
Hey, we come back here from the shore. We're joined now by Greg, one of the organizers. So are you happy about round 1 and 2 of the men?
We're super happy. I mean, the skier have done amazing on the water yesterday, some big scores. Unfortunately, today it's going to be more challenging with the wind, but I mean, they are the best in the world, so the show is going to be there for sure.
And what did you think about the trick event yesterday? Did you enjoy the fact that women and men were competing together?
I really enjoyed it, especially because Nelly was wanted to trick against men, which I find really cool because it's a real challenge out of the and that's the only event where I assume it's totally fair that you can challenge the men against the women like that. And Nelly is one of the best trickers in the world. She was the world record holder lately. So no doubt she's going to bring some high scores today.
Yeah, I hope we're going to see some very high score. Can't wait for the trick event. Can't wait for the slalom. And just in a little while, we're going to start with women's slalom round 2 so we can get the seating for the final. And let's give it back to you, Zane. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this second round of the women underway. We'll take a look at the men's slalom leader from yesterday. We already have our final set. So Nate Smith, Freddie Winter, Charlie Ross, Adam Settlemeyer, Thomas DeGasperi, Robert Hazelwood, Thibaut Dion, and Sasha Deskuns to round out the top 8. So I'm looking forward to getting those boys out on the water. Well, we had a cut. You had to get a score of 3 at 10.25 yesterday. So all 8 of those guys made that score, and I'm looking forward to getting them out. I'm expecting big things here. It's going to be tricky with the wind, but these guys are the best in the world, and they're definitely going to make some adjustments from yesterday and be ready to go throw out a huge score today. All right, and while we're sitting here waiting, let's take a look at Nate Smith's 10.25 from yesterday. This was the best score of the day as we take a look here from Nate. Got a wicked one ball there, setting himself up really nice here in the pass. Now, I remember yesterday that ski kind of bounced on him there at 3, but manages it really good, stays over the ski, and gets himself around 4 and over to 5. So he is your top seed in this men's slalom event in the final here later today. I'm expecting big scores out of him. I know he's looking to get his first 10.25 of the season under his belt, and maybe he can knock that down this afternoon. So now if we're thinking, okay, let's take a look at Freddie's 4 from yesterday. This was also a big score. Freddie coming out, throwing his body around 4 ball yesterday to get a quarter, and then coming out and getting a full 4 in the second round. See the big turn at 2 ball there. Freddie just kind of staying over the ski, really working, being powerful behind the boat. And then right here, he just sets in, throws the ski, and putting himself into a good spot in the second seed going into this final. He was happy. Love seeing that emotion here as we ski in these events. All right, and I think we're going to try to get one more pass. I think I'd like to see Charlie Ross's score. Charlie come out in the second round, knew he needed a big score, and threw his body on the line, got himself outside of 4 ball, and punched his ticket into the final. So we were really happy to see Charlie get here. Let's take a look at it here. See, he comes in. I think he got a really good 1 ball, and I believe he was kind of a little slow over here. Yeah, you see he's slow, but he sets his angle real well, and I heard him talking a little afterwards. Right here when he loads up, he knows he's going to get over there and get the ski outside of that 4 ball, laying his body on the line, but punching his ticket in. So getting to ski today in the final and looking to take another title to put under his belt for the season. Great skiing out of the guys, and I really look forward to getting Charlie Ross on the water later here in this event. Thank you guys for watching with us. We just want to let you know, thanks to everybody that posted a watch party photo. If you are watching at home, make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and send us a photo of where you're watching, how you're watching, who you're watching with, and we'll get you posted up on the webcast. We like to check that out and see how everybody is enjoying the event. We are happy to broadcast it with you and be here with you for the day. So thank you for tuning in. I believe we've got about 15 minutes before we get rolling. So we'll kind of get the boat ready, get the judges in place. There is our chief judge right there, kind of getting some water, getting ready to be able to call some buoys here for the slalom event. All right, and I think we're going to hit a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll get rolling with women's slalom round 2 right after this.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets over. Inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn and 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
World record ropes masterline.
Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
empty. I'm feeling free. I came to party. Come play with me. I'm feeling naughty. In talk is cheap. I came to party, so come play with me. Come play with me.
Brian?
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, I got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, we're back. We're getting ready to get underway with this second round of the women's slalom event. I believe they're getting the boat mapped and getting everything ready, making sure we're ready to go. I'm your announcer, Zane Nicholson. Thanks for tuning in with us today. Don't miss any second of the action as we take a look at our start list. We'll get the boat. It looks like it's on a simulation pass, so when we get back down the lake, we will pick up our first skier, Violetta from Argentina, and we will get her up on the water. So we have 9 skiers here. We're making a cut of 8, so one of these ladies is not going to make it into the final, so only time will tell which one it'll be. Let's see if Violetta can get her a score to boost her up into that top 8 and punch her ticket into the final. As we see right there, our driver Mario Pagozzi behind the wheel, getting ready to pick her up and bring her in for pass number 1. Again, yesterday we had a little bit of wind. It played a factor, and today the wind is going to be an even bigger factor. It is blowing even harder straight down the lake off of the dock. So we'll be looking to see if that catches out these ladies here. They're going to have to be strong, make sure they hit their cues really right, especially in the tailwind, to not get pushed down the lake. But let's see as we get Violetta into the water. I believe she'll come in. Her start first line length will be 14 meters, so 28 off for our Americans that are looking for the freedom units. I think she had a score of 3 at 12 yesterday, so kind of wanting to shake that round off and put one together here in the second round. But all right, we're underway. We got her up behind the boat. As we bring her in, we'll see what she's got. So again, you can kind of see the water. You see the gust going down the lake. It's just kind of steadily moving, and it is building. So we'll see if this catches out these skiers, but Violetta looking good here as she's rounding 3, getting through this opening pass. Now, these first couple passes for these ladies should be a warm-up, but, it's still no easy task to ski in winds like this and, plus the pressure of a pro event. So Violetta looking good, getting through that opening pass and setting herself up to get to the 13 in the headwind as we see our next competitor, Ali Garcia, on the dock, listening to some tunes. I thought Ali had skied really, really good yesterday, just didn't quite get the score she was looking for, but she's still in the final as of right now and looking to get a big score and set herself up for a little bit more confidence going into the final. But we'll have to see if she can put it together today in this event. All right, and it looks like we got that boat back up to speed, and we're going to shorten the lineup, and we're going to bring Violetta in for 13 meters. She ran this one yesterday, so we'll see if she can get through it here. A much stronger wind than when she skied yesterday, that is for sure, when she skied yesterday morning. So conditions are much different today than they were yesterday, and these ladies are going to have to really attack this pass, especially into the headwind. You see it kind of slowing her down there at 5 ball and still making her through it, but definitely the wind's playing a factor this morning. All right, and as we see Violetta drop in at the end, we're going to stop that boat. We're going to give her a little bit of a break, and then we will we'll shorten the rope up and bring her back in for 12 meters. So she's looking to better her score from yesterday. Had a score of 3, so going to really need to attack the start of the pass so she can get her a good start, hopefully get down this pass and set herself up for an 11 head. All right, we got her coming back in. This is 12 meters. So again, yesterday her score was 3, so she's looking to better that. She's going to need to run this whole pass if she's going to punch her ticket into, or give her a chance to punch her ticket into the final. And we'll have to see what she can do here. A little slow off of one ball with a little loose rope, but making her way through it. Now kind of getting pushed down the lake. Gets around 3, so that's better than yesterday. Pulling and not quite able to get around 4. So that's going to tie her score of 3 at 12 meters. So, you know, getting out here and working good. But unfortunately for Violetta, she will be eliminated from this women's slalom final a little bit later today. Which that means that the rest of the ladies can kind of go out and just get a feel for it, which I think, you know, they're really going to need to do. You know, the conditions are completely different than yesterday. As we see the replay here, Violetta comes in kind of a little bit of loose line there off of 1, and then right here she really starts getting pushed by the wind, so she's running down course and doesn't quite get the ski fully turned to go to 3, so taking a lot of energy down course with the boat and just unable to get the ski outside of 4. So you can see a little bit of disappointment there for her, a little bit unfortunate, but we're looking forward to seeing her later this summer. I know Violetta's been skiing super strong as of late, and I'm expecting some big scores for her later on in the summer. All right, as we see there on the bank, we got several of our competitors chatting, probably talking a little bit about the wind. You know, it's up very high today as we drop Violetta off at the dock. You see Brooke Baldwin getting ready, making her way to the start dock. Great to have her back on the Pro Tour at the Pro Stops. It's been a little while since we've seen Brooke compete. I know she had a couple injuries, and it's great to get her back here on the water. All right, and it looks like we've got Ali Garcia in the water, so we'll be getting her up and bringing her into the course here. I believe she'll start at 14 meters, so 28 off for our Americans watching at home. And again, I kind of touched on it a little earlier, but man, I thought yesterday Ali looked super strong. She was really attacking the course. Didn't quite get the score that she would like, but you know, I think everything's kind of there. She just, you know, now needs to piece it together. She's not going to have so much pressure in this round. She is into the final, so now she can kind of go ski, and hopefully she can kind of carry on from how she skied earlier today or earlier this weekend, and you know, maybe push that score out a little bit more for the later ladies in this event. But that was a nice, strong opening pass there for Ali Garcia on pass number 1. So we'll drop her at the end and shorten the rope up to 13 meters. All right, and if you're checking it at home, make sure you go and vote for your skier of the day. We had a bunch of good scores yesterday, and maybe we'll have something huge today. Who knows? Maybe we'll get Nate down through his first 10-5 of the year. Also, we've got our first watch party from Tim. Super excited to see all you guys watching. Thanks for tuning in with us. We're glad to see that you got a large crew. That's the biggest watch party crew we've seen so far this weekend. So shout out to you guys. Thanks for watching. As we get an awesome drone shot there from Jason, our drone operator, setting us up for these beautiful views. And as we take a look, Ali Garcia coming in, this is pass number 2, 13 meters. See that wind really pushing down there on the gate, so these skiers are going to really have to work on making sure they get out wide on the boat, keep their speed up so they can get their swing in the course. But Allie looking really good. Nice turn there off of 4. A little bit of a check there at 5 just to kind of keep her feet up under her. But, man, Allie's is looking super strong this weekend. We'll now have to see if she can put it together here for this 12-meter tailwind. But if she'll attack the pass like she just did that 13 meters, I think it'll be a nice, easy walk in the park. Right, we get another shot of Mario Pagozzi in the boat. He is our driver for our women's event. I talked to some of the ladies yesterday, and they said that he felt phenomenal behind the boat, was just, absolutely perfect. I know a lot of these ladies love to ski with Mario, get to ski with him quite a bit. He's usually one of the drivers for the ladies in the on the European Tour and a lot of these pro events, so great to have him here. So we see all smiles down there on the dock from Brooke Baldwin and Louie. Yeah, and I think we kind of heard there on the camera, Brooke saying we got a nice little breeze. She is not lying. We do have a nice little breeze. It is quite the head tailwind. So this is a tailwind 12 for Allie Garcia. Out wide on the gate. Let's see if she can keep her rope tight here. That's the important part, not to let the rope get loose and get pushed by the boat. But, yeah, there you go. She's attacking this pass. She's just kind of got to relax here and, yeah, staying on top of it. Allie, like you said, she's skiing super strong, looked really good yesterday and has carried that over in today. And that 12 meters was pretty tidy for quite the tailwind she's got. So, great skiing out of Allie. Now setting herself up for the 11-meter headwind. So, Allie looking to better her score from yesterday. She ran 2.5 at 11, so looking to try to get through that 11. I know she's capable of running 11. Would love to get a score into the 10.75. As we take a look at the replay, check her out. She really attacks there on 1, kind of, doesn't be, she's not too cautious and really attacks the turn, gets the ski turn so it doesn't allow her to get pushed down the lake from the wind. And then by the time she gets over here to 4-ball, now she's kind of chilling. She's just trying to maintain her speed, not lose the rope. You see it kind of getting a little bit loose line there, but managing it very well in this wind. And then once she turns 5-ball, she knew she had it. So now setting herself up for this 11-meter pass. Definitely looking to up her position for the seeding into the finals here. As we get the boat back up to speed, bring her in. So this is 11 meters, so really important that she gets nice and wide, keeps her speed up here at the gate. Thought she did a pretty good job there on that one. Let's see, pretty big 1-ball. Come on, Allie, let's get a good turn here at 2. Oh, and there you go. You see that wind catching one of our skiers. Kind of unloaded a little bit strong into 2-ball, and that wind kind of caught her out and slowed her down and was not quite able to get outside of 1. So I know she probably wanted a little bit more than that, but she'll still have to be happy. She's into the final and going to set herself up, to possibly get a big score and make it onto the podium here this weekend. All right, as we take a look here at the replay. So I thought she did a pretty good job at the gate. It was a touch slow, so you'll kind of see her here now rocking back. And when she unloads right there, she kind of pulls a little long and then unloads really fast and just not quite able to get the ski to keep carrying out to get outside of 2-ball. So she'll be able to go back and watch the replays here and maybe take some notes and make some adjustments here for the final here a little bit later today. But super strong skiing out of Allie Garcia, looking really good, riding that good water ski, and I'm expecting a better score out of her here in the final now that she's got the pressure off. She's in the dance, so just getting a feel for the water on this round was really good for her. So we're moving right along. Now to our next skier, the American Miss Brooke Baldwin. Super excited, like I said, to get her back at these pro events. I haven't seen her compete at a Pro Tour stop in quite some time, so it's good to get her out here. I know she ran 3 at 11 yesterday, so looking to kind of maybe better that score. She is one of the skiers in this event that has actually made it through the 10.75 line length, and there's not many women, but I believe she's up there with the likes of Jamie Bull, Ali Garcia, Manon Costard, and Brooke Baldwin. All 4 have made it through that 10.75, so one of these skiers that could come out and throw out a huge score and really, shake up the leaderboard. But right there, we just saw her run 14 meters, getting her feet up under her, feeling the wind, and, getting ready to come in and take a look, trying to get through that 11-meter pass, better her score from this week. All right, as we kind of see our schedule here, we've got that women's slalom round 2, and then we're going to move into the men's slalom final, women's slalom final, and we're going to round the day out with the trick final. Really cool. I'm really looking forward to seeing Neely Ross get out there in that trick final, possibly make it on the podium, possibly get a win. We saw her ski with the men, and she did really well yesterday, so I'm expecting another good set out of Neely later today. We see down there on the dock, you see Manon Costard getting ready. Going to be your next skier after Brooke. But right now, we've got Brooke Baldwin on the water. This is 13 meters. See that wind down there really howling at the far end. And Brooke kind of getting slowed there at 1, but going to have to work pretty hard here to get over to 3. There we go. We got a pretty good turn, getting her kind of back into it. Now just trying to manage over to 5, and big turn there at 5 ball. And there you go, Brooke Baldwin making her way through that second pass, 13 meters. So now going to shorten up to 12 meters when we bring her back. But while we're waiting to do that, let's go check in with Lorenzo.
Welcome back. We made our way down to the starting dock, and we're joined now by Violetta, who just got done ski. So tell us a little bit, how are the conditions out there? It looks very windy. Is it that windy?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not going to lie. It's pretty hard, pretty tough. The crosswind. It's like a headwind everywhere, but like such a strong tailwind going that way. I don't know. It was just hard to ski out there today.
From the shore, it feels like that it's head going away from the dock. Tail going away from the dock and head coming back in. But in the water, is it swirling around like it did yesterday?
A little bit. It definitely feels more of a tailwind going that way, but it's still like very gusty. You feel like it's going sideways as well.
Oh, wow. So very tough condition for you girls today. Well, we didn't see you, unfortunately, today. You're the first girl out of the final. We're really sorry about that. But, hey, that's tournament. You'll get a better shot next time. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you for being at the Monaco Cup 2025. And back to you, Zane.
Well, thanks, Lorenzo. I know Violetta's a little bit bummed out, but I thought she skied really good considering the circumstances. But here we go. We've got a tailwind 12-meter pass. This is a tough one here for Brooke. Let's see, a little loose line off of 1, so she's now going to have to work. Gets a pretty big turn out of 2, big turn off of 3, so now creating a bunch of space at 4. She's back into this pass, looking really good. There you go, and makes her way through that 12-meter pass. And you can really see, Brooke's expertise here. She, again, we talked about it, she has made it through that 10.75, so really using that experience to her advantage there, making her way through that tailwind 12 and setting herself up for this 11 headwind. So we just saw Ali Garcia kind of get caught out in it. Let's take a look here at the replay here on the 12. Again, little loose line off of 1, but right here she really snaps the ski around, doesn't allow the wind to push her down the lake. Gets a good pull over here, does the same thing at 3. So now she's created some space for herself, allows everything to move out, doesn't get pushed down the lake, and sets herself up to make it through that pass. So now we're going to shorten the rope up, bring her in, 11 meters, 38 off. Going to try to better her score from yesterday, which was 3. As we see Allie Nicholson, Allie Garcia down there on the dock. I know they're kind of friends, hang out a little bit, did do some traveling together, so they're probably kind of talking about how the wind is, and Allie's kind of helping her out. We also see there Vincent behind the cameras, working the computer, making sure that he's got all these awesome views for you. So big shout out to Vincent for all the things he does here for TWBC. But right now, eyes on the water. Brooke Baldwin, this is 11 meters. Let's see if she can get a strong gate. Been a little slow out of one ball, but there you go, big turn. Can she get outside of two? There she goes. So now looking like she's going to tie her score from yesterday, but she's looking to run this 11-meter pass, and she's got it going. Big turn out of 5. Can she get over to 6? Yes, she does, and great job from Brooke Baldwin making her way through that 11-meter pass. So now we're going to have another skier into this 10-7. She's the first skier of the day to run that 11-meter pass. So I expect that to kind of uncap the results. That'll really get the next few skiers to know, okay, hey, it's really not that bad out there. We can still do it even in these tough conditions. So great skiing out of Brooke as we see the replay. That was a huge one ball. That looked really nice. But you'll really notice Brooke really gets those hips turned, gets the ski up under her, a lot of cross-course angle, and that's kind of what keeps her keeping that speed and not getting pushed and slowed down quite as much in that headwind. So really good skiing from Brooke. Now we'll have to see her at this 10-7. It's going to be quite a hard pass, so she's going to really want to make sure she gets everything turned. Try not to take any extra speed down course. Keep everything moving outbound and see if she can get pretty far down this pass. All right, here we go. Brooke Baldwin. This is 10.75. Losing a little speed there at the gate. Let's see if she can keep it up at 1. Not quite able to get the ski to turn there. You kind of see she started losing a little speed, drifting back on the boat. Got a little bit narrow at the gate, so not able to get out of 1. But still, that's much better skiing than she had yesterday, and that will move her up currently in the leaderboard. That'll put her in a tie for 4th place with Neely Ross right now with 1 at 10.75. All right, and we see our leaderboard right there. Jamie Bull still in the lead with 1.5 at 10.25. Vanessa Veek and Allie Nicholson are tied with 1.5 at 10.75. And now you've got Brooke Baldwin and Neely Ross tied with that 1 at 10.75. So we'll see if Neely can go in and maybe have a better backup score to have the better seating, but we'll have to see. Conditions are tough out here. It's not easy. As we see the replay one more time of Brooke's one ball. Again, just kind of taking a little bit too much speed down course. Didn't quite get it wide. Nice swing at the gate, and just not able to get over 2 ball. But that's great skiing for Brooke. Really, I think that'll build some confidence going into this final just a little bit later today. All right, and if you're watching at home, be sure to go check out waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and submit your photos of where you're watching. We'll get them posted to the webcast. We'd love to see where you're watching, how you're watching. We've had plenty of cool submissions so far this weekend, and we look forward to getting more. And thank you, everybody who is tuning in and watching. All right, and we got that boat coming back. We're going to grab our next skier, which is going to be Manon Costard. And I believe she will probably start at 14 meters. Okay, I'm staying correct. It's going to start at 13 meters, so looking to take that 38 tailwind. Give herself set up for a 10.75 headwind. So we'll see. That's a little bit different strategy than she took yesterday. I know she kind of did. I know she started the first round at 14 meters and got herself a score of 4 at 11. But Manon will be looking to get much more than that and really push herself up on the leaderboard, maybe even try to take the lead from Jamie Bull. We saw Jamie ski yesterday. It was super strong. She looked super good. So we'll see if she can carry that into the day. But right now, Manon Costard coming in. This is 13 meters. All right, you see she was a little bit fast there at the gate, but, she'll manage it pretty good. You'll see her trying to get the ski turn. There we go. Now we're kind of not going to get pushed from the wind. So good job from Manon, really getting the ski to turn, keeping everything cross course. That's the really hard thing when you get in the tailwind is you got to make sure you either keep your ski pointing to the left or the right. You don't really want to roll it up and get it pointing down the lake, because then the wind kind of pushes you like a sailboat and you carry your speed down. You lose the line, and next thing you know, we end up later and later and later. So really good job there on the opening pass for Manon Costard. Now we'll shorten the rope up down there at the end and bring her back in at 35 off. All right, Mario's got that boat tightened up, going to get it back up to speed, and we'll bring Manon Costard back in. This is 12 meters, 35 off. 40 feet on if you're good at math there. So here we go. This is 12 meters. Going to have to really attack this pass. It's a really strong headwind here. Nice, good-looking one ball there from Manon. Let's see, can she carry it over 2? Yes, she does. Unloads a little heavy there into 3, but still managing really nice. Big turn off of 4. Over to 5, and can she get outside of 6 ball? Looks like she does, and there you go, another completed pass of 12 meters. But we'll drop her at the end, bring her back in at 11, but right now let's go check in with Lorenzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the dock, we're joined here by Brooke Baldwin, who just got done skiing. So how are the conditions out there?
I will admit it is pretty windy, but it was really fun. I had a good time.
You did ski much better than round 1, so did the wind affect you in any way? I mean, did you use the wind in your advantage, or you just went along and did what you always do?
I think I just was a little bit more aggressive and more patient, because you have to be with the wind and when it's not so nice. So I think that probably helped play in my mind a little bit.
All right. Solid score on the board. Good seating so far for the final round you guys gonna do later. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for skiing with us. And back to you, Zane.
Well, thanks, Lorenzo. And yeah, I definitely thought Brooke kind of came in and really attacked that. She was nice and patient, allowed the ski to turn, didn't really start loading the line when we had any loose line. So yeah, that was great skiing out of Brooke. Very impressive to better her score as much as she did, considering conditions were the way they were. Thank you guys for joining. If you're watching on the webcast, I'm Zane Nicholson, your announcer for the weekend. This is the 3rd edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. All right, we've got a 11 tailwind. This is 38 off from the dock end, so going to get pushed here. Let's see. Looks a little more steady there at the gate than she did at 13 meters. Can she manage this pass? Big one ball. Now you see her. She got off the handle a little early there, too, so kind of running with the boat. Can she get it back? Going to need a turn here out of 4. Oh, and not quite able to get more than 4, so that will tie her score that she scored yesterday. So nice, consistent skiing from Manon. But I know she was probably expecting a couple more buoys. I think she was thinking about getting that 11 meters in the tailwind and setting herself up to have a headwind, 10.75. As we see Allie Nicholson on the bank kind of warming up, getting ready, getting loose. Let's see what happened here to Manon. I thought she had a really good one ball, but watch right here. She's going to unload super quick early, and she's causing her to now run with the boat, not swing up on the boat like she'd like, and now she's starting to take a lot of momentum down course. And then as you see, as she starts going down course, she starts losing the line. The rope gets loose. The wind starts pushing her even more, and just not quite able to make up that ground that she lost there at 2. really had a strong gate, I thought. I mean, one ball was great, and then right here just lets those hands get away and then gets off the handle a little too fast. So that'll be something. Manon will go back. She'll watch the webcast. I think she'll take some notes and make some adjustments. She's into the final. I know she's looking to get through that 11 meters, and, I'd really like to see her get a good crack at 10.7. All right, and right there we see sitting on the bank waiting to watch some more skiing. We got Nate Smith right there. He is looking to get his first win here at the Monaco Waterski Cup. He is your top seed for the men. He skied really well yesterday, running a score of 4 at 10.25. So I know he's looking to win this event, maybe knock down that 10.25, get the first one under his belt for the year. So we take another look. We got Vanessa Veek getting ready. Really good to see her here. She's got the whole family over. Really fun to see them hanging out. I got to talk with her husband Noah for a little bit, and I know she kind of had some back problems from last season when she came over to Europe, but it sounds like she's nice and healthy, and she's looking strong. Been skiing really well this season, coming off of a pretty good season. So starts the season. So let's see if we can keep that carrying in and carrying through today. All right, we're moving right along. We got our next skier, Alana. I believe she's coming in. This will be 14 meters. So Alana showing up. I think this is her first time competing on the Pro Tour. We're super excited to get her here, and she came out yesterday, put up a huge score of 5 at 11. So looking to get an 11 under her belt, maybe get in there and move her name up a little bit on the leaderboard, change her seating around. But looking nice and smooth there on the opening pass. A little bit of the nerves are probably off for her because she's already punched her ticket into the final. So right now she's just really kind of getting a feel for it and making sure she's fully prepared for what's going to happen, how the wind conditions and everything skiing, coming up for that final. As we see right there, it looks like we're probably going to be starting our men's final here roughly in about 40 minutes. So we're going to bang through these last few women's slalom skiers in the second round, and then we will move into our slalom final. All right, and we see there walking down to the dock. That's your defending champ and your current leader right now, Jamie Bull. So looking to defend her title. Like to get that back-to-back win. All right, here we go. We got Alana coming in. This is 32 off, 13 meters. Looking pretty good out there. I know yesterday we kind of talked about it. She stays really tall, doesn't really move that upper body very much, which I think is really, really, really good for water skiing, really strong. You'll see her get into position. She really leverages the boat really well. A little shaky there, unloading into 6, but looking good there, making her way through this pass. So now we're going to get to take her to the end of the lake. We'll shorten the rope up and bring her in at 12 meters. Again, pretty strong tailwind there, so going to really have to work and attack the pass at the beginning just to make sure that you set yourself up to be able to get to the end. But we've already had some really strong skiing today. As we see right there, we've got a couple of the HO skiers hanging out, rooting on Jamie, waiting to see Jamie Bull, Allie Nicholson get on the water. Had a little bit of fun with JT last night. Super excited to get to see him. Don't get to hang out with him all the time, so it was great to spend a little time with him last night. All right, we take a look there. We got our crew there. There's Jason, our drone operator, getting those cool shots. We got Vincent back there behind the camera working the 1s and 2s, getting everything, making sure it goes. When the buttons flash, he pushes them, and that's why you're getting to see what you're getting to see. So, but right now, eyes on the water. This is 12 meters. This is the tailwind. This is Ayana Bischofberger from France. Oh, getting a little loose line out of 2. Can she get around 3? Manages over to 3. Can she get outside of 4? Throws the ski. Keep going, girl. Can she get outside of 6 ball? Oh, wow. I mean, that was impressive. That was wild. I couldn't believe. I thought she was done after 2 ball and, made her way down the pass and just not quite able to eke it out the gates. But that was really impressive skiing. I'm really looking forward to seeing this replay here. As you see here, I thought she did all right coming off of 1 ball. And then right here, you'll see the hands go high. So she starts running with the boat, gets a little loose line, sits back on the ski. But she stayed with it, kept kind of, just pulling, trying to get her feet outside the buoy and, not trying to do too much. And I'm not really sure how she made it as far as she did, but that was super impressive skiing there for Ayana. Yeah, and right there at 6 ball, she probably didn't need to take as big of a turn as she did. I think she was probably in scramble mode, but that was super impressive skiing. To be able to have this 2 ball right here and be able to get all the way down to the end of the pass at this tailwind 12. And it's a strong tailwind today. So really, really good skiing, impressive skiing there. All right, and we also see we got Jeremy up there on the tower running the camera, getting that high shot for us so we get a good look at the skiers coming into the course. So thanks, Jeremy, for all you do, making sure that we get the cool shots. So as we see there, we got Mario Pagozzi bringing the boat back to the dock, and we are moving along in this women's round 2 slalom event. We should have 4 skiers left. And our next skier will be none other than the Canadian Miss Neely Ross. We saw her in the trick event yesterday. Didn't quite trick as much as she would like, but has elected to ski with the men and is looking for a podium. I mean, trying to push it out, maybe even steal a win from the likes of Pato Font or Matias Gonzalez. But super impressive to see her out there competing and being at such a high level, even when she's skiing against the men. But here we go. We got her in the water. She is riding her slalom ski right now, and we're going to bring her in. This will be 14 meters, 28 off. All right, here we go. Bringing her in. I don't really remember. I think yesterday she started at 13 meters, so electing to do a little bit of a different start than she did yesterday. Right now the wind is kind of backed off just a hair. We're not feeling it quite as much right now, so maybe the wind gods are in her favor right now. But good looking strong pass there for Neely Ross, pass number 1. All right, if you're just tuning in, this is the 3rd edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. We are in the women's round 2 of the slalom event. We've already got the cut for the finals. For the men, we know what the cut is we know what women are into the finals. For the women, we're just trying to figure out where we're going to be seated. But right now, as we're waiting to bring Neely Ross back in at 13 meters, let's go check in with Lorenzo down on the bank.
Welcome back dockside. We're joined here by Mano Costar. So, Mano, you're the first girl to take 38 tailwind. How was that?
Well, clearly not so great because I didn't run it. I thought it would be a bit too tough. I'm a little weak at the moment, so taking a headwind, I thought I would be too narrow on 135, which is already what I do quite often without the wind. So with the crosswind and all of that, I thought it would work a bit better. Yeah, I'll see if I do the same thing for the final.
Well, the wind is supposed to die down a bit in the afternoon. Maybe you're going to ski with a different kind of wind, or maybe it's going to change more head and tail, because apparently right now, right here, it feels head and tail, but down in the water, is it that much more crosswind?
Well, it is a little crosswind with big, also strong head and tail, but there is a bit of the cross factor that I was thinking of. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Regroup for final round and enjoy the rest of the day. Back to you, Zane.
Thanks, Lorenzo. And while we were finishing up that interview with Manon, we just saw Neely Ross make her way through that 13-meter pass. I'll be honest, I kind of agree with Manon. I know she wasn't super pumped that she missed that 11, but I think that was a good call to take that 11 tail. I think if she'll go back and watch the replay, she'll kind of see that one couple of mistakes that she made, and I think she can make some adjustments and get it down for the final. As they also touched on, the wind has backed down just a little bit. I mean, it's still quite breezy, but not as much as our first few skiers had to deal with. So that'll be something to keep an eye out on to see if that changes kind of the way some people ski or the strategy some people have. All right, we got her back up. This is 12 meters. It's the tailwind. So Neely was our first lady yesterday to get into that 10.75. So let's see if she can get through this one. Really strong start, really attacking the first couple buoys there. So looking good as she's over to 3. And yeah, this is a nice looking 12-meter pass here. Can she get over to 5? Yep, and I will say she got through it. So good job there for Neely. Now going to set herself up for 11-meter headwind. Going to really need to make sure that she's keeping her speed up on the gate and getting a good swing as she comes in. But we'll take a look at this replay here. Watch how she just really attacks the turn at one ball. Really gets the ski turn, doesn't allow the wind to really push her, and that kind of will help keep that rope tight on the other side. So really good, strong technical skiing there from Neely Ross. And while we're taking a look at this replay, I am joined in the booth with none other than Mr. Peace Love and water skiing himself, Mr. Corey Vaughn. Thanks for having you, man.
Yeah. Good to be back. I figured, I think your sister's coming right up. I didn't want you to have to call that alone, you know. You're going to have some bias, so I'll stay here to straighten things out.
Perfect. You do know that one is probably my favorite of the lady skiers out here. But yes, I'm super excited to see her get out there and ski. The wind's really tricky today. It's much windier than I think it was yesterday. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I've only been on site a short time, but it's see, we got to grab the tent. It's gusty. I think like on the baseline, sometimes when I look at the water, it doesn't look as bad as like the steady stream yesterday, but then you get hit with a big gust, more than what we saw yesterday. So that type of thing makes it very tricky. It's hard to predict on your gate pullouts, or you all of a sudden get hit at 3-ball with a massive, headwind.
All right, here we go. This is 11 meters for Neely. So she ran it in the first round. Let's see if she can get it in this headwind. Big turn on 1 ball. See that gust right there, though, Corey? Big gust at 2.
Yeah. We kind of saw her lose her hips a little bit there off of 1, and she didn't get her full power over to 2, and then you're coming into that headwind, so I'm sure she didn't like the spacing that she had at 2, didn't get the ski to fully rotate, and, that stopped her short of where she wanted to be, no doubt. I guess on the other hand, this is a feel-it-out set. She was safely in. At this point, everybody that we're going to see, they already have their ticket punched, so they're experimenting, getting some feels. To me, that gate turn in ran out of speed, so that's a mental note for next round, like a little more intensity into that headwind on the pullout, and that's what's going to set up a full pass here, because she's certainly going to want to run this 38 in the finals.
Yeah, and you could really see it. I definitely could feel it, but there was a rather large gust right as she kind of turned in for the gate, and I don't think it quite hit her quite as much at 1 ball, but you could definitely see it rolling down the water as coming into 2, and that's super tricky as a skier. If we have a consistent wind the whole time, it's easy to adjust. But when you're having to switch it every buoy at a time, that can make things quite difficult.
Yeah, no, that's the wind gods are going to have to be on somebody's side here today. You know, if you get that lucky set that or your hard pass and it lays down for a minute, that's going to be a big advantage versus you get into your hard pass and it's all ramped up. And here we go with the watch party. We got Bea Iani in Sperlonga watching along. I know that I hope she'll be joining us on the tour soon. I know she's been out there putting videos up, skiing hard. Definitely somebody I always look forward to hanging out with out on the tour. So hopefully, I don't know, Morocco or somewhere soon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing her. She's one of my favorite female skiers out there, and I saw her post some stuff on social media. She is looking like she's skiing strong, so we're looking forward to hopefully getting her out here on the Pro Tour soon. But right now, we've got our eyes on the water of another skier that's been skiing super strong this season. This is Vanessa Veek out of Australia.
Yeah, another one of my favorites, honestly. Vanessa's one of the few people out there right now that's even got me beat for age, so I have a lot of respect for that. A mother of two. And a devoted wife, and working full-time and skiing full-time. I can appreciate what that's like. It takes a lot, and she's at the top of her game, coming off of second place at the Masters. You know, I'm pulling for Vanessa to come out here and put some pressure on the Allie and Jamie behind her, and get a good feel going into the final. She started at 32, so she wants to test out that 38 off tailwind. She's already thinking ahead to that's going to be her best play for a headwind 39 in the final. So we're going to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's what Lorenzo was asking Manon, and she kind of said, I don't know if that was the right thing. I think she made the right call taking that 11 tailwind. It didn't work out for her there, but I think she could. You make a couple little mental notes, and you go back, and it's. I think that's the right call.
No, I agree. I got to watch Manon shortly after I showed up. I watched her from the starting dock. You can only tell so much from there, but from where I was standing, it looked like, okay, she can run that pass. Good to have a taste of it without the pressure. But, yeah, I'm thinking the same as you. Same strategy, and then do damage at 39. Trust yourself.
Yeah, I agree. So, but this will be 12 meters now. This is in the headwind. You can see it's picking up down there at the far end.
Vanessa does not lack for power. She is, heavy on the workouts in the off season, putting her time in on the flow point method, and it shows right here, staying nice and connected and solid through that headwind.
All right, and we just saw her run that 12-meter pass, and while we were taking her down, dropping her down, and shortening the rope, we'll go check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're again dockside. We just got joined by Neely Ross, who just got done skiing. So, Neely, how was it out there?
It's a little bit up and down. There's some tough conditions. It's funny, for my first two passes, it felt amazing. Like, the wind died down. It was super nice. And I think for my second two passes, I was dealing with some gusts a little bit. All the girls are dealing with that out there. And I definitely let it get the best of me. I wasn't strong enough.
So if the conditions stay like this, do you think that you're going to change the strategy for finals, or you're going to stick with the game plan that you did in the second round?
Hard to say. Definitely have some thinking to do. Maybe. We'll see. I'm definitely considering it.
All right. Thank you very much. Go get your strength back. Get ready for finals. And you also got the trick final later on today. So go get your strength back. You're going to need it today. And back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And, I'm curious to see what she ends up doing here in this final. I mean, it's going to be tricky for these ladies. They're going to have to think, trying to figure out, and it's going to be a strategy game today.
No doubt. Well, Neely's here with her brother, Charlie. She's kind of part of a team. They always going to consult with their dad, Drew, who's a famed coach. So he might give some insight into what she should do. And here we are. This is 38 tailwind for Vanessa. A little slower off of one than she probably wanted. Vanessa's an amazing offside. There you go. That three just reset the line. Now she knows. Now she's good. I mean, I don't want to say it too soon, but ooh, I did say it. Whoa, I said it too soon. Sorry, Vanessa. That was a bad play by me. You were good.
Yeah, and that's a bummer, man. I was kind of with you there. She not the best of starts, but then ripped off a three ball, got it into four. I thought she was on a pretty good line and just unable to kind of keep her hips with her moving off a five ball and. Not quite able to get outside it and out the gates.
I won't do that same thing in the final and get one step ahead of myself, but Vanessa is one of the best toe side turners in the game. So that's where when she got that 3 and then came off a 4 ball looking pretty good, I was like, okay, well, 5's definitely not an issue. But she did kind of have a little fumble at 5, and that was just enough to take her off the game. Let's see here. This is the start where she was moving a little down course. And then I think this is the 3 ball right here.
No, this one's
5
5 ball
ball
right here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so the tip just stuffed and the hands got away. She wasn't able to get full power there going to 6, just a little narrow, and lost things. I'd take that as a fluke. I think that, she can go ahead and trust running this 38 tail in the finals. She's got the chops for it. It's good to have felt it out one time. Lost some direction there off of 1. Kind of had to manage at 2, not what she wanted. But I love this 3 right here. This is what Vanessa can do better than pretty much anyone.
This was
Wham,
sick.
right back in it.
Massive turn there. That was super sick, and then getting that angle over to 4 and allowing her to get the same turn there at 4 ball. So
yeah, I think maybe if any time for a safety check, that she got that extra bite. She didn't see it coming. Well, that's unfortunate. I know she wanted to push for a better seeding, but she's going to be in. She's going to have this round to reflect on, and I think we're going to see her, making a good stab at the 39 headwind in the finals.
yeah, I mean, and like I said, we kind of said it, but I think that's the right call. You're going to try to take that 11 meter in the tailwind, and then it's going to be who can be the strongest at 10-7. I think in the headwind.
Yeah, frustrating not to come away with it, but I'd say if anything, that set should instill confidence that the 38 tailwind's going to be there for her. She's by all rights going to run that pass. All right, and it's going to be on next to Allie Nicholson, the Masters champion, 2025 U.S. Masters champion Allie Nicholson. She's riding a good wave right here. Would love to keep it going. Allie's had great success over here in this European tour. Took her first win a couple of years ago, and that kind of was almost a new starting point. Unlocked some things. Started running 39, led to more wins, including most recently the Masters. And so Allie's dangerous out there, and you can see it in the mindset. She's not thinking about, let's get a safe 2 at 39, 3 at 39, and see where that puts things. She wants the gold.
Yeah, and I know from skiing with Allie over the years, right? She's really, really good at getting the ski to snap and turn, and she's not going to allow this tailwind to push her. She's going to get it up under her feet, really get her angle, and not really put herself into a position to run with the boat. So, she's really strong on her technical side there, so that could come into play for her, be super strong here. Not the strongest of the athletes that we have, not to take anything away from her. She is strong, but definitely not as strong as like Regina and Vanessa. But she does these other little things that allow her to generate the same speed and everything that those girls do.
Yeah, well, I think, just in body composition, Allie's very lean, which has its benefits. I know she's in the flow point method, so she's working out and has gotten stronger. But, yeah, when you stack up to somebody like a Regina, she's built like a powerhouse. But again, there's trade-offs to everything. And I remember, back to what you're saying about Allie, staying tough and being able to go for it and attack. The first time I ever saw her ski was down at Seth Stischer's place, and she was little Allie. She must have been 12 years old, 11 years old, something like that. And I was just down there to ski and hopped in the boat, and I was like, wow, look at this girl, man. She's got some go for it. She didn't hold back on anything, and that was cool to see. And then to see that go from there, to refining technique to the point of running 39, but having that background of putting passes together, figuring things out, staying with it when the chips are down. That's a critical skill, especially when you got some wind, especially when you're overseas and you're facing some new conditions. So we want to see all of that here today.
Yeah, no, I remember that year very vividly. And Allie had come in to ski, and we were all there. It was quite a cool ski group. But right now we've got her. She's powering through this 12-meter pass and making it look really nice. And yeah. I'm really impressed with how she's been skiing this season. She's been strong, and she just keeps riding that wave and looking great.
Well, to me, that was a nice gate. Oh, look at this. We've got Alain Stadelbauer watching from Geneva, Switzerland. All right, international audience here tuning in from all over. Always love seeing Alain normally down at Swiss Ski School. I feel like I get my annual coaching set with Alain. He hops in the boat sometime around the Swiss Pro, tells me what I'm doing compared to last year, and he's just a great someone to talk to, so shout out to Alain. Yeah, see, this to me was, I haven't been watching as long as you, Zane, but one of the strongest starts from that headwind, she realized what it was going to take to pull out through that blustery headwind down there and had a really commanding entry into the course. And then she was able to ride that line of energy through the pass and still be early at 6 right here. She didn't have to work hard somewhere else to put herself, up course. She had it right from the get-go. That's what she's going to want to take down this 38 tail. Like you said, she's going to bite off angle at the backside of the buoy and take it cross course. And she knows she has a good feeling from that headwind side to set up 39. But we won't get ahead of ourselves. 38 tails, no joke. See if she can get that good start here. I like what she's doing on the gate. These look really good. Yeah, that's a great one. Yep.
Yeah, no, move it a little bit down course, but looking good. There's the big turn right there at 4, kind of get her in it, and bam, there you go. I think that's your first 11 in the tail today, and man, she's been skiing super strong. But I agree with you. I think her gates are a big part of kind of what helps her out. She worked really, really hard several years ago to kind of get her gate dialed in, and now you're really seeing it work. So the way she gets, she moves in, and a lot of the stuff that she put in her gate glide was kind of had some of the mechanics of her 2-ball, so it's really getting the ski to swing a little bit better into one that some of the other skiers might not get, especially as a lefty. So
yeah, well, I feel like we kind of all know that a lot of what you do at your gate is going to come back at 2 and 4. So if that gate is a little subpar, you're a little caught by the boat, the hands are getting away, you're narrow, that's most likely how you're going to feel into 2-4. And here, to me, I wasn't going to throw any curses out there, but she was just in command of this pass the whole way. I think, you run 38 on a slightly later line, and yes, it'll be a bit more of that in the tailwind, but to me, that was early up course and on time the whole way. She was much more in contact with the boat than she was drifting and allowing the wind to even be a factor.
Yeah, and the wind's kind of, it seems like it might have backed off just a little bit there, Corey. I know
hard to say. We could get that gust any moment.
And there it comes, just like as soon as we talk about it, here it comes. But here we go. We're bringing her in. This is 10.75.
Another good gate, good one. Can she get that out of 2? Not bad. All right, come on. Big 3 right here, Allie.
Go out.
Oh, she looked for it, didn't quite get it.
Yeah, but that was still great skiing. She wanted to get a little bit more, wanted to separate herself from that tie with Vanessa Veek there, so that's going to push her up for sure, be ahead of Vanessa, and not going to quite be able to take that top seed from Jamie, but if I know Allie, sometimes she kind of likes to go out and be able to set the pressure, and if this next skier can beat her, then it just wasn't her day.
Yeah, I like the mindset of this pass right here. I think this was another good gate shot in the headwind. I really like what she's doing there. We're seeing it consistently, so that bodes well for her. Very good one. Maybe didn't come off of too perfect, but she was definitely in it. And I like that over here, what I mean about the mindset. She was turning 3 to run the pass. She wasn't turn 3. She went for the turn she was going to need to finish out the pass, not let me just kind of get over to 4. It didn't quite connect there, but then you actually get to learn something, reflect on it and try to get that 3-ball turn the way you want the next round. This was very strong skiing. Allie's looking good.
Yeah, and I know she's been all over the back half of this pass, but looking to get her first one of the season under her belt, and I know that's kind of probably a little bit in the back of her mind. So when she gets there every time, I know she's looking to try to get to 6-ball, and hopefully maybe we can see it knocked down in the final. All right, well, we're moving along. This is our last skier in this women's round 2. This is Jamie Bull, your top seed. She will be your top seed in the final. Ran 1 at 10.25. 1.5 at 10.25 yesterday, so almost pretty close to getting that Canadian record. I know that's kind of where she's also thinking about getting that Canadian slalom record, and is trying to get over there and get a piece of 3-ball.
Yeah, I believe it's 2 1/4. Is that right?
I believe that's right. I think she's got to get 2.5.
Okay, yeah. So she's got to take some shots at turning 2. There's what you got to lose. It's a big deal getting off of 1. For a while there we were seeing Jamie get very consistent at 39, but we saw a lot of ones. She needed to ratchet something up a little bit on that gate that gave her the space at 1 to turn. Seems like she's got that now. And then it's a matter of linking it all together to then also be able to get off a 2, which is a whole nother story. But the fact that she's taking shots, getting looks at 2, that she's, if she gets a 1.5, you're always that close to connecting and being on your way to 3. So it feels like the countdown is on. And I guess to do it in a pro event or a pro finals would be obviously the very best way. But for getting a record, there's a difference between the conditions today and the goal of today, which is, I'm sure, to win the tournament, versus, a good old fall Florida record where you can just focus on trying to chase that record.
Yeah, but I mean, yesterday she tried to turn. She did take a gander at turning 2 ball. So I think she's right there knocking on the door, getting ready to uncap and get a new score. I think it'll happen sooner rather than later. But
she'll have the advantage of being top seed. We already know that. So unless one of these other ladies can go out there and get a 1 at 41 and force her to go to 2 and kind of be somewhat safe at 1, not fall with a half. Or force the tie, the way it stands right now, she could have this set. She has a free shot at it. She's going to. I guess she would have 41 in the tailwind, so that's not the easiest. But we're going to take a quick break and throw it over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dockside. We're joined here by Ali Nicholson, who just got done skiing. So, Ali, how was it out there?
I mean, it's pretty windy. I won't lie. Definitely the headwind's a bit more challenging than the tailwind. Jamie elected to go out this time at 14 at 28 off, and it was definitely something I was contemplating. It might be the move for the final. I don't know. The headwind was really challenging, though, so I don't know that it's going to be any better than taking it in the tailwind. I'm not sure. So overall, pretty happy with my score, especially like all the wind conditions and whatnot factored in. Looking forward to the final now.
All right, perfect. Final is not going to be long before you get in the water in the final. Do you think that the wind is going to change? Have you looked at the forecast for the finals?
I mean, I know it's supposed to be like building all day and gusty. It's definitely up and down. Look at the draw right now. So I don't know if it'll continue that way through the finals or what we're going to see, but I guess we'll wait and see. The one thing is everybody has to deal with it. It kind of, there's no advantage other than, if you get lucky with a gust, but everybody has to deal with it, so it'll just be who can come out the toughest.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for being here with us, and back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And again, kind of talking about the strategy. I think she's in the right spot, taking that 11 tailwind. But right now we've got Jamie Bull taking an 11 tailwind. Ran this one and ran the 10.75 yesterday, looking super strong as she attacks this pass at the beginning. Keeping the line nice and tight. And this is a great-looking pass, Corey. That almost looked like a 12-meter pass.
No, I mean, you might as well be in glassy water in a record tournament. Like, that was easy. I mean, that's a warm-up pass. That wasn't like, tailwind 38, this is a little dicey. That was just another everyday, ordinary pass. While she drops down, I don't know if we can get a shot at it, but we have Jacques Villeneuve's Formula One car. He was the 1996 World Cup champion. We just got this car on site. At some point here, we'll get a camera on it. Pretty cool here over in Monaco to have the winning car of the 1996 Formula One World Cup Series. So shout out to Jacques Villeneuve for letting us have a good gander at his car. Of course, we're in a place maybe most famous for the Formula One. Trying to elevate the profile of water skiing over here. This is becoming here we go. They're just rolling it into place right now.
Yeah, that's super cool. I know I kind of just took on Formula One a couple years ago, really got into it, and that Monaco race where they go through the city is just super cool. We saw some people last year kind of go, and I believe even Toto Wolff kind of came out and checked out the event last year, which was really cool to have that. Several skiers got to meet George Russell, and it was really cool to have Toto come out and check out the ski event.
Yeah, well, I feel like we want to follow that Formula One model. They released that Drive to Survive series. And here we are, 39. We're down to business. This gate shot's going to tell us a lot. Good one. Jamie's looking dialed out there. Good two. This is on the money so far.
Dude, this pass doesn't even look like 11 meters. This looks like...
No, that's 39.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it doesn't look like 39. It looks like an 11-meter pass.
That's right. That was just cruisy. I mean, right from the start, established the rhythm and the tempo for the pass, never wavered from it. You didn't see a bobble. You didn't see a hiccup. I mean, that was commanding in her execution from start to finish. So she's sending a message to the field there saying, 2 rounds into 41, making it look that good. You're going to have to get there if you want to challenge me this weekend. So Jamie, confident in her strategy.
So we are being corrected. That was 38 off. So
well,
we called it wrong. So that was there's a reason why it was looking a little bit different and it looking too easy.
You know what this means, though, Zane? So, I think this is exciting in a different way. She's taking the 39 tail to set herself up for a shot at the record because, again, this is a free round. So this will be an exciting pass, 39 tail. That is serious business. She's thinking about turning that 2 ball at 41. She's got nothing to lose this round. She will have to, I think it's a 32 off start in the finals. So she kind of did something that is, she always starts at 13 meters, 32 off. So she changed the strategy with this record in mind. So that is interesting. And that gives us all something to watch right here. She's got to run this 39 tail. Let's see if she can stay on her game the way it's been so far. Nice gate shot. A little slow off of 1. That's not going to be it. That's okay. No harm done. She still has the top seed. And she'll be taking that pass from the other end in the finals. So, that really right there just shows it was a stab at that Canadian record that you mentioned. And, she's just going to reset, go back to round 1 strategy, take 38 tail, 39 head. And we'll see that a little later this afternoon.
Yeah, I remember at the Worlds a couple years ago, she kind of did a little bit different than what the other top girls did, and it ended up paying off for her and, got her second World Championship title. So it's sometimes that strategy comes into play. Take a look here at the leaderboard. You got Jamie Bull in the lead with 1.5 at 10.25. Allie Nicholson putting herself in second with 3 at 10.75. Vanessa Veek, 1.5 at 10.75. We've got a 2-way tie with Brooke Baldwin and Neely Ross with 1 at 10.75. And we're rounding out the end of our final with Ilana Bischofberger, Manon Costard, and Ali Garcia with all scores into the 11-meter pass.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of things that can happen in the finals. We got people that can jump way up the list. We got a tight pack there. Kind of circling around the podium, so it's going to be a show.
Well, and I'll be honest, I was super impressed today with Ilana from France. I'm probably butchering her name, so I'm sorry about that. But she came out. I think she's been skiing real well. This is like her first time on the Pro Tour, and didn't get the best start at 12, but just kind of kept skiing. And I think at the end, she just kind of tried to bite off a little more than she needed at 6 ball. But I was so impressed that she made it down the pass, and I'm expecting her to kind of come out and be the dark horse of getting on the podium here and first pro stop and making it on the podium.
Always good to have a dark horse in the mix. That keeps things entertaining and exciting. And we're gonna take a little break here while we get ready for the men's slalom finals. Just a quick commercial break, and we'll see you soon.
in the USA. See you in Vienna.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
All right, welcome back. We just finished the women's round 2 slalom. We're getting ready to roll into the slalom finals. We have made our cuts to the bottom 8. So while we're waiting to get started with the final, let's pop over with Lorenzo. I believe he's with Jamie Bull on the bank.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dockside. We're here with Jamie, our last contestant in the Women Pro second round. How was it out there, Jamie, for you?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy out there right now. It's super gusty, like probably the biggest gust I've ever seen. It goes from being pretty much perfect and totally skiable to almost ocean conditions. So it's a bit of a toss-up and a bit of roll of the dice as well.
All right. Talk us through your decision to starting today at 28 off 14-meter line. Is it strategy to fill it out for the finals in case you need it, or you just wanted to try and take 41 headwind?
No, it's definitely just a strategy, just to feel it out for finals if I need to pull that one out of the bag, because I don't run that very often, so it's nice to pull it out and see how it feels and get a look at 38 from a different angle. And then I just tried to get a visual on the gate at 39. I was not really looking for much more than just the gate approach.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you very much. We'll let you go change and rest a bit before your finals. And we're about to start with the men with just a second. And back to you, Zane.
Well, thanks, Lorenzo. And, I was kind of interested to hear from Jamie to see that she made that different decision to start at 28 off. And, not quite paying out like she wanted it to. But I think I expect her to make a bit of a different decision in the finals. But now we'll take a look at our start list here for this men's final. We got a couple of syndicate guys as the first up skiers, Sasha Descoons and Thibaut Dion. And then we've got Thomas DeGasperi, Rob Hazelwood, Adam Settlemeyer, Charlie Ross, Freddie Winter, and your top seed, Nate Smith, all coming up.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a showdown with the conditions, like we said, a little windy. It's going to be a real battle out there. It's going to test people's resolve, so you can keep their composure, see who's got the grit to churn out that extra potentially quarter of a buoy. As we know, that small of a margin can make all the difference in these pro finals. So it's going to be an entertaining one. Glad to be joined also now by John Travers in the booth. We got all three rounding this out. Hey, John.
Hey, Corey. Thank you. Yeah, I was just on the far side of the lake right before Jamie skied, and it's windy out there today, guys. It's just going to be a roll of the dice, really, on who has the best strategy on leaving the dock and who can attack the course the best. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, and I'm excited to be here for once. I didn't have the greatest day yesterday, but hey, I'm here with you guys now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know it's a bit of a bummer, dude, but we'll get you back. I know you're going to be at a few of the other stops, and it'll turn around. But we're super excited to have you up here chatting with us. I feel so lucky to get to sit here and talk to a couple really great slalom skiers and kind of rack your brain while we're talking about other people skiing. So, I know that the rules typically for the pro finals, usually I think they have to start at 12 meters, but I think kind of maybe due to the wind conditions or something today, we've kind of kept it where the skiers can elect to start at 13 meters. Do you think that you're going to see a lot of guys going out at 12, or you think you might see an opt-up from 13 to 11, or do you think the guys might just go and take their normal sets?
Yeah, it keeps your options on the table. We saw some different things yesterday. Freddie, I think both rounds started with 13 and then opted up to, 11 meters, 38 off. So that could be a strategy. I think we're going to see a little bit of everything. We may see that. He may decide that he'd rather start at 35 today. I don't know. I think we're definitely going to see some people take advantage of the option to start at 13, maybe just more used to that from practice. And then I think we are going to see some people starting at 12. I don't know if we'll see it kind of change as we move towards the top of the running order here, the more the top of the pack starting shorter. But, we'll call it one by one. I think everybody at this point is kind of making that decision for themselves.
So, JT, when you're making a decision, which would you think, if you're given the option to run 13 and do the opt-up to 11 or start at 12, which one do you think is the easier thing to go out and do?
Well, for years, man, I was known as the guy that opted up. So I always started at 13 just for the fact that I had an option. If I ran that pass and I was like, I really didn't need to come back at 11, or I didn't want to take 10-7 from that end, I had an option. But yes, I do believe starting at 12 is just easier for the mind, easier for the body, like just to get in a rhythm and a swing and a flow. Skipping lines kind of gets challenging, especially when the lake's challenging out. I think today, the guys, it's kind of going to be a roll of the dice, but whoever starts at 12 and has the nicer conditions is probably going to be the guy that's on the top.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's, you said it right there. It's like when you start at 12, you've put your eggs in the basket, you're committed, so you've made up your mind. I've definitely done it both ways, and I like having that option open at the other end is nice. But then you have to make the decision again while you're already in your set, and that can be, you're dropping and you're deciding instead of dropping and focusing on the next thing. So it's tricky either way, and I think you're right. I think whoever wins this tournament probably is going to be somebody that starts at 12, and it's easy to say from here. When you're down there and you're getting ready, you got a lot of thoughts going through your head. We can sit here and say that, and it may not be true at all.
100%.
So what I like about this, though, is that we definitely see our fair share of tournaments at pristine lakes. We're going to see the California Pro-Am later this year at Shortline, as nice of a lake as it gets. We've been to Hancock, and we've been all over the place on perfect lakes. Something like this, it gives the opportunity for somebody who's maybe a better wind skier to shine. And, I mean, that's part of the sport. Everybody at every level, you got to confront those wind sets. And I tell you, when I got skiers at the lake that are like, I don't know, it's a little windy today, I'm like, hey, that's part of the gig. You got to learn how to be a good wind skier, so don't back out on your set or don't half commit to your set. Let's go out there and learn. And for those who have taken the opportunity to do that along the way, today's when it can pay off.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely got to ski in the wind. I know I've been working in Denmark, and it's windy all the time, and it's kind of amazing those people show up, and it really doesn't matter. We're going to go ski, and it can benefit that skier that does and has that dedication, and puts that little extra work in tough conditions.
Yeah, I see a lot of the Europeans come over to our place, and they get there, and I'm like, guys, it's too windy. And they're like, this is the nicest day we have. I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah. And we're kind of take a lot of things for granted back home. And, these are the days that some of these athletes look forward to, because they know that they can't maybe possibly win on the perfect lake, the perfect conditions. But, this kind of conditions really stirs the pot and really gets everyone kind of in that same little bubble. And it's really exciting.
Yeah, and right here off the dock, we were talking about Sasha yesterday kind of being a power skier. Like, he's strong, he can get in deep at the backside of the buoy and bring all that direction cross course. So right leading off the dock, we have I don't even want to call him a dark horse because he's won championships before. He's beaten the field. So, he's up to the task. He's run 41. So there's no reason that he can't do it. And, he may be well-suited for this type of win, just the power and the grip that he skis with.
Yeah, I think I was going to say that. I think his ski style really will complement, being able to ski in this wind. And, you're going to have to be super powerful in the headwind, but you also got to make sure that you're getting everything, turned and not allowing the wind to push you down the lake in the tailwind. So I think he's one of those skiers that could be one of these guys to really, come out here, crack out a big score to start and put some pressure on the last 7 skiers.
Well, we've said it, but it's worth reiterating. There's also going to be a bit of luck. Who gets that 39-41 where the wind drops a little bit? I mean, everyone here skied so well yesterday, and it's so tightly packed, the scores coming into the finals. That type of thing can make all the difference. If the wind lays down a little bit on your 41 and then it blows a little harder for the next guy, when a quarter buoy, half buoy is going to be the difference, yeah, that adds up real quick.
And especially when it's this kind of consistent, is all over the place here. They're going to, if you have a really windy pass, say if they run 39 headwind and it's super windy and they don't realize the wind dropped for their 41, that's going to be a strategy too, because the water at each end of the lake, I believe, is very protected where you're sitting. But once you get up and you hit the course, that's when you see it. And it's just how fast can you recognize what is going on at 41 off.
Yeah, so, all right. Well, we got Sasha Deskuns coming in. We're bringing him in at 12. Definitely had a little bit of a gust kind of blowing down the lake there. So we'll see if he can power through this pass, looking nice and strong early on in this set, round in 3. And Corey, he's in attack mode right now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of always been his style. As long as I've been seeing him skiing on these broadcasts, he goes out there, he takes a good strong crack at it right off the bat. He gets a lot of direction off of both sides. I think he's a righty. I would say 2-4 is his dominant side. I've seen him get out of a lot of deep 2s at 41 to get over to that 3 when you really need to. So he kind of knows that he's got that up his sleeve. But also, he's kind of hammered down on 135 as well. He's not the tallest guy out there in the field. So I don't think he has the option of, let's let this one run a little more down course, let the ski finish, more on that patient end of the spectrum. It's a little bit more commit and go for Sasha, and he's built his style around that. And it's a great one to watch. I love watching the aggressive skiers out there.
Yeah, for sure. I just found out from Sasha that he lives where his home site is on a river, and there's right now you can't even put the course in because the current's so strong and the water's only like 62 degrees. So he's been skiing in Funglas this spring or in the States. So, this spring's been pretty windy in Florida, so I'm sure he's going to handle this fine. He's attacking, like you guys said, as normal as he does. So.
And when you have that background, when you kind of grew up with it, you've taken your thousands of passes and wind. So it's like, okay, I have seen this before,
Well, all right, we've got him in. This is 11 meters. This is a tailwind from the dock, so you're really going to need to attack. Gets a big turn on a 1, over to 2, looking good. Still in attack mode. You start seeing the line getting a little loose there from the wind. So
some push.
Yeah, getting a little push from the wind. There's kind of some gust hitting him down there at the end of the lake, but makes his way through that 11 meters and sets himself up to take down 39.
Yeah, I mean, Sasha's now a veteran of the field, and I think, you saw that in terms of composure there at buoy number 5. He was starting to run on a little bit of a later line. It's not super comfortable to be coming into 5. The wind has picked up the most by there. You're running a little bit down course, but he did the right thing, and we're going to see it maybe not as clearly from the drone angle because it's more zoomed out, but, he just let that ski run to get its full finish and have direction into 6. He knew he could just, he got a little slow out of 4 right there, a little stoppage. But right here, he just didn't panic, didn't try to crank it, just let it finish down course, power down, just finish out the run. And 39 in the headwind is just a completely new pass now.
Yeah, he was just being smart and patient, right? He was just controlling the line, waiting for the right time to move. It's just being smart skiing in a tailwind like that. And now this is where it's going to be tricky, just trying to keep your speed up on the gate, trying to get out to 1 and get that nice rhythm feeling from the get-go, because If you're slow, like I talked to Brooke, she's like, I pulled out so hard on the gate down there, and I was still slow.
Well, that's like you said earlier, John, with it being gusty, it's so hard to predict. You know it's head-tail, and you're trying to get each past that factor of how much do I have to change at each end on the gate. But then how do you factor the sudden wind gust that picks up an extra 5-6 miles an hour, and you couldn't really see it coming right here? We got to...
Yeah, there's a pretty good gust right there. You can kind of see it on the water moving down the lake. Here he comes in, little slow off of one, but
Not
see
bad.
what he can do.
Ooh.
He's running it down course, but taking his time,
good
powering
three.
through.
Patient,
Good
man.
three. There's that big 4. There's the grit.
Yeah, that's what gets him done, and there you go. That's what we were talking about earlier. You know,
Smart
he
skiing.
can drop that ski, drop that hammer down, really get it turned, and doesn't gets all his power across, and that 4 ball can put him in it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just finding your way to the exit gates, keeping your head. Like, there's no way that he was pleased with where he was off of 2, but he did the right thing. He made up some ground at 3 and then some more at 4. I think sometimes skiers, a less experienced skier maybe, would take themselves out with panic at 3 to think they have to get it all back. Like, the 1 ball was not bad, but here at 2, which is usually very good for him, a little slower. But I thought right here at 3, when he turned that and hooked up, I thought, okay, now he's back on the line. I expect him to do it. This is a big 4. You kind of see that elbow touch. There's some excitement, but at that point he realizes, that experience to just play it safe at 5 and go strong to 6. Now it doesn't matter if you run it clean or you run it a little late. You're starting at 41 on even ground. So he's got his shot here. He's going to make the mark.
That 5 ball looked very similar to the 5 ball at 11.
Yep.
Patient, let the ski get under the line, wait for the line.
Yeah, very smart skiing.
Very, very smart skiing. It's going to be really interesting to see what – we only have 1 left foot forward skier here in this group, so it'll be interesting. So,
yeah, he had he went down at 1 yesterday, and it looked strange. He's going to need a better gate than he had. This looks a little better than what I remember from yesterday. He wants to get off his 1. Oh, no. He knows now it's not going to do it.
Yeah, no. I mean, somebody's gonna get lucky, and they're gonna get a better crack at it with the wind. But I thought he was pretty good at the gate, and it looked to me that he got a little bit. He let everything kind of separate a little too quick. Didn't keep his outbound momentum. Can't really see it so much there, but you see, he kind of brings those hands a little in and kind of high, and as they get a little high, the hips don't kind of follow through, and not able to get that turn on the offside.
I mean, I think I saw a lot of good things there, and I just, he just didn't sync up. He was hoping to get line there, and it wasn't, and, he's going to be forced to give an interview, I'm sure, and he's going to be a little bit eyes down on the interview because, it was great. You do all that work. You get through 39 with a big headwind, and then, you got your shot to put pressure on the field. And it feels like when you come up with 1, it's just like, man, I did all that and I came away kind of empty. So it's a tough feeling, and but we'll see. It's challenging. Let's see where it places him. He's certainly going to take home some Pro Tour points, and we're going to see how this shakes out.
And it's definitely not a bad score for the conditions out there today. It's it's not what he wanted, but he skied smart. He skied strong. But where I was going with that left foot, the next skier is Tebow, only left foot forward skier. All the lefty girls told me it was very, very hard to get up on the boat on the gate. Talked to Allie, Brooke, and I'm sure Allie Garcia had the same thing. Trying to get up on the gate at the headwind in is going to be really tricky. As a lefty myself, tailwinds are much easier on the gate for us. So I would think Tebow's going to start at 12.
Okay, interesting. Well, it seems like Tebow doing some of the best skiing of his life right now. He's dialed. He's got the ski working for him. And, he just put up a big score at your tournament, John, a couple weeks ago. He, went out there and under pressure yesterday, had to put up a 3 to secure the finals, did that. So he should be
back-to-back.
Yeah, bringing in some confidence to this round. He got off a 2-ball twice yesterday. So I think if that confidence allows him to go off the dock at 12, that could bode in his favor.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked to him a little earlier before we started today, and you could just tell he's loose. He's having fun. And he's skiing really good. He looked really strong yesterday, and I expect to see a lot more of that today. But yeah, I mean, his skiing looks really good right now.
Yeah, he had a rough trip over with his wife. They're staying with us, and they were supposed to land at like 12 on Thursday or something, and they didn't get in till like 11 p.m. or something. And he's like, John, I've never skied a tournament without practicing. And I was like, well, here you go, buddy. Go for it. And look what he did.
Worked out. That's right.
All right. Well, we're being told that Tebow's going to elect to take his 13-meter or 32 off start. So
keeping the options open.
Yep.
Yep.
You know, he can always opt up or he can play it straight. I mean, it's good to get a feel, and then you can gauge based upon that. Also, that's what he did both times yesterday, and it worked out for him. So, you know, maybe he feels like there's no reason to change the recipe.
Yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, he's looking really great. I think that 135 turn has really gotten, you know, it's kind of picked up a little bit more, and he's really snapping the ski around and really being strong behind the boat. And
well, it seems kind of invincible. Like we saw him get in really deep yesterday, like shoulders almost in the water, but the ski comes right under the line and he holds on to everything. And to me, what's more impressive is, you know, as a lefty, sometimes you see skiers get that big 135, and you can probably speak to this better, John. But then if you get that monster 135, you can be in tricky territory going into the other side because you got all this speed. You can get on kind of a straight, flat line into the buoy, and it's hard to make the ski operate the way you want to from there. And but he was able to get out of those 2 balls and 4 balls at 39, even with the big 135. So he's found something that's working for him.
Yeah, he's getting those big 1.3s, but he's also being able to commit off the wakes. And that's where even righties on 2-4, they'll get a huge turn on 2, and then they'll lose all their direction off the second wake. They get peeled open. And Tebow's doing that better than most of us right now, I would say. This weekend is just committing off the wakes and riding that line all the way up to apex so the ski can get wrapped around.
yeah, I mean, and that's something that you see with a lot of like the people that I coach and stuff is when they're kind of stuck at 2 ball out of pass, and they'll get a really good 1, or they're stuck at 3 and they get a really good 2, and then they can't turn that other side. It's kind of almost like, hey, you kind of got to back off of it a little bit to get it to go off the wakes. But Tebow's actually kind of figured out how to be able to hammer it and then continue to keep that in, and it's very impressive to see. And you know, that's why that 1 ball just is so awesome. See if he can do it here again at 3.
If you just watch his hands off the second wake into 2-4, they're really staying close to his body all the way out to the buoy here, and then he opens up, so he's controlling that line all the way out, and that's going to be.
Well, all right. Well, he just made it through his 12 meters, so we'll shorten the line up down here at 11. But let's go check in with Lorenzo dockside.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dockside. We're joined here by Sasha Descan, our first contender in the pro men's final. So, Sasha, how were the conditions out there?
It was tough, especially the beginning. I think it was 13-12 were the worst. Maybe I got used to it with the passes. I don't know, but it felt better at the end. But man, at 10-2, it's tough. Like I don't have the confidence to do a good gate and good one here. For me, it was 1 is enough. Yeah.
All right, so you're about happy with your score. But did you have problem with the gate at 10-2 because you struggle to pull out and on the glide? Is it that the case?
Yeah, because when I was gliding, I was moving right, left, a bit everywhere. Very late in the gate. Like all the mistakes you can do at 10-2, I did, yeah. So we'll see, but.
Well, now we just have to see everybody else, what they're going to do. The conditions are not the most ideal, but let's hope to see some very good score. And let's go back to join the live action with T-Bone. Back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And back on the water, we've got Thibaut Dion. This is the 11-meter pass, 38 off. Looking really strong as he comes into his gate. There you go, gets that same 1 ball, keeps his direction into 2, and keeps himself nice and early. Keeps the line nice and tight, too, by skiing out the way he does, and you're not seeing that loose line, touching in the water and having to wait on it to pick him up.
Yeah, I mean, John, you mentioned being a lefty and preferring the tailwind on the gate. Tell me what you think. I think we're going to see a replay here. I would say that gate was almost a little undercooked. Like he knew that wind was going to push, so he went light. And I think if he comes back at 41, he's going to want to be up on the boat and bring in a little more speed to the turn than that. I think that's why we saw such a massive one. It actually calmed down a bit more at 3 and 5. What do you think?
Yeah, totally. The hardest thing for a lefty is to have the right amount of speed, but not too much. And if you have too much, especially when the wind's pushy, like it is, it's better to be slow, almost. And he's doing such a good job out of 1-3 into 2-4 that he's like, dude, I'm going to get a bad gate on purpose so I can get the line out of 1 and just control. Like, I'm in control of the pass instead of my gate is in control of my pass. So I think that was really smart skiing for him. Now the problem is the headwind. So now it's just trying to do the opposite, basically, what he just did in the tailwind, is he needs to have speed now because he's not going to be able to get it back after he's in the course. It's going to be very, very difficult. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he does this on this gate. Hopefully he's feeling this gust down there, sitting down there, so he just knows, hey, I'm going to pull out a little bit later than normal and quite a bit stronger.
Well, and would you say that, I mean, one thing to kind of be in extra control of the pass at 38, but he may have to surrender some of that for 41. Like you can't have that over control and still expect the same results at 2.
Yeah,
Ooh. Wow, he went for it. He had to check down some speed in a big way, and good one though.
Yeah.
That same move
Bummer.
at 2 as from the gate basically.
That 2 ball came 100% from that gate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, most lefties, what happens at 2 is always a product of the gate 90% of the time, and that's what you saw. He kind of did what you were talking about, trying to get his speed up, but ended up had too much speed, and then by having to rock back and forth, kind of couldn't get his balance back on the ski, and it catches him over there at 2. He blows the tail.
It kind of shows you like he was still able to handle it so well at 1. We didn't see him pay the price there, but I see that a lot with the lefties that you don't pay that price at 1 because your body moves so naturally on that side, but then it can catch up to you at 2. I was hoping for him that it wouldn't. Like, this was a good one. But we see that same move to the tail to try to check speed, and he's out the back.
Yeah, and you can kind of see when he went out to 2, he didn't have the same carry out that he had on the other passes. I mean, he rocked way back. So again, as a lefty, I have the same thing. You can get a good 1 ball here, but then when you come out, you just kind of lose the line here, and he doesn't quite have it there for the back of the turn like he did on all the other passes, and that caught him, and it was he had way too much speed at the gate, and that's unfortunate for Thibaut. I mean, he was skiing so strong.
What I commend him for there is going for it at the gate. Like, he was pulling out to that gate to run the pass, and like John said, make sure he had enough speed, and then it being gusty like it is, all of a sudden too much. I mean, that's as big of a speed check move as you're ever going to see a pro do at 39. He clearly had too much, and he knew it and tried to salvage it. It's the right move, but, gosh.
Because that gate is our offside as the lefties, I think righties have such an advantage of one thing on the gate more than anything is how to control the speed. We are lost out there. Like, that's why that move was such a big move, because he's like, deep down in his gut, he's like, I need this speed. And the last minute, he's like, oh my God, I got too much. I got to do something. Where the righties, I feel like, I have a backward song course on one of my legs, so I practice the wrong gate. And I have so much more control on that other side.
You can kind of fall into it.
Yeah, and I can control my speed how I want, when I want. So T-Gas here at 13.
All right, well, we'll take T-Gas through it. T-Gas got 2 3s yesterday and was looking really good and skiing nice and strong.
We had a 2.5 because he had a turnable 3. He was really taking a shot. So it's a 2.5 that's actually better than a 3 in my mind, because it was a safe play. He was going to be into the finals, and he was there in a position to make a turn, maybe go to 4, which is a much better skiing than an S-turn 3. So he knows he's on his game, and he also knows that today, based on seeing 3 people reach 4-ball yesterday, he's probably going to have to find a way over there.
Yeah, no, I remember we talked about that. I'm sorry I missed that up. And, got to turn at 3 and was, going for 4, because we were kind of wondering, is he going to stand up 1 to get into the final? And then kind of got over there and got his look at 4. And I think he's, I agree, back of your mind, you've got to get at least a piece of 4-ball. And it's going to be who gets the luck and the wind to get there.
No, that's right. And we were speaking about gates. Thomas, obviously a right foot forward skier, but I think he's the only person in the field here that's running a one-handed gate. He's kind of had his unique style, one-handed gate. It's sort of a hybrid. It's not, pull out, drop the hand off, and make a turn as if there were a buoy there, a la Jamie Beauchesne and Marcus Brown. But, it's something. He's very tall, and he's got very long arms. So maybe that affords him just releasing off the handle. You get kind of some free extra width, a bit of ability to rotate back to the line. He does it in his own unique way that you won't see from anyone else.
Yeah, and, you'll see it right here. But T-Gas has been looking strong. Looks like he's kind of trimmed down a little bit, and, you're kind of seeing it in his skiing. And it's great to see him in such good shape right now and skiing, at his strongest, coming into the first leg of this pro stop.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of kickboxing, I believe, or some kind of.
I think he got into boxing, so he's been boxing a lot in the off season, and kind of found a passion for it. And I was chatting with him a little bit. He was talking about how it was working on his footwork and his movements, and he's trimmed down, and you can see he's moving really well on the ski as well. And I think you're seeing some of that pay off into his skiing.
Yeah, for sure. And we go back to what Corey said about his gait. He actually, maybe a few months ago, hit me up and was talking to me about some gaits, because I used to do a one-handed gait as well. And he's like, man, I've been working on my two-handed gait. So he went back to a two-handed gait this year. And obviously he's more comfortable with his one-handed gait. He showed me a lot of videos of him, and I was like, dude, they don't look that bad. Like, that's pretty good. And he's like, but that one-handed gait is just so much better.
Well, he's been doing it that way for a long time, and, he's a 2-time world champion, and he's won a whole bunch of Pro Tour stops, so it's hard to break away from something that you feel like has been working, and he's still right here, right up in the mix. So, you got to go with what you know. He's kind of honed it and perfected it over the year to his own specifications. Like I said, I've never seen somebody do it exactly the way he does, and I think that's good. We got our unique body types, and we coalesce around a lot of the same principles, but everyone has to move in their own body. And that's a nice start right there in the 38 tail.
Yeah, and he's looking really good, managing a little slow there off of 3, having to work, but Thomas, no stranger to this pass, and working through it. And again, on his gait, you're kind of talking about its own unique. What he does really well, and I see with a lot of skiers that when they do that one-handed gait, is they pull out and they immediately let go of the rope and kind of lose the line because of it. But the way that Thomas, pulls out and releases the rope out kind of nice and smooth, I think that's why that one-handed gait is, so efficient and works for him like it does.
Yeah, well, compared to the tempo of a turn in the past, like I said, he's not pulling out and trying to turn a zero buoy per se. It's almost like slow motion, and I'd say the benefit of that, also as he comes back to the handle, he's not in a big rush. He knows he's got some extra width from being an extra arm's length away from the handle, so he takes it slow coming back. And as a righty on the gate, that keeps him from tipping over. So like to John's point earlier about speed, a righty can kind of tip over in the gate and pay less of a price. Like it's a terribly awkward move, I can imagine, as a lefty to kind of fall into it. But as a righty, it's got its problems too. You don't want to lead with that shoulder. You don't want to let that right shoulder jump out in front, even if you can get away with it a little bit. It will catch up to you on these harder passes. So you don't really ever see Thomas do that. He never falls into that front shoulder. So he's nice and stacked and aligned as he comes through there, and then you see him able to replicate that through the run.
Yeah, that's right, Corey. And when Thomas is skiing his best, like he is off the second wake, you will see the ski kind of on that into 4-ball at 38, it kind of jumped out of the water a little bit. And when he's skiing his best, he gets through that second wake so smooth.
You're seeing some jumping here,
yeah,
but he's on
a little bit,
line.
But he's on it. That was better into 3. That was a little bit better into 4. But he's running this smart and easy, he controlled that really well.
Yep, yeah, good, again, experience and composure right there. It's tough. The wind is pushing. He lost a little bit of ground, but he kind of did exactly what he needed to do at each buoy to stay on the safe side, kind of use he knows he's got some reach advantage there coming into 6. He doesn't have to be particularly wide or early. He's got some body length and some arm length to help him out. And, here we get a great shot at that gate that we've been talking about. I thought it was a pretty good one, but he did lose a little bit. Like you're saying, John, I think maybe right there when the ski goes through the air and it edge changes on kind of a new line, you can lose some ground that way. Like you said, better into 3. And this is just course management right here. I think we all knew he was in it. We weren't going to say anything too much, but we've seen T-Gas run the lines like this a lot of times.
Yeah, and I mean, he had those couple hops at the beginning of it, but by, he kind of toned everything down and then found his line. And, again, TS is just managing it, getting through that, setting himself up, to get on the podium. And, he can put out a huge score. He's, like I said, we were talking about him turning 3-ball. It's just, can the wind kind of fall in his favor? He makes sure he gets a good gate and a good start here.
Yeah, John and I are turning around to look at the water conditions on the lake. Here he comes, 41. There's a tailwind. It's steady at the moment, not experiencing any particular gusts, so that could bode well for him. And let's see what he can do with it right here.
All right, he comes in. Let's see if he can get a big one.
Oh,
no, and blows the tail.
Yeah, he's going to be very disappointed with that.
That wind's pushy, man. It's really strong on that gate. For it being a tailwind coming from that end, like, it really shouldn't be that pushy on the gate normally, and it just looks pretty pushy, and it just doesn't look like they commit off the wakes to drive out. It's more like how they're like panicking off the wake, so they're getting launched into the buoy, and then they lose the line.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a similar situation to Sasha's backside of the one. T-Gas was more committed, and that's why he washes out right there. He was turning to go, and the line wasn't there. Sasha was maybe a little less committed. The line wasn't there, and he kind of stood up and rode it away. But he's getting pushed, like you said, all the way in the gate, all the way into one, all the way out of one. And at 41, that's hard to find that line.
Yeah, it was like when Sasha was talking to Lorenzo about it. He's just like, my confidence isn't there. Well, we just saw T-Gas's confidence yesterday, right? It's high. So he was going for not one. He wanted, like we said earlier, he saw guys get the 4-ball. So he was pushing it. He went for it. And, hey, that kind of happens sometimes when you go for it, you know.
But another thing to notice now that I've turned around and looked at it is the water on the side with the stands. The wind chop isn't quite as big as it is on the other side of the lake. So they're kind of coming in with a flatter water here from the gate, and then they're hitting into more choppy water. I mean, it's not like rollers, but the ski kind of just isn't as settled.
It's kind of like that second pass at Masters, actually, when you get whipped into that 1-ball.
Yeah, and I mean, and I think maybe that's kind of what it is, where they're not feeling that confident because you come in, you have smooth, and then you're kind of going to not smooth, and you can really see it over there, kind of on that 1-ball side.
For sure, the other side of the lake is much worse than this side. We're definitely on the right side of the lake for this wind. You know, the lake is very, very protected. Like the wind today, guys, is at our apartment. I thought the trees were going to snap. You know.
Yeah. We had the canopy at the place where I'm staying was ruffling around and blowing, and the tablecloths blowing off the picnic table. I was like, oh boy. Yeah, you're right. It has great wind protection here, and it's a great observation, Zane, that the one side actually is a little bit different, and that makes it tough to figure out that 1-ball because it's not even the same as where you are in your gate glide. It's pushing the whole time, but then it all of a sudden is pushing even more. And it's things are happening so fast, it's hard to make any mental calculations to adjust on the fly.
Well, I was already wrong with the rope measurement with Tebow, but I did talk to Rob. Rob told me he's going for it. So what that means, I believe it's going to be a 12-meter start. And we just heard it. It is a 12 for Rob. So he's going for it. He said, hey, I got to get deep in the pass. I'm going for it. I want to win this thing. I don't want second. I don't want third. I want to go for it. So I was like, dude, you just came off a win. Go for it, dude.
Yeah, exactly right. Coming off the win from Lake 38 last week, kind of riding that high, and going to put all his marbles out there and try to get the score. And I mean, Rob is been on fire. Rob's been skiing really, really well. The past year, right? And he's one of these guys that's he's going to go for it, and he wants to win every weekend.
Well, it's like we said, and it's so easy to say from here that the person that wins is probably someone who starts at 12. Much easier to say that from the announcer's stand, but it also shows Rob's confidence that he is just fully committed. That's his mindset, and that alone is dangerous right there.
Yeah, and I mean, and then like another thing is when you go into that 1-ball down there at 41 to get you a start, you're going to get to come into the the smoother water instead of the vice versa from down here at the dock end. So I think this could be, and it might change some other guys' decisions for these last 4 skiers that we have coming up. But Rob coming out there and getting to work nice and early and looking good there.
Well, these guys to follow him will certainly be trying to keep a little bit of an eye on his downwind 39 because I did one of those yesterday, and there wasn't anything particularly easy about it. You got to bring confidence into that start and try to stay on a good up course line because it's building all the way down the lake. So they're probably going to peak out, and if it changes something, if Rob struggles at that 39, that could play a factor in their decision.
Yeah, and also if the score stays at 1 at 41, right?
That's right.
If the score is not 3 or 4 at 41, why are you going to risk taking a 39 tail? If you only need to get over to 2, maybe, even a piece of 3, it's probably going to be easier to run 39 head and get 3 in a tailwind than run 39 tailwind. And, so we'll see. Rob's going for it. Like I said, I'm stoked for him. He said it this morning. He was going for it. So
this is where the advantage of seeding goes in, and why some of these guys were really taking some big swings yesterday in that second round, not playing it safe. It's nice to see what the score is and build your strategy around that. It's good to be in the know. Rob's in this position. He could put a lot of pressure on the field if he takes down the 39 tail, and then he goes out there and smashes a piece of 4 or full 4 or more, whatever, at 41. All of a sudden, that's a big wake-up call running back to the dock.
Yeah, well, he's definitely going for it, John, and he's looking dialed right now. Let's while we're waiting to shorten the rope here for 39, let's go down and check in with Lorenzo.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dockside. We're joined here by Thomas de Gasperi. Thomas, tell a little bit, how did it go out there today?
Yeah, I mean, conditions were a little rough for 39 and 41. The first part at 39 was actually pretty nice, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, I saw kind of like a black shadow. And then same thing at 41, when as soon as I got out of the water, I saw like a black, stripe all over the pre-gate gates and 1 ball. I tried to have a white gate and commit at 1 ball to try to come out of it, but I blew the tail. The wind was too strong. It's all right. Maybe I should have played a different strategy, but it's very unpredictable because it goes up and down a lot, and when it comes up, it's very strong. Regroup. I'm happy. I'm skiing okay. I'm skiing good, actually. And on to Morocco.
On to Morocco. Are you doing the entire Pro Tour, the European leg of the Pro Tour this year, or you're going to skip some events?
No, I'm going to do it all.
All right.
I'm not quitting.
All right, perfect.
All right.
We know you're not quitting. Thank you again
right
for
in.
being here one more time, and back to you, Zane.
First 39 we've seen from this end. Can Rob put it down? We just saw a massive gust roll down the lake while he was in the drop. Hopefully that's gotten out of the way. Great 1 ball. This is the confidence. This is what he's looking with. He's running the boat's energy. He's not letting that wind in. Oh, big 4.
Come on, buddy.
Smart, Rob, yes. Really great skiing right there. Really confident from the start.
Yeah,
he's happy.
And good job on him, right? Getting that big 4 ball, but not freaking out, not pushing anything, just kind of taking what the boat gives him, gets the turn out of 5, and just manages the rope to get over to 6. And, He built himself a lot of energy here by again not going too hard, but yeah, that's really smart skiing on Rob, and really hard to do.
And clearly he executed his keys here at the start because it set him up with a great line. He could play it safer later down the course as the wind picked up. Now the one thing I'll say at this point is he threw the fist out the exit gates because his strategy paid off. It's a big relief to come out that gate on the tailwind 39, but I'm saying to you, Robin, in your mind right now, regroup here because the game is not over. We've got to get focused on this 41 and set that score. I know you feel that relief and that excitement. Sometimes you get too much of that, and then you take your eye off the ball. So he's got to buckle down here because this is where it gets serious.
Yeah, I mean, you got to shake it off. That was great. Love to get through it, and especially when we take a gamble and it pays off. But now, got to regroup here. Got to make sure he hits his gate really well to get him a good start at this 10.25.
He did it in the tailwind, so and he did it well in the headwind coming from this direction at 38 off 11 meters. So, can he do it right here?
All right, here we go. We're pulling out on the gate. This is 10.25, 41 off.
Yeah.
Needs a full 1 to tie for the lead, but we're going for more. Big turn there out of Rob on 1. Come on, Rob. Gets over to 2, working his way to 3. And just drops the shoulder a little bit, pops the handle. But, man, that was a good start there.
That's as good a 1 at 2 as you ever want to have, and that's why he's disappointed. It's a great score. It takes the lead, but he was not only into that 3 to go to 4. I was looking at that and is Rob about to run his first 41 right here? This was a fantastic start. I thought the gate was really, really good. Right energy, as good as you want at 1, and he linked that 1 up with the 2, and that's when you know you're off to the races. What a beautiful 2 ball. So, right here, that wind's probably on him. He ends up a little narrow. It pulls the shoulder down.
I think he just came off the handle a bit early. He had a good swing into 3, just maybe came off that handle a little early, and that wind just stopped him a little bit. He didn't climb up on the boat as quite as high as he would say here at 1. So then the rope just came tight a bit early, and he couldn't get rotated.
Man,
but man,
so much power right here, and then that makes that power off
right
it too,
there.
makes it easy to come off.
Man, that was so beautiful.
Yeah, you saw those hands just get a little bit away from him there as he was swinging his feet through him into 3, and that kind of caused him to come narrow and kind of having to stretch and drops his shoulder. But man, that was fantastic skiing out of Robert Hazelwood. I know he wanted a little bit more, but he is your new leader and putting out a score with 4 skiers left.
Yeah, now we're moving on to Adam Settlemeyer. We need to get confirmation on his starting line length here. Yesterday, he ran 3 at 41 2 times. So he knows now if he can do what he did yesterday, it puts him in the lead. That's a great feeling to have. He left the dock at 32 both rounds yesterday. And I think that's where he is right now. I think he's going to he's not going to fiddle with his recipe. He ran it in the tailwind yesterday. The first round, a little bit of crosswind. So he's saying, I know I can go to 3 and take the lead. And as we're seeing these other great skiers, no one's been full 3 or past yet. So he may take a shot with that strategy.
All right, and while we drop him down at the end, shorten the rope, let's go check in with Lorenzo on the bank.
Gentlemen, we're here joined by Thibaut Dayan, our second skier in the water today. So Thibaut, tell us a little bit what happened out there with you.
Challenging conditions. I felt good until 39, and the wind is just a little tricky. Not used to train in those type of gusty conditions. I mean, we train when it's windy, but those ones are very special. But it's who's going to trust the most during the final, really.
Oh yeah, lucky because I remember watching you as soon as the boat took off into a huge.
Yeah, well, I'm sure most of the skiers are not going to be lucky during their set. At one point, it's really survives through it. But that makes it interesting I believe, for the audience, for the skier, harder to ski, but I'm sure it's exciting to watch, for sure.
Much more exciting to watch when the top fighting. Go, you guys. Good luck for that. Thank you very much for Slalom. And back to you, Zane.
All right, and we've got Adam Settlemeyer back coming in. This is 12 meters, 35 off.
And Adam, yesterday in his interview, he mentioned that he was just having a lot of fun out there on the water yesterday. And you made the comment, Zane, that you typically do your best skiing when you are having fun. Adam's been battling back from injury, and I think it's just breaking loose. He's just finding his kind of classic style and not being hobbled by some pain and limited range of motion and things like that. So I think, to me, if he's going out there having that kind of good, joyful energy, that makes him a threat. Just having that in your back pocket versus some of the tension and I need to do this today. So we're going to see how that translates for him, but I'd say that's a great way to come into this.
Yeah, and I mean, he came up and helped us in the announcer's booth for the trick event, and you could just kind of tell he again, very loose, looked like he's having a good time, and and I see it all the time. When you're having fun, it translates into better skiing, and as long as he's having a good time and going out there and feeling healthy, I mean, Sledge can go drop the hammer and get her done.
He's one of the most powerful slalomers, like we saw in Sasha. Adam is right there with him. He can hammer some buoys and take that load all the way through the second wake and really swing up high and do the same thing on the other side. So Adam's kind of the guy that doesn't really have an offside most of the time, and he's probably as strong as Freddie, but doesn't look it. He's just super powerful on his ski, and yeah, he's just
two-time world champion, so he understands the pressure.
I was just going to say, I think it comes from overall skiing for sure.
All right, here we go. This is 38 off, 11 meters. Adam Settlemeyer working his way through around 2, a little bit down course as he comes into 3, but riding a really good line, working his way through to 5, managing everything here, and gets it through that 11-meter pass.
Well, he's a righty, just to John's point about him going on both sides, he was a little slower and on the tail at 2 there, but then he went over to 3 and just a dynamite turn. I said, no more of that. Let's just kind of reset the line right here, and committed. and then it was great, and he's somebody that can do that on either side. So, you see it right here, this 3 ball, just no more nonsense. Let's go ahead and run the rest of this more up course. And especially as that wind picks up, nice to buy yourself a little more space through the back half of the run.
Yeah, and being smart too, not really hitting, he's really strong, but he wasn't hitting the boat and hitting it in the wrong spot and causing, the zero off and stuff to pull on him and pull him even further. So, that's kind of how you see some skiers when they start going down course, they start trying to pull at the wrong spot. You still have to try to hit and get your feet under you and hit it so that the boat still works with you, and that's what, Adam was doing really well there.
Yeah, he's my roommate on this trip, so I'm definitely pulling for him. I want a happy household tonight, and we're traveling together onward to Morocco, so it'll bring some good vibes if he can put down this 39 in the headwind and take a stab at the lead. So I'm admitting my bias right here. I'm pulling for Sledge. We had some good conversations, a lot of dad talk. John, you could be joining us on those for sure.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest humans out there, man.
Yes.
I've been friends with Adam for years. He's getting through this 10-7 really good. He's a little bobble there to 4 ball, but he's looking smooth here into 5.
Yeah. Great
Another
stuff.
Really smart pass.
That's the earliest that we've seen 6 ball turned at 39. There might have been a couple of heavy moments. Like you said, he's so strong that he can handle those. But by the time he's at 6 ball there, he's turning on the backside pretty much.
Yeah, and that's what I agree. And then, coming out and really being strong. Had that little bit of a bobble where he popped the ski up out of the water a little bit higher as he crossed the wakes into 4. But, he's coming in and laying it down. I think, might be the best 39 we've seen run in the headwind.
Yeah, beautiful pass and I think
he's just riding the line really well.
Yes.
He's not spiking anywhere crazy. He's just waiting for the pull, getting his hips rotated, getting his feet under the line, and just using the boat to get from side to side instead of trying to put the hammer down when it's not necessary.
Yeah.
And when it gets challenging with the conditions, putting the hammer down actually probably is going to hurt you more than anything. So just, again, really smart skiing from Adam. And now is where his mind's like, all right, I ran 38 from this end, just got through 39. How was my 38 gate? What do I need to do different for 41?
That's right. And, he knows that 3 takes the lead. He did it twice yesterday. It'll be interesting. He saw T-Gas, maybe thinking 4 and go down at 1. So maybe his strategy is, he's one of those guys that he can get himself to 3 in a lot of different ways. So, not overly doing it there on the gate. Finds the line at 1. I'm saying 3. Yep, here it goes.
Ooh.
But that's there.
Yep.
There it is.
There it
3
was.
and the lead. And all right, Adam.
Yeah,
Let's go, Adam.
And there
He's pumped, man.
Yeah, he is. And there you go, talking about how strong he is. Right, kind of, almost didn't look like he was going to get to 3, and he just put the hammer in it and got the ski outside of 3 ball, and yeah, he is. He's put himself in the lead, and he's guaranteed himself no worse than 4th place. So I'm going to get a bunch of Pro Tour points, and good start to the European leg for Adam Settlemeyer.
And I think this is a situation of know thyself. Coming off of that 1, it was a pretty good 1, but there's a big decision to make there at 2. If you really commit and you're thinking about the rest of the pass in that tailwind, it's a commitment from the moment you exit the wakes. Whereas if you're like, hey, I can play this, a little, let it run down course, get a secure line at the back of 2, and I know I've got the power to go long into 3, and I've got a good S-turn up my sleeve. That's the decision he makes right here. Get that line, don't lose it, power down, textbook S-turn. This is exactly what you want to do. Get back before the boat guides. There it is, locked up 3 in the lead, no worse than 4th.
So going back to that replay, I just noticed he was a little slow and narrow on that gate. If that was a lefty, I don't know if he would have got out of 2 as good as he did as a righty. So that as a lefty being narrow like that, you probably would have got close to that same 1. But
1.5.
What we saw with Tebow, that 2 ball gets really tricky. So really good skiing, super pumped for Adam.
Let's go.
Yeah. Happy household, buddy.
Happy household. Yeah, I've been with him every day when we get back from the lake. First thing is FaceTime back home and check in with Alex and the kids. And that's just kind of I've been seeing that cycle of joy. They're happy to see him. He's happy to tell him about the good skiing. he wants to talk to him longer, and they're like, peace, Dad, we got to go have fun in Martha's Vineyard. We're going to see you later. And he's like, okay, fine. I'll just go run 3 at 41 and take the lead. I'll see you when I get home.
Totally. It's so cool nowadays that we can travel and just on our cell phones be able to FaceTime our kids. And I wouldn't imagine being able to do this 20 years ago when we didn't have technology like today. And it's just really cool. Like, after the event, you go home and your kid watched you ski, and you get to talk to your 5-year-old like you're right beside him, but you're across the country or across the world.
And here's a good thing there too is if you're watching at home, right? I know some kids, some people's family are watching. Be sure to go to TWBC or the waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and submit your watch party photos, and we'll get them tagged in here on the webcast.
Yeah, that's right. I know people are watching the finals. It's getting to be a good time back in the USA. So, people are tuning in. Send us your pictures. Send us some sponsor potentials. We need to pump this thing up and get somebody behind the watch party idea so we can do like some free giveaways or something.
Okay, also, be sure to go vote for your skier of the day. Maybe Adam Settlemeyer just got your vote. You can still vote up until the end of the event, so make sure go in, get your skier of the day vote in. So right now we've got Charlie Ross coming in, and he is elected to go at 12 meters, so 35 off. So that, again, kind of what we were talking about earlier. Maybe the person that's going to win is going to be the person that starts at 12 and gets a little luck with the wind. And
yeah, right now the wind's the lowest it's been pretty much all day.
You're right about that. It really has
really,
settled.
really good. I don't know the number exactly, but he just ran his first 41. So he might be like the 12th guy, maybe?
Yeah, 13, something.
13 like that.
Yep.
So, he's on fire.
Yeah, I mean, and had a win at Moomba, runs 41 off. And then, he's been skiing real well and come on as of late. And all right, let's while we're waiting to shorten the rope with him, though, we'll go check in with Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back dockside. We're joined here by Rob Hazelwood. So, Rob, how was it out there? Big move for you, huh?
Windy. Honestly, last year I wasn't skiing the best through Europe, and I took a lot of the opportunities to go 32 in these conditions. Now, stuff seems to be going my way, so I'm like, I've got to try and take the opportunities when I feel like I'm skiing well. And I'm pretty proud of myself for making that jump. Everyone was going 32, and I tried to stick to my plan, and I did. I think the 39 tail, I'm probably going to look back at it now and see it very differently than it felt, but it felt pretty good. To get through it, it was choppy, it's windy, there's no guarantees out there. You get a gust, and it's cross your fingers, and as my girlfriend would say, hold on and have fun. There is nothing else you can do, you just got to go. So, I'm pretty pumped with the score. Obviously, it's S turned the 3, and you have a slightly different story, but I'd have been behind Sledge on S on backup anyway, because I turned it yesterday. So, got to start turning it more, and hopefully one day it's going to stay in the water.
All right, yeah, we'll hope for you, but congratulations on your skiing today. Amazing job out there in this condition. Thank you very much for being here at the 2025 Monaco Cup, and back to you, Zane.
All right, here we go. We got Charlie Ross on the water. This is 11 meters coming in. He's rounding 5-ball here in front of the pavilion and over to 6, and there we go. That was a good-looking second pass there for Charlie.
Yeah, well, yesterday, this is the way he ran his second round, which is what got him into the finals. He went with the 12-meter start, ran the 39 in the tail, and then got the 3 1/4 to secure a spot. And we'll pick up more on that. We're going to take another trip down to Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, we're back again here with Adam the Sledge Settlemeyer, who just skied an amazing score. How did it feel out there, man?
I just haven't had this much fun skiing in a tournament in years, and it's just one of those weekends where everything just kind of starts clicking. You stay aggressive, no matter what the conditions are. Nothing can really phase you, and you're just kind of in the flow, and things keep happening. So, like I said, I'm like on a cloud 9 right now because I haven't had that happen in years, and man, it's just it's an amazing feeling right now.
Oh, yeah, you look really stoked about it, but tell us a little more. How were the conditions out there? Everybody's saying that it was super tricky. How did you find them?
Yeah, honestly, I was just kind of so zoned out that I didn't really think about it much. My whole mantra this weekend was go back to the vintage sledgehammer, just drop the hammer and go. So that was kind of my only point or key for the weekend. And talked about the wind and the conditions. Obviously, it's windy. I was thinking about strategizing, but then I saw the scores. I saw Rob. I had a high seeding and kind of decided just to stick to the basics. And I think it sort of worked out.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. Finger crossed. Back to live action. Back to you, Zane.
All right. Yeah, he had a really good one there, Corey, and getting through it. And then, again, the wind is laid way down for Charlie Ross. And, man, that was a killer one to get him rolling.
Yeah, I mean, I think he chose the right strategy. It shows that I think in his mind he's skiing for the win. He wanted to go over 3. I'm thinking his thought process was he knows he can run 3 in the tailwind and tie at him, but 4 would be tricky. Let's take the headwind. And then I think this is really going to pay off for him because compared to what we saw 20, 30 minutes ago, I mean, the wind has dropped off substantially, big time. And so this 39 downwind wasn't the chore that I think he might have been expecting leaving the dock. And he's going to have that more kind of nice headwind to come into at 41. Hopefully he kind of takes note that he doesn't have to overjuice the pullout. I mean, and here's a gust, so it's still moving. But these last 3 guys potentially are going to take advantage of their seating and maybe enjoy some nicer conditions than the first half of the field. So Charlie, well set up here. He's through 39. He's got the 41 head. I think in his mind he's turning 3. That's the way he's going to approach this pass. I've really liked his gaits so far on every run.
It's going to be really interesting here. His 39 tail was pretty much almost 0 wind, or very, very
And
light.
there is a big
And
old
now
gust
there's a
rolling
big
down
gust.
the lake right now. So
it's right at the entry gates right
Yep.
now. So if it hits him at the pre-gates, he's going before he hits the pull out for the pre-gates, he'll be all right. So here he comes, 41 off.
Yeah, but this looks good. He's got his speed.
He's up.
That's good. That's
Wow.
a good one. That's a great 2.
Wow.
come on, Charlie. Let's go. Get over to 4. Rounds 4. There you go. Come on. Can he take it down in a tournament? Come on, Charlie. Pulls over to 6. Throws the ski. Yeah, he does it. He takes down 10.25. I mean, he's done it. He's done it in a tournament, but doing it in a pro tournament. We had a score under review, but man, I think he did it. And wow,
Yeah,
Charlie
look at Fred.
Ross.
He's pumped too.
Yeah.
He's just going to pump the guys up on the dock.
Well,
that's
an amazing pass.
Insanely clean until 5 ball.
And really great recovery at 6. You know, he was deep. He had to lay it out a lot. Tricky to get back over your ski, and he really did a great job with that. Great 1-2. You know, at this point, he knows he's off to the races. He just ran into the tournament, so he knows what it takes. And, good job just doing everything you have to do. There's not many ways through this pass, and he found it.
But I mean, like the other thing is he's run it in a tournament, but for him to put it down in a pro tournament with just that much more pressure on the line and everything else, I mean that's impressive and great skiing out of Charlie Ross. Very very hard thing, tough thing to do, but
he's going to be feeling good no matter what happens here. And we talked about yesterday the mindset in the qualifying for finals. It's one thing to be thinking about a 3 or a piece of 4, and it's another thing to be all in committed. And now Freddie and Nate on the dock, they know what they're up against. You know, Charlie's going to get a chance. I think we're all going to guess, he wants to take the full 1 here, not leave the door open to Freddie or Nate, get a half a buoy and let them take the win with 1, make them run 41 and get all the way back. There it is. That's a big moment right there.
Yeah, and he is so pumped. I mean, Charlie has been he's been skiing, so he's having fun riding his water ski. I mean, I noticed that at Collegiate Nationals this year when he was skiing for Rollins College. I mean, he was smiling and having a good time, and now it's paying off, and I mean, you can just see it right there. His raw emotions as he let go skiing to the bank, and great skiing, putting out a score that's super hard for these last 2 guys.
Wow, incredible! What a moment. He is making a case that the future is arriving, and that's what it looks like right there. And now you've got a couple. Here it goes. Let's get a good look at the 1 ball at 43. Smart play. I mean, I wouldn't do anything different than that. He almost wasn't super wide on his gate, and he powered down hard and a little long. Make sure you get the full 1 S-turn. That was the plan from the beginning. And he said, come on, guys, run 41, and you can have a shot at me. But short of that, I'm taking this. Yeah.
And we're just being told that he's got a new course record there with that score. So Great skiing from Charlie. Congrats to him, and we'll have to see what these next few guys have. Just another note, Charlie kind of had a little bit of a crash in practice a couple days ago where he kind of got drug wrapped in the rope a little bit because his boot released, and so you saw him wearing that knee sleeve. So, it's good to see that he's good and healthy and feeling well, and it must not be too bad now.
He's a kid. He's made out of rubber. I guess he's fine.
Yeah, well, that was great skiing for him, and we're going to bring the boat back, and now the pressure's on here for Freddie.
Yeah, that's pressure. That is a shockwave back to the starting dock. I'm not sure. They were probably expecting to see something big out of Charlie, but that is an eye-opener, and that's a different mindset. So it's going to be a matter of, are these guys up to the task?
And while we're waiting to pick up Freddie, this would be a good time to go into waterskibroadcasting.com and vote for your 2U Hell Snack Skier of the Day. That right there might be one of the ones to get you a vote. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but that was impressive skiing. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up watching that. That was super fun to watch.
Oh, that's a big moment. I mean, whether or not he wins, that's a big moment.
Charlie. Oi.
All right. You're seeing Freddie throw the fist there for Charlie, and we've got Charlie right up here in the booth with us. We're going to do some microphone sharing.
All right. Hey, dude, awesome skiing, man. Dude, it looked great out there. How'd it feel?
Thank you. It felt like I had a decent start, and then I started to panic by the end, but no, excited. Freddie and Nate are the best of the best, so they're more than capable. It's not as windy, so we'll see what it does, but I'm just happy. I mean, that's probably the best I've skied, so I'm happy.
Yeah, dude. I mean, great. You came out and looked strong, and just putting that score out for these top guys. So we're gonna have to wait and see what they got. But dude, you're setting yourself up nice. I mean, that was a smart play. So right now we've got Freddie coming in at 12 meters, but when we get done, we want to rewatch your 41 with you real quick.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a warm-up pass for Freddie. We've been talking strategy. We've been saying the winner is going to be somebody who went out at 12. Charlie has clearly made the case for that. We're going to see the same out of Nate, I am quite sure. And Charlie, when we walk through this here, don't be afraid to express a little more emotion. You just freaking killed it. Don't be so humble. Tell us what's going on out here.
Okay.
Beautiful gate, by the way. Fantastic in that headwind.
Yeah, that one. Ooh, a little bit back. I
stop it already. Stop it, Charlie. I'll do this for you. You clearly are in a different place right now. It was good. It was real good. Beautiful.
Dude, yeah, I mean, it wasn't good. It was great. It was great. The start of it was awesome, and you set yourself up here, and you get rolling through this pass, and I mean,
this
here,
is where I panicked.
There, I said the same thing. I was like, it's pro tournament. He's kind of got a little excited, but
right here was amazing.
Yes, and
I thought I was falling back.
You were out the back, and great. You a little flashback to the Worlds in 21 where you decided that now you know how to do the exit gates?
No, that's not even the first time. I've missed them 3 times in tournaments. So
oh, no.
But I didn't want that one to be the 4th.
I think you've learned.
Oof, I hope so.
Charlie, amazing.
Yeah, dude, that was freaking awesome. It was great to see it.
Man.
Course record.
That's pretty cool. That's my first one.
Got yourself
awesome.
in the lead. And,
First and mini, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the future is coming, right? Future's coming, and it's great to see you, dude. You're killing it.
Thank you guys so much.
Big congratulations, Charlie. Awesome job.
Charlie's in a little bit of a...
He's in a different planet.
Yeah, he's in about 2 hours he's going to be excited, so...
He'll come down somewhere, maybe landing in Morocco. He'll finally come down from that.
Yeah, but here we go. We got Freddie coming in. This is 11 meters, 38 off. Now, Freddie's looking pretty strong here, too. He's had a pretty good weekend. Was the first guy to get over to 4, and... so he's looking strong, and if I know anybody, Freddie's one of those guys that's definitely going to lay it down, and he's going to be able to do this as well if
you know where he is mentally with Freddie. Like, he's there. In his mind, in this set, he's running 41. It may prove otherwise, but that's where he is in his head. It's not, oh, boy, I'm up against something that I can't do, and I'm praying for a miracle. It's, okay, well, watch what I'm about to do. So that's the confidence that you have to be at this level and to take a stab at the lead. We're seeing him, dial in his keys right here. He's not been flustered by what he just saw. He's executing out there, taking it one pass at a time, and he knows He ran 41 last weekend at Lake 38. He didn't do it in the round that he wanted to, but he did it. So, he knows he's up to the task.
Yeah, and I mean, the one that he ran last weekend was super clean. It was a really nice 41 off. So, Freddie's back, and he came up, and we've talked to him a little bit, and he's confident. I know at the start of the weekend maybe wasn't quite as confident as he was feeling by the end of the weekend, but it was good to see him get the demon off his back, and then now he's out here and going to put it all on the line.
Yeah, for sure. And in the 25 season, Charlie and Freddie are the only two that have ran 41 this year. So if someone has confidence in it, it's definitely him at the moment because he's the only one that's done it. So
little huge
gust here at 39. But he had a great start. Good 2-ball there. Nice into 3.
Yeah. This is what you want to see. Like when I think about wind skiing, especially a big tailwind, you want to be skiing with the boat. The boat's still stronger than the wind. If you can create the right line from the gate, create the right energy and connection with the boat, you somewhat supersede the wind. That's not to say it's not a factor. It certainly remains that, but you are able to diminish the wind factor. And I think that's what Freddie did right here. He didn't leave himself vulnerable to some line where he's going to get pushed at certain times, then have to make up, and then you start getting in, this asymmetrical on hard, off hard, wind push, try to survive it. This is a very rhythmic run with a great deal of line control. That's just what he wanted to do. So I'm saying he's feeling pretty good coming into this 41 head.
And one thing to point out for Freddie, he is English. So he grew up having to ski in the cold, wind, rain, and so you might see that he's had a few more of those sets under his belt and really help him out here.
Well, and I'm thinking if there's one person where a 41 off headwind is a friend. We've talked about Freddie being a very strong skier, very powerful skier. He's got a very big 2.4. And so I think, when you create that energy and you create that power, knowing that there's a little bit of wind to buffer you is a great comfort. You can't let loose the same way in a tailwind because there's nothing to slow you down. Where if he gets this pass going and he needs to just hammer that 4-ball, he can count on the fact of coming into 5 that he'll get a little cushion. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. He needs the start. Charlie's gate was absolutely fantastic. This is a good energy on the gate as well. It looks calm.
Very calm.
A little down course. This isn't where he wants to be. Not a bad 3. He's going to have to do something major at 4 while he's surviving. And, that's a great score. It's 4. It's going to put him into 2nd. He's happy. That's great to see.
Yeah.
He has a lot going through his head. This is the site that he got hurt last year. So I talked to him a lot about it, and it was a big head thing for him, right? It's all mental. And, he's so happy right now because he achieved something.
Uh-oh.
He achieved something that he wanted to achieve. And we just got through the radio that SurePath was red. So that's not a good sign.
No, he's going to have to.
That's a bummer.
Yes, he's going to be very disappointed about that.
The sad part with this is we got to get our rules changed in our sport where now he cannot get more than that 4.
Yeah, we're going to see where the boat went out, I guess. He probably put some good torque on it off of 2. He's a powerful guy. He got a hold of that boat. It's no easy task for the driver, but this is news that Freddie does not want to hear.
No. And, it's as challenging for Freddie as the driver right now out there. The wind doesn't make it easier on anyone. And, I always say this to the drivers out there. I can't believe we don't have more reds.
Yeah.
They are amazing people behind those wheels. Nico, that's the last thing he wants to see on that phone in that boat is a red.
Is it us that's going to break this news? He doesn't know.
Freddie.
Yeah.
SurePath's out. I guess I was the one to break the news right there, and it, as we expected, didn't go over well. This is the reaction. He knows the deal that he can't improve on 4. He knows how hard it is to do that much already.
Come on, dude. We
And
don't know yet.
we're going to find out where the SurePath number went out. It was at the 4-ball. He probably pulled the boat over on his approach to 4. And so the best he can do is to equal that score. So he's got a guaranteed 3, and that's not what he wants. It puts him, in a tie with Adam. He's got the tie break, but that leaves the door a lot more open for Nate there if Nate ends up in the second place play. So Freddie's got to decide. I get a little unclear on the rules on this. Is he guaranteed 3 no matter what? He gets 3 no matter what. But if he goes again, then he can get the 4, but nothing more than 4. Oh, okay. So no, he does have a choice to make. The 3 will not be protected if he elects to ski again. So this is a very hard choice. You know, if he leaves it at 3, he's on the podium, maybe second, could be third, depending on what Nate does. If he elects to ski again and try for the 4, he could end up short of the 4, and he could fall off the podium. We've seen T-Gas with a half. We've seen Thibaut with we've seen Sasha with the 1. You know, we're going to take a few minutes to make the decision here. Freddie's getting the clarifications on the rules.
And Freddie just decided that he is going to take the 3, and
I believe that's what he is walking down, talking to the chief judge, making sure what we said to him is the right, because we aren't the judges. So hopefully we gave him the right message here, and he picks what he feels safest with. So, and I think I think he's going to just take that 3 again, and just
he's shown what he can do. I think that's the other thing of it. We're talking about centimeters here. He had to put a lot of power to go to 4. It probably drug the boat over. Like you said, the wind, is harder to keep the boat connected with the water. We've all seen what he's done. He's made his case. 3 would put him into second with the tiebreak on Adam. It's still no cakewalk for Nate. Of course, he feels like he deserves the 4 and would like that to be the score. But, to go out there again in those conditions, especially, it's one thing when you're coming off of 39 in the set and you're built up to it. Now we've had a 4 or 5 minute break. You go down there cold 41 and think about 4. That's a big ask.
Yeah, I mean, and then, not only is his heart rate up from running
all
41,
the emotion,
but then the emotion came in, and then, you get that rush, and then it kind of drains out of you, and it's really hard to get you back into that, mental with the adrenaline and everything running like that.
Yeah, and then he has to make a decision.
Yeah.
Right? And the decision is not hard, and it takes us as judges, myself as a judge, and the judges here, time to figure out what actually we have to do, right, with the scenario. It's not like a gate or inside a buoy or outside the buoy. You have to get the rule book out a lot of times with these boat pass stuff, because there's stuff that if he did run the pass and it was out, he could get a rewrite and complete the pass again. Because he didn't run the pass and the boat was out at a buoy, now he can't get more than his original score, or he can leave with the highest score with the boat still in tolerance, which in this circumstance is 3 at 41. So
he's going in the boat.
It looks like he's going back out there, yeah.
Oh, boy. This is a gutsy call for all the reasons that we just said, all that he's just been through in the last 5 minutes, plus, emotionally, decision-wise, plus the 5-minute break. This is essentially going to be a cold 41.
Yeah, but the chief judge is in the boat, so I'm not 100% sure what is actually going on.
Okay. So that now we got news. So that makes it a little more easier to make decisions. So he has a score of a protected 3 here, but can go out and get his score of 4.
If we can improve upon it. Now that's a better place to be as an athlete. I feel like that's the way that it should be.
100%.
So now he's got nothing to lose. They'll make a phantom pass down, I guess. He'll strap on his ski at 41. It's a tall order. That's not going to be easy, but it's not as if he gets 1, he's stuck with 1. That would be a real penalty to the athlete at that point. So he's going to have the 3 no matter what. So it's disappointing. He obviously wants the 4. He has his chance now to go again and make it a 4 without being at great risk of turning it into a 1 or a 2 or something like that. So that's the situation as best we know it right now. They're going back to the starting dock, and the chief judge is clearly going to have to get out of the boat somewhere. The boat's going to have to go to the other end of the lake, which I think will count as the phantom pass since we've had a little delay. I don't know that it's been 10 minutes, and in that case, maybe he would get a warm-up pass.
I was just about to ask you, Corey, if it's for the 10 minutes for boat pass 2, or if it's just
I think it should be. If it's past 10 minutes, I feel like you should get a pass. I've been in this situation numerous times and in these high-stakes scenarios where it's 8 minutes have run off the clock, and now you're coming in cold, and it sucks.
It's kind of like doing one of those runoffs, cold 39s after 45, 2 hours, whatever it could be for that scenario. But
so he's putting on his ski down here, so maybe he is getting maybe
they'll let him
minutes
ski
have
down.
Elapsed.
Yeah.
Ideally for him, I'd say he could run like a 38 down or something to just get a rhythm, look at the gate, just get a feel and kind of get the heart rate. It's been all over the place. I'm sure it's still up, but kind of get it into ski mode. That's what I would want, I think. A pass, whatever pass. It'll be his choice. It doesn't score for anything. He can miss it, and it doesn't matter.
I had a scenario like this last year. It wasn't a boat path. It was another malfunction, but they gave me a warm-up pass.
Okay. We're being told that it's only been 8 minutes, which is kind of your worst-case scenario as the skier. You almost wish to just delay, make it 10, and get your warm-up pass, but he's going to just ski straight down the boat outside the course, then come in at 41. Freddie's one of those guys. He kind of likes those big emotional moments. He wants to create one right here. I'm sure nothing would please him better than to run 41, even though it won't count. It'll kind of show, hey, I was there. And in his mind, probably that's back to where he is.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's just going to have to go out there and just be aggressive again, and he was so patient around in the first 41 that he took. If he can just kind of get into that mindset again, man, he can run it. We watched him last week run it. We watched him many times last year run it, or previous years. He's just coming back from his biggest injury in his career, and to run it last week and then to go out there and run 4 in the challenging conditions it is here. This is kind of a good spot for him, again, because it's kind of like he's got a protected 3. He almost gave the 3, just took the 3 anyways. So now he's just in a spot where he can go out there and kind of relax into it and just try to get his feeling back, because he has that emotion from this site from last year. So if he can just get through that again, then next year when he comes back, it's going to be such a different feeling for him. And I hope that kind of happens for him, just because the stuff that happened to him it's a freak thing. It's not anyone's fault. It's not his fault. It's just a freak thing. And it's really hard to get over that, and as an athlete coming into skiing at the speeds we are, it's hard to get over stuff.
Yeah, and I think Fred did a really good job, to get back on his feet. And, worked really hard to get back, and then the last step of this was to come here and have a good tournament. And that's
he has.
And that's what he said, and he's had a great tournament.
He's done it. So, if he had gotten to see what we got to see, John, you mentioned how calm he was on the 41 as he came up the rope there and got the 4. If he got to see what we were watching, I think the one change that he might have made is maybe almost too calm on the gate. If it was glassy water, maybe one thing, but with that little bit of headwind, I think that's why we saw him a little slow off of 1, a little slow out of 2, and he did a great job to bring that down to 4. But I think, if he wants to lock down that 4 or do something more for the audience at home watching, he might just have to bring a little bit more intensity into this gate. And it may just be with him in his heart rate right now. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, the wind has actually calmed down a bit. While we had that break, it was gusty up and down a little bit. But right now it looks really nice. So here he comes.
All right, we got the boat up. We got the boat pulling him up. 10.25. Come on, Freddie. Let's see what he's got here. I know he's looking to go run the whole thing. So let's see what he's got here as he pulls out for the gate. What do you think, Corey?
Well, let's see how this goes. I think that's a little better energy than the first one. Oh, big rotation out of 1. That's what happens when you don't have your rhythm, but great, too. This is better than last time. He's going to at least get the 4 again. Can he do more? Yeah, so he proves where he is, and he gets the 4, and that changes the game. Nate now to get second would have to get more than 4. Boat path is good. What a performance.
Yeah, and a great weekend for Fred. So happy for him, and to have to go out and bring your emotions back in and dial it back in and go do it, and then still goes out and gets the 4 and gets the score. That he got the first round. Really good on Fred. And as we take a look here at him, big 1 ball.
Yeah. Yeah, really great 2 after that, though. He gets what he needs out of 2, and then I'm wondering what's going to happen. I thought out of 2, it's maybe runnable, but smart. I think he knows the best he can do is 4, so he played that smart at 3 to get the 4. Had the circumstance been different, had that been the first run, he might have been turning that 3 differently there. So great skiing. And right here, I think after skiing on tour with Freddie for a decade, what I've discerned is that I think he's addicted to that emotion that comes, from the great performance and the celebration. And he's found a way to use that to get him back there with consistency, and that's not at all easy to do. So I commend him for it, and happy that he was able to go out there and back up his performance. And, here we got one guy on the dock, and it's Nate, and so that means anything can happen. Worst Charlie Ross can do his second. Worst Freddie can do his third. And as we guessed, Nate's going to be going out here with 35 off, 12-meter start.
All right, and Nate was our best skier, so he's our last seed in this men's slalom final. And I thought he was going to run 41 yesterday, and he had that little mishap going to 3, and still was able to turn 3, get to 4. So don't count Nate out. He's been here before, knows how to get through that 10.25. But there was something to note is he has not made it through the 10.25 yet. So this season, so we'll be looking to he'll be looking to get his first one under his belt.
Yeah, well, look, we've got Freddie Winter joining us here in the booth after an incredible performance. It had to be super emotional. We were talking about it up here. It's kind of a situation that we as athletes know nobody wants. We are incredibly impressed and happy for you to back up that performance. Tell us anything you want about that interim, the decision, getting clarity on the rules, and going out there and backing up that performance.
Oh, I mean, it was pretty hard, as we all know. As skiers, that's difficult. I mean, a lot of emotion, especially here, to run 4 in that final and to go, right, I've made out live, and sorry.
Yeah, a little emotions. We're going to give Freddie a moment to break. It's all processing. We saw Charlie on a different planet, and Freddie's going to a different place now. He deserves a moment there. It's been a lot. It takes a whole bunch to refocus through all of that, and sometimes you buckle down, you go and do what you do, and then it takes a minute to regroup. So we're going to give Freddie that minute. We've still got action on the water. He's going to also turn an eye here in a moment to what Nate does. I mean, things are developing as we go. We're already at 38. Nate, obviously, the most decorated skier of our time, never one to count out. I thought the 35 gate, of course, pretty meaningless because it's a warm-up pass, but it was almost a little too nonchalant. Of course, he was standing on the dock while all this is going down. Kind of changes your mental timing. All of a sudden, a little extra delay. So that's all taken into account. But now's his time on the water, and he's got to be settled in now. He's coming in at the 39 tail, which is the wind is certainly better than it was in the first half of this field. There's no doubt about it. There are still gusts, but it has toned itself down a bit. We're going to have a look at him here. 38 headwind. It's going to be pretty clockwork here. If you want to examine Nate's style, here's an opportunity to do so, but not a whole lot for us to speak of. This is something that we've seen on repeat now for the better part of 16 years or something like that.
Yeah, and it's really impressive because it's so, it's kind of different than everybody else. It's almost like he stays like the ski doesn't go out from under him quite as much. He somehow stays over the ski a little bit more, and he kind of makes that turn the way he kind of drops in on the ski. It's super impressive, cool style, and that's why Nate's been skiing so well for all these years. And now he's got to get everything dialed in and get through this tailwind 39.
Yeah, and I think we're all expecting him to do so, but he has not yet run a 41 for this year, and he knows that that's what it's going to take today. Charlie Ross has set the bar very high, and Charlie, he was a little humble in the interview, but I think also he was keeping some focus because he realized there's a definite runoff potential here with Nate. So kudos to him for actually keeping his head. Maybe he was still on planet Earth, and he's like, look, I don't have time for you guys and all the celebration. I'm still in the battle right here. It's not won. And I commend him for knowing that as young as he is. And right there you see Nate with an easy 39. No struggles, nothing, again, to comment on. So he's setting up a good case for himself here coming into 41 headwind.
Hey, Corey, can you talk me through his swing? What do you think is so unique from Nate to all of us? Is it how he gets from apex to apex? Is it?
Yeah.
All of us have been studying him for 16 years or so. So
that's right. That's what I was going to say. That we've certainly been watching because we'd like to be on this line. And something for me opened up this year as I was kind of watching him. And what I noticed here is out of that second wake, he seems like he has so much space, and he certainly does, and he has the ability to come in, rotate the ski without a problem. But I think the mistake that I was making was out of the second wake, I was actually looking to move into a space that was impossible, and as I tried to go there, I could get the ski going there, but then the body came to the inside. You never see that with Nate as he approaches the buoy. Like Zane said, he's very over top of the ski most of the time, more than anyone else. And so coming out of that second wake, I think what he's doing is he's trusting his speed, his cross-course direction and his speed, and is actually approaching the buoy on a narrower line in that initial edge change. But here, look, we got to call this right here. This is all the marbles. He has to run this 41 to have a chance at the lead. Probably force a runoff if he can.
Slow out of one, not the one he wanted.
Don't count Nate out, though. He is the freaking Houdini of this stuff.
Oh, no, and loses the handle.
And this could be a tie with Rob. We're going to see if that's a half or a quarter. But in any case, that puts Freddie Winter in the second spot, hands down.
And that puts Charlie Ross on the top of the podium. He put his his first 41 in a tournament and win, and look at him down there. He was all ready to ski. You're right, and as soon as that happened, now he could celebrate.
Wow, Charlie's second win of the year. We're only short ways into this thing. Well, we said the future is here, and I guess there's no denying it now. He had all of the best skiers in the world against him this weekend, and he skied the best. He did it when it counted, and wow, congrats to Charlie. Big hats off. Great skiing to the entire field. Big congrats to Freddie for the second. And then Adam Settlemeyer rounding out the podium there in third. Way to go, Sledge, with some strong skiing. Here, I thought Nate got something back off at 2. He lost it off the fingertips here at 3. He stretched out, and then, he was trying to get on that line to run it, and it came out of his hands. So, wow, big moment. You're going to see this again. Not the one ball he wanted, but we know better than to count Nate out with a subpar 1. And here he gave the 2 that I thought put him back in the runnings, because we've seen him do it with that before.
This is just a weird thing that happened here. It just came out of his fingertips.
We've all had that once in a while. We tend to like it in practice. I had it a couple of years ago at your place at the Masters qualifier, and it really hurt me deeply. Yeah. And you never want it in that scenario, but we're going to stop there. We're going to send it down to Lorenzo, who I can only imagine is with our winner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here dockside with Charlie Ross, who just won his 3rd pro event. How did that feel?
That felt amazing. Really happy to do it. This is my first TWBC or Pro Tour win. One Moomba, one Dominican, and so to kind of check the boxes and have won a 3rd time, I'm happy.
Talk us a little bit through your 41 off, please.
Well, I don't really remember much of it, but the start I thought was okay, and then just by the end, 4 and 5, I was panicking, but we got it done, so I'm happy, and really happy.
So this is a second time that you basically tied your pending world record that you already did 1, right?
Yeah. So now an average of 1, that makes me really happy. And so that one of my goals into the year was just to run 41. And so now to have done it twice early in the year, it's a good feeling.
Oh, I bet it is. The trajectory is definitely looking upward for you. Congrats again. It was amazing seeing you ski. Thank you for being here. And back to you.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo, and super happy for Charlie Ross. That's great skiing, and right now this is a good probably time to talk about it. But be sure to go to the waterskibroadcasting.com and vote for your skier of the day. Maybe Charlie Ross will get your vote. You never know. We still have some women to go, but that was an incredible men's slalom final, and super fun to watch.
Yeah, I feel like we knew it was going to be, and now that all the names on the leaderboard come up, I think everyone deserves some recognition. Rob Hazelwood just popped by the booth. There he is in 4th place. He had the 2.5, which doesn't stand out, but that was a 2.5 where he was turning 3 to run the pass. Not he barely got to 3 or messed up, trying to get to 4. He was really in there. You got Nate in 5th, Sasha there in 6th with, T-Gas T-Wo, I'd say, had the most wind of the day. A little bit unfortunate and unlucky. Some great skiing still from those guys, but obviously the biggest congrats to our podium. Adam Settlemeyer in 3rd place there, 3 at 41, all 3 rounds, amazingly consistent skiing. Freddie, 4 at 41, had to do it twice to lock that down. And then Charlie Ross with an out-of-this-world performance, taking down that 41 off today, scoring 1 at 43. And I think we're going to take a look at our Pro Tour points here.
All right, and, we'll wait till it comes up. But, yeah, you see Robert Hazelwood still staying on top. He's got those 80 points. Freddie Winter into second. We got Charlie Ross moving to third. Adam Settlemeyer in fourth. And then you get a couple guys that weren't here, Cole McCormick and Dane Meckler. Nate Smith in seventh, and then Adam Caldwell got himself on there and skied well at Lake 38. And then we're seeing Sasha Descoons, Daniel Edvarco, T-Gas, and then Thibaut Dion. So great skiing out of these men. It's been a fun season so far, and I'm looking forward for more of it to come.
John, where's our names? I didn't see us. We were way up there last year. I think we got some turning around to do, and we got some points to make.
Yes, we got a little bit of work to do. We're healthy, so we just got to go out there and do it.
Let's go do it in Morocco, buddy. I guess now we're just killing time. We're getting ready for the women. I think it'll be a pretty quick turnaround. No buoys to change. We got to make a crew change, new driver, a couple of phantom passes, get the judges in place. We're going to run a little commercial. We're going to stretch our legs for a minute here in the booth, and we'll be rejoining you very shortly for the Pro Women's Final.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
All right, guys, we're back here with Monaco Waterski Cup. We got Fred Winter in the booth. I think we're wanting to take a look at your re-rack, your 41, but also right now while we're sitting here talking, make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and vote for your skier of the day. They'll be getting this awesome plate presented by 2U Health Snacks. But before we re-rack your pass, let's kind of talk. What happened on your first 41 out there in the final?
I'm going to try and not cry this time. I keep crying in front of too many people. It's very embarrassing, so apologies. Anyway, no, the first one. Well, I ran 4. I got out of 4. Like I told you, my aim was to run 4 every round. I don't want to. At this point, I don't want to turn that boy 4 because it my bad memory. So I ran 4, and it was a very strong sort of emotional relief. And I was celebrating in the water. And you know how that is when you're celebrating. Your energy is leaving you. You know, your adrenaline's completely gone. And then I find out, I don't know, a minute or two afterwards that the boat path was out at buoy 4, which means that the cumulative was. So here we go. So the boat was in tolerance 1, 2, and 3, but it moved too much towards 4, and the cumulative. So actually, it's a good 1, a little taily, and then very long into 2, solid enough to not great. And I exactly remember what happened here at 3, and then just kind of a bit average, but I pulled along to 4, probably pulled the boat over. It's very windy. I'm not going to blame anyone, and it's so there I am. I'm very happy, sort of just trying to enjoy the moment of kind of getting out.
Yeah, my heart sank when we got that news because we saw the celebration. We saw how happy you were. Then we get this news. I believe I was the one to break it to you because we're sitting up here and we're like, I could see you happy and getting ready to walk back. And it's like he doesn't know. He's going to have to make a decision. And he's obviously going to be very disappointed. No one wanted to say it really, but somebody had to.
No, someone had to.
Might get in the know.
And actually, I'd rather hear it from sort of a fellow pro,
we get it.
Who gets it, And I could see you and John, sad faces, right? Kind of somber mood. I'm like, oh God, yeah, okay, this is not great.
Yeah.
But no. Anyway, so then when I had to make the decision, do I go back out? Do I even bother going back out? Because I thought the score was unprotected, and I have to say I didn't really give myself a huge chance of getting 4 again.
Hard.
And potentially like getting anyway, enough about me. Let's get on to some skiing. I'm going to leave the booth. Actually, I'm going to go and get my stuff together. But thank you guys and.
Thank you, Freddie. I think we explained how terrible of a position you were in while it was all going on. So amazing that you went out there and backed up the 4 and claimed your spot there. Second place is incredible. So great skiing this weekend.
Thank you so much,
yeah,
guys.
dude, congratulations, man. You look great, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in Morocco.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, and we are going to give our first men's audience prize winner. This is Mark Dickinson. So congratulations, Mark Dickinson. You got the podium correct and called the scores and wins a D3 ski. I mean, that's pretty sick. So for everybody, at home, that's something to get in on all these events. Get in and try to pick the podium, pick who you think is going to win and win yourself either a D3 ski. And I know Conley does the other one. So that's really cool. Congratulations to Mark Dickinson.
Yeah. Yeah, and keep sending us your watch picture parties. I know people are at home watching. This is the finals. If we get enough of those and some cool ones, maybe we get a sponsor for that. We'll take all we can get. So look, I think we've got story on the water here. We overlooked Ali Garcia's first pass there, which was 14 meters, 28 off. I think they're going to have kind of more selection. They're not being forced to start at 32 off 13 meters, so there will be some strategy. I think, once again, we'll say it very easily from up here. I'm guessing the winner is going to be someone who starts at the 13, but some people might be making a play for the podium. We saw Adam Settlemeyer. He started at 13, took the 41 off in the tailwind, got 3, and that got him on the podium. So.
Yeah, and I mean, when the girls skied earlier, it was really, really windy. It was very gusty, so it's a lot different conditions now. And we've got Ali Garcia coming in. This is 13 meters, 32 off, and I've been saying it all weekend. I've thought Ali has looked really, really strong. She just hasn't been able to quite get it together and get the score. But I mean, I think the skiing is there. If she can, just piece it together, she could come out and throw out a massive score and just change the whole narrative of this, of how this final is going to go.
Well, first skier out, that's what you want to do, right? I mean, put pressure on the field right off the bat and say, ooh, this was a mistake that I was first out, but good luck to you guys now.
All right, and shout out to Freddie Jackson, another one of our watch party submissions. So looks like we got a wetsuit on, maybe getting ready to do some water skiing and
getting inspired.
Watching the skiing while at the dock. So
I love it.
Shout out to Freddie and everybody else. Keep sending those watch party submissions in.
Now, John, I'd say between all of us, you ski with Ali a bit. You've seen her probably the most from the boat. What would you say are her I don't know, strong suits, or what do you think
Yeah.
that based on her ride so far that she needs to do to put that together a little bit? Because we all know what she's capable of, and we want to see it here.
Yeah, like what Zane's saying, she's looking insane on the water this season. You know, she struggled a little bit last year. She came home and recouped and really got strong over the winter and focused really hard, and she's looking really good in the water. I know this weekend hasn't been quite what she wanted yet, but, you know, I'm sure she went back and watched the videos and saw something maybe on her gate at those 11s that wasn't quite what she wanted. So the first two passes looked good. Here, that was a little slow out of one, but, you know, it's just 35. She's going to just hopefully stay calm here and just get through this one. The tailwind's a little pushing her a little bit now, so hopefully she can just get out of this 5. Yep, she did. She got through the pass. It wasn't perfect by any means, but, hey, she was safe. She was smart skiing, you know, because she could have done something really, try to get back into that to get on that early path and then possibly blow a fin or just fall over.
Yeah, and we've seen Allie in the past. You know, sometimes she does that. So she's getting, you know, more experience. This has been on the Pro Tour for several years now. So you're starting to see that experience, you know, build in, and you know, she knows she has to get to 11 and give herself a chance to, you know, she has to run 11 if she wants a chance to get on the podium and get a score that could possibly get her the win. And you know, so she's kind of got to play it safe there for 12.
You know, and so as we look at this replay, this 5 ball was definitely her best onside turn. I would say, you know, she really actually relied heavily on her 2-4 to get through that pass nicely and make up time in the course. And 5 was the best. So, I mean, John, you're a lefty. She's a lefty. Do you think that that's a product of the gate? She's not getting off a 1 the way she wants to, and then she's kind of getting it back together by 5?
Yeah, exactly. She's just not – sorry, I thought my mic was on. Yeah, she's just not getting up quite up on the boat on the gate that she's used to. So she's not getting her feet between her and the boat and the driving her that first wake so she can really do what she wants to do off the second. So hopefully here she watched those videos. She's got this nice headwind. She loves headwind, so she's going to be able to trust herself and maybe get that rotation here on the gate.
All right, here she comes in through the gates. This is 38 off.
Better
Big one
one.
ball there. That's way
Better.
better. Come on, Allie. Get a good start there.
There
That's
we go.
great, too. Just relax.
Ooh.
As she comes into 4. Can she
Come
get outside of 5?
One more.
Yep, there you go. Come on, Allie.
Come on, girl.
Good
Get around
job.
that.
Good
Let's
job.
go, girl. Good skiing.
There we go. That's what, and she knew. Like I said, she knew she had to run that 11 and got through it. And she has been skiing strong. So, you know, kind of had some bobbles there, but didn't panic. You know, kind of like she did in the first couple rounds, but you know, gets through that 11 and now has a chance to you know, put out a really big score for the you know, for the next 7 skiers and looking to get on the podium today.
Yeah, I mean, smart skiing right there. You know, it was a good 1, and I think that probably gave her some confidence and really set up the rhythm from the pass, and it was followed by a great 2. You know, right here, really committed, came together nicely. Starting at 3, we started to see a little bit of that out the back that she was getting on the onside. You know, as she lost a little time right there. I think she's glad to know her offside, the 4 ball's dialed, so she stayed with it nicely. Here at 5, you got that out the back a little bit and lost a little bit more time. But I was very happy to see Allie grit it out right here. You know, the long pull, swing that ski out around 6. You know, good job. Now she gets to apply some of that pressure.
Yeah, you know, that gate was so different than the first 2 gates that she did in that set. You know, she finally got up on the boat, got that ski wrap all the way around, and got that driving in the first wake to set her up to have a good 1 and 2. You know, she lost her hips off the wakes into 3 a little bit. That's why that 3 was slow. But hopefully here she gets a good gate here and just commits at 1 because I know she can get over to 2 and possibly turn it because 2 could be her good side. Well,
you know, tell me if you see this, but I saw this on the prior gate as well. Right there when she's in the glide and she's kind of making a setup move to turn in. At that exact moment, I'm almost seeing her lose her hips a little bit, like drop them back, and then she's trying to shift them back into place. But I think, you know, it's not the same as when you're really just standing on your ski the way you want to and you move in already aligned.
yeah, again, being a lefty, it's a little bit of that crosswind at that end. So she pulls out the boat. The wind's blowing her into the boat a little bit. She loses the line probably a little bit, and then she kind of panics, so then she loses the hips.
Yeah.
You know, it's challenging out there. That's basically a pass better than the last 2 rounds. So I'm sure she threw the fist after 38. I'm sure she's happy. You know, 1 at 39 in that weather, great skiing, Allie.
Yeah, the one thing was, you know, as a lefty, when you tend to drop your weight back like that, you start shifting, and the big thing is when you don't find that rope, you got to do something to slow it down. And the better thing to do is to move kind of towards the front of the ski, kind of put more weight over that front foot. And you'll see some of these skiers that are later on, their stance over the ski when they go to turn in, it kind of allows them to kind of control that speed with their line tight.
Well, earlier when we were calling the second round, I think I made a comment that I really liked what Allie Nicholson was doing on her gate. She's another lefty, and that's somebody I saw her really nice and up over top of that ski, just like you're saying, Zane. So that way, if she's getting any break, it's a little bit more front break. She's got the feeling of the whole ski engaged when she goes to move in. And
check out. We've got us a unicorn watch party. That might be my favorite one so far.
That's the best.
Corey.
I know who that is. If you can spot some T-shirts in there, there's a radar in the picture. There's a Flow Point Method T-shirt. There's a Peace, Love, and Water Skiing T-shirt and a Buoy Fest T-shirt. Now, the mystery unicorn person, I don't know if they want me to share their identity or not, but you know him, Zane. I'm going to say it. It's Charlie Yule. He skis with me back home at the ski school, and he earned the nickname Unicorn Charlie for reasons we won't go into. But this to me is the winner right here so far. If this is a competition, I'd take that one.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And shout out to Charlie, super dedicated water skier. Out there, one of those guys that would be out here kind of skiing in wind and conditions like this. And great to see him post such a great watch party submission. So everybody at home, make sure you send yours in. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and send us your submissions, and we'll get you added to the webcast. And we'd love to see how you're watching, and we're looking for good content like that from the Unicorn.
That's right. You know what? I realize now he's been saving this. He timed it up to go right in front of Manon because she's his favorite skier. Or so he said yesterday, which kind of hurt my feelings. I thought I was his favorite skier since I see him 3 times a week. He said, yeah, tell Manon I'm glad to see her back out there and that, she's my favorite skier. I'm pulling for her. And I was like, wait a second. I'm going to tell her that she's your second favorite skier. But, look, I feel the same way. I'm a huge Manon fan. I'm very happy to see her out here. This is unusual for her to be out second in the field. She played with some strategy stuff. The first 2 rounds didn't quite connect. There's no way to call Manon a dark horse. I mean, she's a world champion, but coming out second in the field, she's somebody who, if she kind of puts this round together, she can run 39 and take a stab at winning this whole thing.
Yeah, and she's just kind of looked a little unsettled in the finals. Couldn't quite get out of 4-ball at 38 off, and now going to have to. Or sorry, in the preliminary rounds, but now she's going to have to try to put it together. But that's the thing. If she can get through that 11, she can run the 10-7, and she's just we got to get her through that first 11 of the weekend, and then kind of everything, all hats are off.
That's right. I think I think she's working with a different work-life balance now. So I think skiing is not as every day, all day, go hard, spend all the time and effort on that. Which, it's very hard to walk that line of career and life balance and be at winning pro tournaments. But we saw her do it last year. She won over in Oxford in England. She ran 39 in San Gervasio. She was doing the same sort of time on, time off sort of situation. I know she's been having a nagging back injury. So we're with her today, and we got more watch party. Look at that. Tony slacking off on his job over here, riding around in airplanes in first class, I'm sure. All the money that TWCBC brings in. They're getting ready to buy their first private plane, so we don't need any sponsorships or anything like that. Thanks, everyone. So here we are. Manon, 32 off. And this is looking very good.
Yeah, she's looking way more dialed, this set than the last couple. Really attacking and, getting the ski up under, really riding the rope line, really nice. But yeah, Manon now looking like she's feeling a lot better.
Hey, Corey, going back a few minutes ago when you were talking about putting the brakes on the gate pull out, right? You're gliding on your gate as a lefty. You said you really like Allie Nicholson's gate because she's over her hips are over her feet and she's pretty stacked. Ali Garcia, hips kind of back, inside a little bit. And then you get the righties. And then you go back to Tebow when he did that big break. For a lefty, it's very, very difficult to break. And Allie Nicholson has just found it right now. And one day you got it, one day you don't. And that's the really hard thing as a lefty, is try to balance your gait glide to having that perfect amount of speed but not too much. And when the weather gets challenging like this, it's really difficult for them to be able to pull out with the energy they need to have and have that confidence of doing it, but not panic. And the righties, just because it's such a natural turn, they have a little bit of advantage when it gets a little bit, conditions get a little bit trickier.
Yeah, and Zane, you mentioned earlier that Thibaut was the sole lefty in the men's field. Not the case in the women's. We're 2 for 2 so far at lefties. Manon, another one, coming in now 35, and I know we've still got Allie Nicholson to go. I'm not sure who else might be a lefty in this field, but clearly a little different story from the men to the women here. And yeah, so 12 meters going downwind this pass. She's gone with different strategy from her first round. And, nice clean pass right there. Going to take the 38 headwind.
Yeah, and I mean, when we check out another watch party submission, we've got Fernando Fleck. Thank you for your submission. We are super stoked to see where everybody's watching.
Love to see families watching together. That looks nice and wholesome right there. Wishing you guys the best.
Yeah, and so we're kind of talking about the gate and breaking and stuff. JT, like I always, as a lefty, for me, you kind of have to be free of the boat because it's harder for us to rotate our hips there and get that turn. But there's that fine line of finding balance, and I mean, kind of there when I watched Manon, it kind of looked like she, kind of was a little bit slow, so it really kind of doesn't allow the ski to move up under the line there, where the righties, even if they do have a lot of speed, because they can kind of drop into it, they'll move the ski under the rope a little bit better, and that's kind of why you see their gates be on the better side.
Yeah, and the rope control they have on that glide, when they stand up and they stand up and the handle and their feet don't swing as much from side to side on their body, so the ski doesn't get onto their left side or the right edge of the ski, and then their shoulders start moving inward towards the boat. The handle gets closer to the boat, so the rope loses tension. And then you'll see a lot of us, including myself big time, we can move in with our shoulders, and our hips and our feet could be behind us. And that's just the challenging part of conditions, is just trying to control that. And that gate was
good.
That was a good gate,
Ooh, a little double pump almost at one, so she's going to have to kind of settle in here. She knows she's charging into the wind. Ooh, a little loose off of 3. She's got to... Come on now. Big 5 we're going to need here. Oh, no. I hate to see this because she's not going to be happy with the weekend. This is not what she was hoping to do coming in. And, that's a tough feeling. I know, she certainly wanted to take that pass down and apply pressure and take the lead. But, somewhere in here it just got a little lost. I thought one ball was okay. Oh, that double pump. That's right. Yeah. That was kind of a little strange right off the bat, but she was still okay.
Yeah, and you just kind of see she unloads, like when she's edge changing here. The hands get away, and she kind of unloads a little heavier here at 38 off, and that's kind of what's causing her to kind of run and not quite getting her feet swung out where she needs to be. So she starts running later and later and later, and that's kind of been the theme this weekend. It's just when she gets to 38 off, she's not quite getting the ski to swing out, not swinging up as high up on the boat to get her turn in, and it's catching her the further down the pass she gets.
Yeah, we got to watch this one more time. I'd say that last replay I saw a bit of disconnect on the way out to 3. You saw that right hip kind of swing high because off of 2, she's on a line to go. Like right here, she can run this for sure. But right there, that right hip swings out. She kind of gets in a little awkward place. She can't get a finish. That's not running her down course. And now she's in trouble heading into offside. Gets that big bite because she knew she needed to make angle, but the stall hurt, and it was a Hail Mary at 5 that didn't come true.
Yeah, and I mean, even when you watch that, I think going to 2 balls, she starts to lose her hands, and she drops her hips a little bit. So she was still on the line, but then when it loaded up, she kind of squatted. She started to squat behind the boat, and that was kind of what then made her even more separated going to 3 ball.
Yeah, I agree. It's not what she wanted, but at that point I was like, well, there's plenty of room for recovery. But that into 3, I thought, I was like, uh-oh.
All right, we've got our next skier. This is Ilana Bischofberger. She's from France. I think this is her first pro stop, joining the Pro Tour, going to ski several of the events, so really excited to have her. I know she got second at the Open Europeans in slalom last season and came in and was skiing really, really well. And so I think she was maybe the first skier on the water when we started, and came out, put a big score, and here she is in the final.
Yeah, I'm always happy to see newcomers stepping up and coming into the field, making a challenge. Look at this. We got another. I don't know if that's a unicorn. That's more like an elk or something like that. A double unicorn is what it says. Could this be Michael Bullock out of Tennessee? He's known as the unicorn.
Yeah, he is the unicorn.
So maybe that's the webcast in the background there. Or it's Michael putting a video of himself, and that's the double unicorn. I guess he's referring to the horns, but pretty sure once you go past one horn, it's no longer a unicorn. So I'm not sure. We'll have to check in with Tony Lightfoot on that when we get him. But anyway, thank you for that. We'll take all the unicorn submissions that are out there. If somebody wants to try the triple, we're open to it. Okay, back to business now. We got Ileana Bischoff-Berger, pass number 2, 13 meters. Pretty easy and casual on that opener there. I mean, she looks pretty confident. She wants to set up that 38 headwind. I think she had a 5.5 maybe. Or no, that was the 35 in the tailwind earlier. So she knows she wants to put that down this run. It's a little, the wind is down some from earlier. And she got 5 at 11 in round 1. So, she knows she's knocking on the door. If you get down that far, you can run the pass, and she certainly wants the headwind to be on her side for that. So,
and her second round didn't go quite like she wanted. She didn't make it through the 12-meter pass, but really,
it was windy.
Yeah, it was really windy, but she didn't get a very good turn at the start, and she still made it all the way down and almost out the gates. So she's got a little bit of fight in her, little scrap. So that's something to watch here. In this final, if something doesn't quite go her way, she still can manage and get down the pass. And I was really impressed with how she managed herself at that 12 earlier.
Well, I'm a big fan of scrap. I'm sure for her, she wants to kind of reserve that more for 38 and maybe a little bit for 39. Rather than use it up at 35. But I think we'd all like to see, if it comes down to it and the chips are on the line, let it all hang out. That's an important part of this, especially with some up and down wind. That could be the difference, moving up the list right here.
Yeah, she's looking good so far. She's controlling everything really well. She's getting some good gates. Just feeling it out. That's what the first few passes are, is just trying to getting yourself into a rhythm, feel it out, understand what the wind's doing. That's why we kind of have these early warm-up passes, right? And she's just doing the usual right now.
Well, and right. I mean, we don't mean to label her as a scrappy skier. I think it's the best case scenario of she looks very clean and rhythmic on these early passes. She's executing her keys. And then, you pull that stuff out of the bag as needed. So I think she'd like to just go. That's a great start. She'd like to go through this 35 clean. And she's a righty here. I'd say a little narrow on the gate and a bitter at 2, but she's got a wicked 135. So she's kind of going over to this side of the lake. And that was a little tip stuff there. Nothing too consequential.
But when I watch her race, she stays super tall. She stands really tall on the skis, so you'll see her. She leverages the boat really well, and doesn't look like she doesn't generate doesn't really generate much extra speed that she has to bleed off. Just by the way, she stays standing over the ski and can leverage it. That it keeps her speed down, and that's what you see. Like when she does kind of have a bobble or something and needs to go, she never starts moving too fast.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic one right there. I'd say, for her to take her game to the next level based on what I'm seeing in the course, it's really, what have we been talking about the whole time, kind of leveling up these gates. She has a lot of the right moves in the course, getting that right intensity and line established from the start. If she wants to move up into 39 and give that pass a run for its money, I see that. I'd say maybe almost kind of a characteristic French counter rotation, a little bit on both sides. It's certainly not straight down the lake with the shoulders and very static. That free arm kind of really swings away on both sides. Like I think about Amber Frank, massive counter rotation. Maybe not that much, but I feel like the French are very stylish, and that counter rotation is very stylish. Yeah. So I feel like it fits.
Well, all right, here we go. This is 38 off.
Ooh,
got a big gust coming on him for this one.
Yeah, you saw her ski ripple there on the pullout. You can tell the chop. That's a good one, though. Ooh, deep at 2. Come on, now fight. Now is the time to fight. Ooh, keep it going, though. Wow. Okay, I mean, I know, man, that's not what you wanted. It looked like she had that good one. I think, what we're talking about up here with the gait and getting the consistency and not having to reach in the scrap bag at 38. I think that brushing up, just a little more fine-tuning that gate turn-in move, and then this will become an every-time pass because she certainly moves nicely off that 1-3-5 side.
Yeah, but see how disconnected she got there off 2. She let her hands go right away, and that's why she didn't get the turn there at 2-ball.
Indeed.
And then never quite got him back
right.
connected with her.
That's right.
Yeah, totally. Like what you said earlier, she's super upright. She doesn't really break at the waist at all, but the flaw that she had in that set was the hands were a little bit away from her body, right? Even on the first pass, it's just on the gate. She's gliding. The hands are quite away, so it's pretty hard to get your hips back up to the handle. But she does a really good job of her core strength and, like, her body moving out to the buoy is really, really good.
I was going to say, when I look at this, I see a lot of the fundamentals in place. She's a young skier. So, and I like, like right here, willing to throw the shoulder down and just go and whatever means necessary. I see a lot of good things here. I think there's a bright future ahead. I know she probably wanted that whole pass and a little more today, but, I'd encourage her to stay with it, stay in your process in the training, and, more buoys are definitely coming.
For sure, Corey, for sure.
Well, all right, we got a confirmed score there of 4 at 38 off there for Ayana, so we're going to keep moving along, and we're on to our next skier, Miss Brooke Baldwin, back on the Pro Tour. And this is one of these skiers that can take down the 10-7. So, maybe she can get it done today. But elected to start at 28 off, 14 meters. And we'll bring her in. We get that awesome drone shot from behind the boat. As you see kind of Brooke come in and really get her feet up under her and get her filled out the wind and her conditions here for her opening pass.
Well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, she may have been the youngest female skier to ever run 39, 10-7. I think she was 16, which is kind of incredible. Everyone's like, oh, look out, the next thing is here. She's taking a little bit of a break from the Pro Tour life and everything like that, but it's really great to see her back out there. And, she knows she's capable of it. And I think, John, you ski with her a little bit more, so you'll tell us kind of.
It's just so good to see her back on the water. She has been studying for the big test to get into med school. So she just applied to a few schools. So she's got through the testing. She took time off the water just for that, basically, because she's like, I can't do both. And she doesn't want to fail at either. So she just picked school, get through the testing, get into a school, and then we'll figure out our life from there. So she's in that middle stage right now for this summer where she's done with studying, did the exam. Now she's applied for school. So hopefully in the fall, probably maybe next fall, she'll start in school. And so it's just cool to see her back on the water. She came out and she lives at the lake with Louie, and she came down and asked me to pull her for a ski set, and it was her first ski set in a long time. And it was just the smile on her face made me so happy again to see her wanting to do it, and it's just so awesome. And, like, for her to run 38 yesterday, she's addicted again, man. She's going to be here. She's coming to Morocco next weekend, so.
Yeah, and I guess with the break, if I'm not mistaken, I can see she's riding a D3 out there, but it's not a current model, right?
It's the Evo. It's the same ski she was riding when she took 2 years ago when she took a break, So
yeah.
She blew her knee out in the whole process as well. So she's coming back from also not just from school. She's coming back from a little knee injury with full ACL tear. So
yeah, I've been there. That's not fun.
No, I've luckily enough haven't had it, but I've been around a lot of people. And
Zach 3 times.
Yeah, my wife a few times. So it's a sad road, really, because you kind of feel like you're defeated for a little bit, right? And you don't know how you're actually going to come out of it because it's not guaranteed anything. So the knees are very sad for people. It's like ankles, because you never know. But
and I think, for a while there on social media, we were seeing, Brooke do a little skiing a while back with a brace on. I remember that too. It's nice to see her here without the brace. Like, that's such a good feeling. It's just not having one more thing on the leg.
That Worlds.
No thought about it.
Yeah, when she skied at the Worlds 2 years ago, it was pretty brutal on her.
Yeah,
wearing a knee brace, so I mean,
no, and that's
knees are too close, man.
I just had my knee done, and then I've been getting back, and I finally got out of the knee brace, and it's really nice to just have it off, and you feel like you can move again, but it's you don't want to tear it up again. Like, that's the worst thing would be to go back and be on crutches and not be able to walk and have to do the little things just to get it back to move. And Brooke has worked really, really hard to get hers back and healthy, and it's great to see her without the knee brace, not even a knee sleeve on. She's out and she's feeling healthy and
it's a feeling
skiing well.
Similar to coming out of the wetsuit, only more so and more high stakes. Other people can relate to that. It's so nice when you get those first couple warm day sets and you get the suit off, everything feels better. So here we are, 12 meters. She's making good work of everything so far. And this is the downwind direction, but she's up course. Ooh, not that one, though. That's a very strange 5. Luckily, that's 35, and she was so far ahead. She's going, what the heck was that? None of us saw it coming, really. I don't know.
She has a very unique style, in my eyes, where she's just super light on the line, and she really, almost pulls herself up on the side of the boat. Mm-hmm. She's using her arms a lot. And there's a lot of coaches out there that say don't pull with your arms, don't use your arms. Arms always need to be straight. Well, yes and no. If you're pulling your arms in and falling back, yeah, that's not going to work. But if you're pulling your arms in and you're advancing forward and you're staying with the handle and staying connected, there's not that big of a deal. So with Brooke, it's always hey, do that because you're getting to a point where you can actually get rotated better. If we go back and we say, hey, Brooke, just relax your arms off the wakes. No. She doesn't get there.
Well, I think that's the point right there, John, is where are the arms doing that? And, we've talked about it a bit today, but coming out of that second wake, the last thing that you want to have happen is the handle moving away from your body. So you need some degree of arm tension to keep it where it is at a minimum. And in some cases, I'd say one of the best technicians on the water today is Dane Meckler. He has a more aggressive arms in move that he then brings into his release. And it works really well for him. He needs to swing high on the boat because he's not the tallest guy. So, he uses that extra arm movement there out of the wake to generate some good upswing and stay connected, and it works great for him. And, yeah, we see something like that. It's right out of the wakes, that handle's not leaving. If anything, it's coming closer, and then she's more in command during that release.
All right, and Brooks making her way over to 5. Round 6, and there you go. That's our second 11 meter 38 off pass of this women's final, and Brooks looking nice and strong. And again, kind of with her hands, yes, she pulls them in, but you see she keeps them nice and low. That's the one thing you see other skiers when they do kind of do that, in the amateur events, they kind of bring their arms high, and it moves them backwards. But Brooks really good keeping her hands low, and allows her to advance up on the boat. And that 38 off, man, that was a really good start, attacking one ball, and getting herself right there. Look at how much space she had before 2 ball.
Yeah, basically she's going to want a similar type of look at 1 ball here at 39. It's going to be tighter because it's 39, but she had a nice rhythm from that gate. She came off of 1 super clean. She knows right now the lead's standing at 1, so she certainly wants to push it over to 2. If she can really get a great gate shot and connect nicely off of 1, well, things open up and she can start thinking about turning 2 and where it's going to go. But I know she'd love to go ahead and take that lead, move it past 1 ball right here.
I would love to see her get a good gate here and attack 1 a bit more aggressive and really think about front foot drive into the first wake and really think about just moving to 2. Instead of trying to just be patient, wait for one, I want to see her attack because that tailwind's going to push her down. Can't be too patient here.
All right, well, here it comes.
Speed looked pretty good there at the gate. Let's see if she can get a good 1 ball here.
Oh, no. Held on to it to keep her seating, so she is in the lead with tiebreak over Ali Garcia. But it looked there. I thought the gate shot was maybe looking okay, but it looked like a very straight line into 1. It kind of lost a lot of direction through that edge change, that tailwind pushing as well. She found herself at 1. She made a very smart move to not dump it. She realized quickly, this is hang on and keep my seating value. Ooh, he's smart. Yeah. Smart play right there.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what happened there. I think, honestly, what I said that she did so great was she probably just fell back a little bit right there and just lost the handle control into 1 mil. I thought the gate speed and the rotation and the driving of the wakes looked pretty good. Just off the wake, something there wasn't quite what she was looking for.
I think that's right. I saw the same thing as you. Good turn in, good energy, good drive into the first wake. I was expecting that to translate out of the second wake on a different line than it ended up doing.
Yeah, she looked like she stayed a touch long, and then when she kind of threw the ski, it didn't want to kind of roll out like we were seeing and getting the ski to go out. And, at least being nice and strong, being smart, holding her one, keeping her seating, getting herself in the lead. Also running, 38. And let's get a watch party in, and that's from my mom, Melissa Nicholson. I know she's tuned in. She's got all the dogs. She's got Asher.
Is that Asher right there?
That is Asher. Asher is in Tennessee staying with Tony and Melissa, so shout out to them. And everybody else at home, please keep submitting your watch party photos. We love seeing them, and we'll get you plugged in on the webcast.
Come on, Jack's crew. Where's your photo? I want to see it.
Yeah.
Better be on the dock.
Shout out to Melissa, too. She's sometimes over here joining us on the European Tour. It's always nice to catch up with her here, but hopefully we will later in the season back in the States. We'll be at John's place later on. We'll have a Mastercraft Pro, a California Pro-Am, so I feel like we're just heating up now, and we've got the world sitting right there in the middle. So it's going to be – we got a lot of action to come this year.
Well, and you can be sure to go subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and every time that we go live, you'll be notified. So be sure you click that subscribe button and don't miss any of the action for this season. But moving right along, we are on to we got another watch party. We got Michelle Walker. Looks like they're having their morning coffee and getting some water skiing in. I couldn't think of a better way to start your morning.
Absolutely.
We're happy that you're tuned in with us and checking out this great skiing. We still have, I believe it's 4 more skiers left, so we're rolling through and having a great time. In the booth right now, we've got Corey Vaughn and John Travers. It's been great sitting here talking with you guys and, kind of hearing some awesome slalom stuff, and there's still more good slalom to go. But now we got in the water. We got Neely Ross hopping in. We'll have to wait and see what she's going to start at.
Yeah, well, she's probably got to be riding some good vibes off of her brother Charlie's performance. I mean, it's going to be a good day, for the Ross party, no matter what, after what Charlie did out there. So, hopefully she feels a bit more like pressure's off. She's got nothing to lose. She's also going to ski again in the tricks later. So, busy woman this weekend, Neely. But she's starting at the 13 meters, so I think that's the first one that we've seen. She's going with the different strategy, going to try to take the 38 downwind. She was on the fence about it after her first round, but it has calmed down. You can really even see it on the water in the video, and this is a nice-looking opener.
Yeah, and last season, Neely didn't always start at 13, but this season she seemed like that's been, her normal start time. So I think, last round she was playing it safe in the wind, but she did kind of tell Lorenzo down there on the bank that, she's probably going to go for that 13-meter start and getting attack mode, starting up really quick and, looking good there. And she knows she's got to get through, 38 off, but, she's trying to push that score out. She, Jamie Bull, had a score of 1.5 at 10.25 or 41 off in the preliminary round. So, these next few ladies know they have to get through 11, but they have to really get down 39 if they want to, if they want to have a chance to win today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, the chase is on. Charlie Ross clearly was chasing that 41 off pass and got it to break loose at Swiss earlier this year in the record, and then again today, I'd say that Neely is probably on the chase. She wants her first 39, and join the club of women who have gotten through the 10-7 pass. So, I mean, she's young. That's got to be on her horizon. She's inching towards it, and, can today be the day? I don't know, but she's going to give herself a chance in the headwind. And, man, as I turn around here, this is a completely different lake than what we looked at earlier today when Tebow was going out there and Sasha. This is a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah, it's nice out there right now. She's had a great year. She had a pretty good success at Masters. So, she's coming off a high. The last, 18 months, her slaloming has just improved so much. I just see that the consistency is there, and she's just really consistent.
Yeah, and she has a really unique style, really kind of skis a little more open to the boat than most of the other skiers, and then really kind of counter-rotates, and you see her move that handle and, rotates her hips really well. And I think that, comes a lot from her tricking background. As, she's such a good tricker. She moves her hips real well, so she's, kind of doing those things that she can do well and using it to complement, getting her ski to move.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, in the upswing, she does a nice job. She stays over top of the ski, both forward and backward and inward and outward. She does a good job of doing that. And then, like you said, she uses a big hip movement. You kind of see it right here. to initiate that drop in, and so it's very committed. So I feel like if she's on that good line and the rhythm is there, it's so great because you stay up course. I feel like it could be a little more problematic when you make such a big committed move. If you don't get it, you're a little bit more vulnerable going cross course in that way, or to be able to recover back to your stance. But I think her goal right here is to just stay with the swing of things right through this past 38 and see if she can get on that line at 39.
Well, got to get through this one first.
It is nice out though.
Yeah, conditions are great, right? I mean, they're awesome, but 38 off is never a give me. So let's see if she can get it a little slow at the gate. Not quite as high on the boat as you'd like. So you see a little slack in the rope there. Kind of a little loose line now because of not having the speed at the gate, but managing it pretty well.
Great ones and threes. She wants it again at 5. Get it at 5. That's it. Yeah.
And there you go. I mean, yeah, she just really stays nice and calm. Didn't quite get the start that she would like, but that 1-3-5 side is really nice. Gets a good turn and gets herself through it. Now gives her a chance to take the lead, but I know she's thinking more about that. She's trying to push the score and really put some pressure on our last 3 skiers.
Well, and Neely's one of the top women's trick skiers in the world, so she understands about pressure. She's always in the runnings to win any trick event. So she understands the mindset. I believe last fall she captured the world record there, and then she's been in a battle with Erica Lang over the world record, which is super exciting for the state of women's tricks. And here she is this weekend. It's an only guys field, and she's the only girl in it, which is pretty cool. But here, let's stay with what we're doing for the moment in slalom. She's done the hard work of getting through 38. Like we said, much more mild tailwind now, but if anything, that's what you want, a little bit of 39 headwind, not too tricky at the gate. She skis at a really nice lake back home, so she gets a lot of training in these really nice conditions. And, she just needs to find her mark right here on this start.
This is what she wanted right here.
Yeah, and I expect her to get swung up on the boat, get a really good gate, and, really get her a good one ball here just with how she's been skiing. She's got the wind. It's perfect. That looks a little bit better on the speed at the gate there. Let's see what she got at 1. There you go. Good, a little bit better, but not able to get outside of 2. I don't think we'll have
tough call. She didn't try to sell it. She didn't even try to get back. So she's counting on it being 1. They're going to review it. It was close. She kind of hit that buoy. I saw some red, but it was a bit of a toss up there.
Yeah, I thought the gate looked much better than the one before. I thought her speed was a little better, got it turned in, but then,
it was looking good. We'll get a second look. It looked like maybe she just kind of ran out of speed at the last minute. Like the head, it was going good. I liked it, and then maybe just as she's turning in, she's losing space, and that's just that evidence of.
That's just there on the one-handed gate. Her hand got back on the handle before the hip even got rotated.
Mm-hmm.
So if the hand goes on the handle, your hips are done. So, she had the speed better than 11. But, she was just probably trying to get to the gate before she was ready, right? Her hips weren't rotated. Yeah. She just grabbed the handle and tried to go a little bit early. Didn't get those feet between her and the boat as well as she wanted. And just hard coming in your offside on buoy 1, right?
So, with that, she ties Brooke Baldwin, but she has the superior backup, so that's going to put her in the lead. She can do no worse than 4th place. Brooke can do no worse than 5th place. At the moment.
Garcia's in there too with that same
right behind. Well, she got a half, right? Or no, she got 1. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's a 3-way tie, and then we're on backup scores. You're right. And now we're on to Vanessa. I know she's someone that is chasing her first tournament 39. She's one of those people that she's definitely doing it in practice. In fact, I was there at the last 2023 Worlds during the Sight Famil. She actually ran it up the rope with Glenn Martin driving. The sure path was green. She's like, okay, that proves I know I can do it. This is at the World's site. The conditions are right. She didn't do it at the Worlds in the tournament, but she's right there, and like any day could be that day that she puts it over. I mean, she's been skiing great this year. We said it earlier, 2nd at the Masters. Looked great skiing in the Masters qualifiers. Really set herself apart, and let's make this the set right here. She's going with the 13-meter start.
And I think the rest of the field will start at 13 meters. They all have actually been doing that kind of all season, and Vanessa's been really strong, and is having a really good start to the season. And I agree with you, Corey. I think she's getting ready to pop one off. It's just she needs to get everything to kind of go to line up. But she's looking like super strong, and like it's getting ready to go down. And today could be the day and put the pressure on our last two skiers. And I'd love to see her. I'd love to see her get there and do it, and we have the same thing kind of go like we had in the men, where it's
exactly.
like we've really got to. The last two got to buckle down and do it.
Charlie Ross, third seed, runs 41, wins the tournament. Vanessa Wieck, can she go out there, third seed, run 39? That makes it a tall order for Allie and Jamie standing on the dock. So, we shouldn't get ahead here, but we're rooting for her. That's the main thing that we're saying. And, I think that was a beautiful opener. She's got 35 here into the headwind. If anything, this likely will be a better pass. You kind of got the nerves out of the way after an opener. You got some headwind. 35, you almost have to treat it, with a little bit more aggression, which tends to bode well. And that's what she's going to want here. She's going to want a very solid pass, to set up that 38 tail, 39 head, hopefully to come after.
Yeah, when we go back to those 23 Worlds, she came up a lot and trained at our place before those Worlds. And I never got to ski with her that much, or ever before those. Her style is so beautiful. Like when you get to watch her in the boat, it's just like, or this boat camp, it's just, she does a lot of things so well. And it's
a great 135
yes.
turning righty. You saw it right there.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot more of that.
Look at the handle control. It's always moving with her. It's always connected to her hip. It's really good. I like it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, and you saw the confidence there on that gate shot. I think I've had some conversations with her. You and I, too, John, are in a similar stage of life. Parents, you're trying to find the priority for everything. Skiing is important to you, and it means a lot in our hearts, but then there's a lot of other things to manage. And so to try to keep that all together is an effort. But then on the other hand, when you go out to ski an event like this, there's some perspective that it's not the most important thing in life. The most important thing in life is still waiting at home. So when you can find the mentality to make that liberating and say, in the end, I've got a loving family, and as long as I don't die today, everything's going to be fine. I feel like you can use that for confidence. And Vanessa, I think, is maybe coming into her peak of all time because it's like, what else? I'm going to let everything I have go every time.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, and it was really nice to see the whole family come over with her this year. I know last year she kind of came and didn't have the kids, and I think that's also good, kind of helping her that she can get out here and probably relax and have a little bit more fun here at the lake. And
what do you say to that, John? Do you think it's helping her that she can relax a little bit more?
Well, I don't know how she's here with two kids. Thank God her husband's
Vanessa, you're hearing from the guy that doesn't have any kids that you're relaxing more with the two kids here. Clearly, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Okay,
no, it's
right.
amazing.
No kids amazing.
No, but you know what, though? She's having fun. I saw some pictures posted at the beach, and like we said with sledge, if you can find that, if you're out there having fun, that also goes a long way. So I'm only joking with you here, Zane.
Yeah, for sure, because, yes, there's a lot of things that help.
There we go. Yeah, it got down course there, got a little shaky, but got her way through it, put the hammer down there off a 5-ball and making her way through that pass.
Yeah, like with having the kids here, there's a lot of things that make it way harder, like just sleeping, right? Like jet lag. And so she's just now like being at the beach, just relaxing and having fun. Then she comes out here on the water and is just enjoying it, right? Because her family's here. There's no stress, none of that.
Well, I can tell you right now, JT, there is a little bit of stress because we're sitting at the end and we are having the gates under review. So,
oh no.
Vanessa having to work really hard to get through that 38 off, but now we're going to have to wait and see if the judges are going to call that she went through the gates or if she missed them.
Hopefully they're just taking a second look. Sometimes it's tight and you can't see, and to be fair to everyone, they should have a second look. It's approved. See, that's what we want. I'd say the majority of the time that is the case, and it's only fair that they take a second look. Hopefully they didn't even mention it to her. I mean, it's possible that she doesn't even know that happened. Oh, the goat. Oh, wait a second. I can't see
Is it
that.
a real?
I can't
That's
see that.
amazing.
All right,
very
well, that's a
That
really
could be
nice
is
watch
that my
party.
Cousin? We're holding a goat? My cousin has goats. No, it's not them, but it's not my cousin. Could be. I want to see Corey Keegan You guys having a watch party? Get the goats in, man. I don't know how we can get a goat sponsor, but not important. What is important, Vanessa, 39 for the lead.
Needs more than one to take the lead.
Good
Beautiful
one. She's
one.
going to get more than one. What else is she going to get?
Oh, come on,
nah,
Vanessa.
a little slow at it, too. Can she? You know what? Smart play. That she has that amazing 3, but it's a tricky business to lay it down right there. She could have gotten 2.5. 3's a little more secure. Put some pressure on there. And takes the lead. No worse than 3rd. She's definitely on the podium. So
That's smart skiing.
smart
'Cause
skiing.
That's a really good start there. If that was round 2, she would be turning 3 ball
Yeah.
for sure. But, she's just been smart to get to 4. The weather hasn't been consistent today, so if it does, it's just a good score for her. I'm sure she kind of had that in her mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look, there was the only person that got past, 3 ball at 10-7 was Jamie Bull, and then in the second round, she didn't get it. I know it was windy, but Allie got to 3, and so now she's making Allie have to ski, better than what she did in the preliminary rounds if she wants to, take the lead from her here. So, big skiing by her and really smart, making sure that she gets over here and gets the full 3 and doesn't dump anything and leave a half a buoy out there.
No, it's great and smart and strong skiing. And Vanessa's one of those people that anytime she's in the field, she's always got hey, this is our watch party right here. How about that? Good party vibes going here. Zane's probably getting a little bit of the tickles in his belly. Going to get some nerves for his sister. That's always a little more nerve-wracking when it's somebody else that you really care about skiing, even more than yourself, because you got no control over it. You just want the best for them.
I'm so much more nervous for others than myself.
Yeah, and
Totally.
I'll be honest. I was so nervous for the Masters. She's coming off that Masters win. That was one that I know she really, really, really wanted, and it was really cool to see her, get there. And she's been skiing really well this season. Hadn't quite gotten through that 10-7 yet. I know that's really wants to get that off her back and just start putting them down, but. She's been skiing really consistently, really strong, and kind of putting herself into positions to, to be there and take some of these wins. So, we're looking for her today to come out and be really strong on the water and try to take down a 10-7 and really put the pressure out there on Jamie, because I know just about every time, when you get that where there's a lot of pressure, it gets it, and one skier can kind of fold. So that's kind of what she's been working on doing, but. She's been skiing well this season, and it's super cool to see her have a go. So I'd be honest, I'm probably not as nervous as I have been on this one, but yeah, I'd like to see her well. I am rooting for her.
And that's a good sign, because it's showing you have the confidence in her. Like, she's right where she needs to be, and any day can be the day is essentially the story. She's knocking on the door. We saw it with Charlie there. Today was the day. He just put it down, and I liked what Allie was doing in the preliminary rounds. She's pretty dialed in. The ski's working. She's got her gate sorted out. And, another watch party in the car. There you go, breaking the law probably. A little bit of driving and watching. Looks pretty safe, I'd say.
Man, the views here of this lake are so beautiful.
It's French Riviera is not bad,
All right, well, Allie Nicholson coming in, 35 off. You see that gate. She really stacked over the ski, but controls her speed as a lefty. Looking really good on that 1-5 side turn. And rocking and rolling through this pass, and there you go. That's a good 35 off for Allie Nicholson. So I know she's, trying to set herself up. She's used to running this 38, any direction, and so we'll drop her down here. We'll shorten the rope for 38. But right now, let's go check in with Lorenzo.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to outside. We're joined here by Vanessa, who just got done skiing. So how out there?
It was actually pretty good. When you're sitting down here, it feels really windy. But when you're on the water, it's actually not too bad. And the lake is so perfect. You guys are amazing. TWBC here this year. Mario driving that boat. It's amazing here.
You just top score so far. We still have and to go. But how do you feel about your score?
I have mixed emotions because that was actually a really good start. And I came into 3 and just wanted to get on the podium. So I've got mixed emotions about getting on the podium, but then also having such a nice start. That one I probably could have got a little bit further down, but we'll So I'm happy, yeah.
All right, it's good that you're happy. We're happy that you're happy, and you just have to wait another couple of skiers, and then we'll know which color medal you're gonna bring home. Well, thank you, at the 2025 Monaco Cup, and back to you.
All right, well, thanks, Lorenzo, and great skiing there for Vanessa. Got herself in the lead. Let's see if Allie Nicholson has anything to say for it, though, as we bring her in here for 38 off. This is a bit of a tailwind. Not a good start there. Going to have to be in scrap mode, and I think she's done. Yep, that'll be it. That was not the start she was looking for.
I think she got pushed on her gate. She went really, really, really hard on that gate. I think she was really late.
Yeah, I could tell. You're right. In the approach to one, I was already like, oh, boy, we got a lot of speed cooking, and then it just chased her the whole way. She tried to find some ways to bleed it off and get on the line she wanted, but with that tailwind, it's super hard, and she wasn't quite able to. Look how much speed in the approach to one. Then it swung down course, loose rope, manageable from here, but then it's still got, maybe a bit more gusty. You see it on the water more than what we did a few minutes ago, and getting kind of narrow by 3 and not able to make it go. So definitely disappointing. I feel like Allie, as usual, she's always in for all of these European stops. Hopefully some opportunities to correct for this.
Yeah, and so, from skiing with her a bunch, like when that happens to her, what happens, she usually turns in at the gate, leaves her feet behind her. She's good about moving everything back in front of her, but because she does that, that ski just starts picking up way too much speed, and, then that's kind of what it catches her out there at 2-ball. And the big thing is you see the 2-ball catches the lefties, and it's the gate, and that's, what happened. She left her feet behind her, generated too much speed to 1, and then couldn't turn 2. All right, we got another watch party. Zachary Aringson. Glad to see where you're watching. I bet
looks comfy.
It looks comfy. Looks maybe like the morning time, but now we know. We can definitely know that Vanessa Viek's going to get no worse than second, and Brooke Baldwin is going to make the podium back on the Pro Tour. So congrats to Brooke Baldwin. Great skiing from her this weekend, and we'll have to see what color medal it'll be after this skier.
Awesome stuff. Maybe after studying for the MCAT, the pressure of a pro tournament's a little lower. That's a big deal, getting ready to apply for med school and taking the MCAT. So hopefully this feels a little bit more like vacation and a getaway, and that's a good place to be for a pro tournament. And then it all comes down to this.
Yeah.
Jamie Bull about to leave the dock. They're taking their time with something. Well, John, you ski with Jamie a lot, but I feel like just seeing her around at tournaments and stuff, she's kind of the definition of cool, calm, and collected. You don't really ever see her riled up. You don't see her overly emotional. It's very stoic and across the board.
It's really good to have her around sometimes to just bring me back down to earth. Yeah, she's awesome. She's one of the best teammates I've ever had, and she's just such a strong, willing person to help, and yeah, she's just awesome to be around. She knows the sport really well. She has good eyes. She helps us out. It's just good feeling on the water. It's just a lot of fun to have Jamie around and with the team. Clearly very committed to her craft. I feel like she's just been on an upward trajectory, and it doesn't seem like she's showing any signs of stopping that. She's just pushing into new boundaries all the time. So nice, clean 13-meter opener. She's going to also go with the 38 tailwind, 39 headwind approach. And, that's what she did in the first round. She ran it, so ran 39, that is. So that's what she's looking to do here. She knows she needs to get over to 4 to take the win.
And it's something to point out. The wind is gusting up here just on the, this set. It's kind of come through a couple times, working its way down the lake. Hopefully it's not too much, but, we kind of said that for the guys. It's going to come down to kind of some luck of the wind, and, hopefully Jamie can luck out and the wind will kind of stay down for her. But right now we are getting a little bit more blowing up.
Well, I'm sure if she has to take it somewhere, she'd rather take it at 32 and 35 off and see if it'll drop off again there by the shorter passes. But time will tell, and if there's anybody that's up to it anyway, I would say, from what we've seen out of Jamie this weekend and for the past few years, she's not going to be afraid.
No, she's got a few keys this set that she really wants to hit that she's been kind of missing in the last few days. So I think her goal here is just to get good starts, get good connection off the wakes out to the apex of the turn. And if she hits those, I'm sure the result's going to be great.
Well, she had a great result in the preliminary round, got 1.5 at 10.25, but right now we're bringing her in. This is 35 off 12 meters. Good start, looking good off of 1. Nothing too major, just kind of still warming up here for Jamie, but cruising through this 35 off pass.
That's the kind of rhythm that she's looking for right there, though. So if she can just keep up with that, you know, every pass just intensity up a little bit more, nothing big changes. It's going to be what she's looking for sure.
Yeah.
Kind of saw a gust right there as the boat was coming out of the course. It was blowing down the boat. But right now, while we're waiting to bring her in at 38 off, go vote for your skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Vote for your skier of the day, your 2U, brought to you by 2U Health Snacks.
I guess we got to see a little bit what Jamie does here, right? She maybe wants to make a case for herself on the women's side. You know, the men have stated their case by now. And, yeah, but pretty soon we'll have to have that wrapped up and determined. So go ahead and get ready to make your votes.
All right, and Jamie Bull here trying to defend her title from last year. So knows she's got to go get a piece of 4 if she wants to take the win. Gotten through the 32 and 35 off pass, and you know now got to get this 38 off tailwind, and you know, set herself up for a chance to take the lead.
Yeah, I feel like on this pass for a few of the skiers, we're getting a little excited about 38 tail. I feel like we're treating Jamie a little bit differently, that we really expect her to run this and run it well. Let's see what kind of wind situation she has here. I don't think it's at its worst. I think it's, you know, pretty steady as usual. She's looking steady as usual here mid-course. In fact, I'd say taking charge of the pass more and more as it goes. And, yeah, I mean,
that's the rhythm, dude. Yeah. That's a good rhythm. That's a good swing. You know, it was controlled. It wasn't as nice as it was for a few skiers ago. So it's a little bit more gusty, but she's controlling herself really well and just controlling the handle and the rope, and she's doing well. You know, she's just, every pass, she's just taking buoy by buoy. She's not attacking anything too hard. She's just swinging nice and controlling herself.
Yeah, this looks good. I'm sure she's feeling confident that she's hitting her keys coming into this 39. You know, she knows that to take the win outright, she's got to turn 3, get any piece of 4. You know, we see Jamie run it a lot now too, so depending on where she is in the past, you know, she may be thinking that she could have a stab at that record again. You know, but also she certainly doesn't want to make any mistakes at 3. And she'd probably rather avoid a runoff scenario. There's Vanessa getting ready, standing by on the dock. In case Jamie was to put up the 3, that'll force a runoff for the win. So Vanessa standing by nervously, but knowing she can't do any worse than second. Not a bad position to be in. And, yeah, it'll come down to this in a moment. We have another gust of wind kind of rolling from the starting dock end towards Jamie down there in the far end. Hopefully it can clear out.
She's coming in. There's a gust in between the gates and the pre-gates at the moment at that far end.
Yeah, hopefully
she's going to go right through it pretty much right now.
Pretty good looking gate there, though. I feel like she found it right. Ski popped up a little on the way to 1, but she's on a good path out of 2. Now make a decision, save 3, and now she's got the win, and she's going to run the pass.
All right, and there you have it, your winner getting through it.
In true fashion right there.
Now, Corey, we were talking about this earlier. If she goes for the 10.25,
she's got nothing to lose here.
And she's looking for the record, man.
She's won the tournament, so that's the only other thing that she can do.
She wouldn't have a car ride to the hotel if she didn't try it.
Yeah, that's right.
I would
As
leave
it
her
should
here.
be, yes.
But now the pressure's off, right?
Vanessa
Because that's what
second.
we were kind of saying, that she's going to have no pressure. But here you go. Check out the podium. We got Jamie Bull is your winner. Vanessa Veek taking home second, and Brooke Baldwin is rounding out the podium in third. So congrats to her, back on the Pro Tour, getting on the podium.
Yeah, fantastic run here. Let's admire this 39. You know, she had to be a little smart there at 3, and you then she was in such a good shape, she was able to really commit at 4 and take this thing down. There was a gust of wind there at 5. It looked like
windy.
It got her. The line came tight, I think, a little sooner than she expected, but she's very strong, powered right through that. Great run. Yeah, now let's hope this wind lays down, give her a good stab at record territory. It's very exciting, something that everyone should stay tuned for here. We've sorted out the podium in the winter, but can she set a new Canadian record? Needs 2.5. 2.25 is the record. 2.25 would tie. She'd put her name in the book, but 2.5 would outright take Whitney McClintock's long-standing Canadian national record. What can she get here? That's a good one.
Very good one.
Oh, no, just a little narrow at 2. But, hey, the win.
Hey, that's great. She's happy. She got the win,
And, hey, the more shots she gets like that at 41, you kind of feel that it's coming. Great for her for taking the shot, and big congratulations to Jamie on the win.
Some of those gates and one balls at 41, first round and just now, actually, are some of the best ones she's actually ever had.
That one ball's good enough to go to 3.
Yeah. I guess got to maybe drive better for her or something. So she can get her gates and ones in practice so she can figure it out. But, man, yeah, that was good. Especially for how windy it is. She controlled that push down the lake really well.
See, Adam Settlemeyer would have turned this into 3. I'm kidding. That was a fantastic start. Yeah, and that wind pushing there at 2 makes it a little bit tricky. So great skiing right there. We're going to go and take a look at our Pro Tour leaderboard. We're going to take a look at the event leaderboard. Jamie Bull taking the top spot, 1 at 41. Vanessa Veek second with 3 at 39. Brooke Baldwin winning the tiebreak on backup score, 1 at 39. Also tied with her, but going in 4th and 5th, Neely Ross and Ali Garcia. Then we've got Manon Costard, Ileana Bischofberger, and Allie Nicholson rounding out the finals. Some great act out there. As we expected, a real battle. And now we'll have a look at our Pro Tour leaderboard after this event going into Morocco. Jamie Bull sitting on top, 95 points. Vanessa Veek in second with 73. Regina Jaquist in 52. Then we got Allie Nicholson right behind there in 50. Brooke Baldwin in 5th spot. Then we got Neely Ross, Ali Garcia, Kennedy Hansen, Manon Costard, Whitney McClintock-Rini, Ileana Bischofberger, and Daniela Kretschmer rounding out the top 12.
Well, all right, guys. Well, thank you for tuning in here for the Slalom Finals at the 3rd edition of the Monaco Waterski Cup. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll be with you for the trick finals and the final event of the day. So we'll stay tuned for the rest of the action.
Masterline, made in the USA.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, guys, we're back here. We've got Jamie Bull in the booth. You're back-to-back winner here of the Monaco Waterski Cup. So congratulations, Jamie. Great skiing out there. You looked awesome.
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, super happy with how I skied. It's definitely challenging out there. The wind is pretty unpredictable, and so there's a lot of, for me, there's a lot of conversations going on, a lot of decisions to be made, and really there's like some rolling the dice, but just like going out and making sure that you're like hitting all your moves even more so than normal. So I felt really solid and it paid off.
Yeah, and in this round I thought you looked the most dialed. I thought everything looked really, really good. Your gates were looking really nice, and you were really getting good starts. As we take a look here on the replay, I think this is your first 11. So why don't you walk us through what's going on there?
Yeah, that was 41 at the end. At this point, like, I'd done what I needed to do, and it's pretty windy out there. So, like, my 39 at the end of the pass I couldn't see anything. The wind was howling. 41, I didn't have much expectation because it's so windy. Like, obviously, I would love to get a good start and try to get over to 3, but I was like, those tailwinds going to push me. I don't know what's going to happen. I was like, I'll just try and get a decent gate and see what happens. I ended up rotating one quite well. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to commit to changing my edge and going around 2. But then I ended up pretty narrow.
Well, I thought that start. You're getting starts now that looks like you can definitely get to 3 and maybe even further. So here's your 39.
Yeah, 39 felt really good. I was just like, I really got to make sure I stay connected to the handle so that the headwind doesn't push me narrow. And right here, I knew that I had the wind coming into 4, so I was able to commit to 4. And then here the wind was just you can see the chop, and that spray. Yeah, it was howling at the end of the pass.
Yeah, 5-ball towards the end of your pass was at 39 was insane. I thought you were going to go inside of it because you couldn't see the buoy because it was so gusty.
Super gusty, but yeah, really happy I got a good start, and the wind was solid for my gate and the start, which is what I needed, and then was able to just be strong through the finish.
Well, congrats on the back-to-back championship. Looking forward to seeing you next weekend in Morocco and at the other stops along the European tour.
Thanks so much.
All right, guys, and now we are going to figure out who our audience prize winner for the women's to get them a Conley ski is Gordon Christie. So congratulations, Gordon. Good job on picking the podium, and congratulations on getting yourself a new Conley ski. Right now, while we're sitting here waiting to get this trick event underway, be sure to go to. Oh, never mind. Scratch that. We're going to pick a pass. I'm going to choose Charlie Ross's 41 off.
Oh, you're talking about you're talking about picking your favorite pass of the weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that, right?
Well, I got to pick that one first.
Oh,
You
I
get to
can't-
pick the second pass.
I mean, you gotta go back to Jamie, obviously super dominant. Running 39.
Here we go. He's going to re-rack this one. Adam, why don't you tell us what you thought of this 41? We got to watch it. I talked about it live. So,
I mean, pure insanity. Charlie is on fire. Getting through 41 in this win is definitely a whole nother level. But, I have a pleasure of skiing with Charlie and Andrew and his dad, Drew, down at the Winter Garden Waterski. And it's actually been super neat because Charlie's just pushing every single pass, every single day. And, he's running 41s up and down the lake every single day, just really committed. And he knows what he wants, and clearly it's working. So I'm just super fortunate to be able to kind of hang around there and him pushing me along with him. So super, super cool.
yeah, and I mean, he saw him get a little excited there at 5-ball, but then, somehow gets it outside of 6 and able to hang on to that hit. It was super impressive, and congrats to Charlie. I mean, that was huge, and getting his first 41 in a pro tournament under his belt. So, that was huge for him, especially on just this first stop here for the European Tour. So.
And I talked to him after, and obviously everybody's super happy. I mean, huge accomplishment, but the kid has certain goals in his head for what he wants to accomplish. Then job not done, we're on to the next one. And the next few years, Charlie is definitely one of the skiers you gotta watch out for, because he's on his game and he's on a mission.
Yeah, and I mean, when I watch him just kind of around the lake, he looks like he's having a really good time. Like, he's having fun, he's smiling. He's definitely serious about it, but he's definitely got he's having a ton of fun while he's out here, and I think that's really rolling into his skiing, and you're seeing that pay off for him.
Yeah, I mean, he looks relaxed, but trust me, I mean, there's a method to everything that he does. He's super committed to the game of slalom skiing. He lives and breathes slalom skiing, and like I said, he's on a mission. So,
all right, and I guess we're gonna pick another pass.
Uh-oh.
I got to think here for a minute.
I get to pick. Okay. Well, I mean, like I said, Jamie, we already watched that. Freddie going out there twice, kind of doing 4 in a pretty good headwind. That was fun to watch on my end. I do have to be honest. Other than that, I was kind of in my own head and not really following too much. So I'll kind of defer to you. What do you want to see?
Okay. I'll pick one of the ladies. Can we watch Vanessa Veek's 38 off?
Yeah, that's a good pick. I mean, Vanessa, obviously, super successful Masters. I think she did fairly well at a Lake 38 as well. I mean, she's on a hot streak and, taking podiums and running some deep 39. So definitely super, super exciting to watch her ski as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, watch her 135 side. She just absolutely slams the turn and, kind of unloaded a little bit funky there, but, watch her right here. She gets back into it and gets the ski to turn. She, wasn't her best pass, but she was really strong all the way through it. That's kind of what I like to see about Vanessa. Never really getting into trouble and freaking out too much and getting her way through it, and then giving herself a chance at 39 and getting herself second place today.
Yeah, and I mean, no doubt that Tailwind 38 is a challenging pass, right? And I think it goes back to the fact that she's just had an amazing streak of the tournaments. A huge amount of confidence kind of comes along with it, and was it the cleanest 38 we've seen all weekend from her? Probably not, but she was managing it, skiing it the right way, got through it, and obviously refocused for the 39 because she got 3, right?
Yeah, got to 3, and it could have kind of almost looked like she might fall over at 3-ball, but was smart, kind of S-turned, and Got the ski back, got the 3, so gotten herself second place. And I mean, she's been very consistent this season, skiing really, really well. And I'm ready to see Vanessa, pop off one of those 10.7s in a tournament and put a lot of pressure on the likes of like Jamie Bull.
Yeah, the way I see it, it's only a matter of time. Obviously, doing it in a pro tournament is a whole different ball game than doing it in a regular 2-round tournament. So, maybe Vanessa will go back and start focusing on that, unlock that 39, and eventually we'll be able to get through it at a pro tournament as well.
All right. Well, as we get the boat to run a few phantom passes, we'll take a look at the trick start list. First skier off the dock is, this one. How do you say her name? Ines Agno. I'm sorry that I got it wrong.
Yeah.
I'm definitely butchering that one. But then we'll move right along to Pole de Plon Freiburg, Tobias Georges, Thibaut Dayan, Neely Ross, Axel Garcia, Matias Gonzalez, and Patricio Font. I'm really excited to watch Axel Garcia get out there. I mean, he came out a young kid and looking, qualified there, the third seed. So looking forward to seeing him get out here in this event.
Yeah, did you get to get a chance to talk to some of the trick skiers yesterday to kind of see what the feelings were, or not really?
No, Lorenzo was the guy down there chatting with everybody, and he has not relayed the information back to me. But I think everybody, kind of said that the wind kind of was messing with them a little bit. But I expect everybody to kind of they went, and it really wasn't a whole lot of pressure in the round. So they were really just trying to get the feel. I think everybody will be a little more honed in when you got some pro points on the line and money's on the line. So I'm expecting to see these the skiers come in and dialed in and some big trick scores this afternoon.
Yeah, I talked to Matty today, and he was saying he was had a little bit of a hard time setting up his speed. Sometimes when you bounce from one place to another, you do adjust your both hand and toe speed a couple clicks up and down to kind of get yourself in that sweet spot between the wakes. So he said he was struggling with that a little bit. Sounds like he's got it figured out. Not really sure if it was just kind of a different lake, different water, or if the wind itself played some part in that. So that's kind of what I was hearing, and obviously we saw Tobias, taping his binding to make sure that the release doesn't happen. So, adjustments have been made, and I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, and I think I remember you saying yesterday that Matthias was really jet lagged, so hopefully maybe he was able to get some sleep last night and feel it a little bit better today. And yeah, we don't want to see those guys. Axel Garcia also had his boot release, remember? So we had 2 releases. So I bet you we'll be seeing these guys make sure that release isn't going to come off and do everything they can to stand up these 2 runs.
Have you ever tricked?
I did not very well back in the day.
All right. You used to be an overall skier, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Until I went to college, and then when I really didn't have to do it much anymore, I stopped doing it. But the one trick that you said you had the front flip down, the back flip. I tried so hard. I had to learn by myself, and I finally got it down. And so that's kind of my claim to fame. If you want to learn a back flip, come ski with me.
That was the highlight of your trick career, landing a back flip?
No, landing the front flip.
Landing a front
was
flip
my favorite,
yeah,
but the back flip was the one that I had to work the hardest to figure it out because I started trying to do it like a back flip and then had to, move from there.
That's cool. So what's your top score ever?
I don't know.
Couple thousand, 5,000, 7,000, 8,000.
And then as I got older, I could do a bunch of tricks, but I just never skied in tournaments,
It was more for the ladies on the shore?
Not even for that. It was when I was not having very fun on my slalom ski. I was like, let's go out and do something that I can relax at and
that's a good approach, right? I mean, if things are, and I can always relate to that as an overall skier, if things are not going right, whether it's in a practice or whether it's in a tournament, you kind of always have that another event to sort of refocus and try to kind of improve your mood with. So, sometimes it's benefit to all the events to kind of switch it out and, relax in your head.
Yeah, and then by the time that I really got to understanding tricks, and I was, I had got to 21, and I was more worried about, slalom, and so I went over and I lived in Ukraine for a summer, and I learned so much sitting in the boat, just, because I was asking questions and I was driving, and I wanted to learn to figure out more about it. And, so that was really fun, and shout out to that, those crew over there. And, but yeah, they were really good trick skiers, and that was kind of where I started to really understand it when I got with them, but I never really had a trick coach back in the day. It was just like mom and dad and trying to figure out from watching, Corey Picos's VHS tapes on how to trick.
Yeah, that's a big difference between sort of the, at least from my perspective, the approach to water skiing stateside versus European, right? Where, in the States, and it's kind of a family sport. You maybe have access to the boat, or you live on the lake. You go out there on the weekends, you have fun, you kind of fall in love in the sport. And you start getting a little bit more serious, start visiting some places and ski schools where, in Europe and Ukraine and back in my home country, it's more of a club-based sport, right? So day one, you kind of show up. You sign up for a club. There's a coach, and you kind of jump right into it and kind of develop from there. So sounds like when you were back there coaching, you were part of the club and kind of working with a bunch of kids and development there. And definitely a big group of amazing trickers coming out of Ukraine, so they definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah, no, and it's really cool here over in Europe. You kind of have the clubs. Like right now, I'm working for the Team Denmark, and shout out to all the Danish people watching that I've been skiing with. But same thing. They have you got a coach that comes in and does a lot of junior development, and it's definitely a bit different than kind of how my upbringing for skiing was. My mom and dad skied, and they did competitions, but they weren't the best at it. And then we kind of got into it, did some junior development things when a coach would show up, and that's kind of how me and Allie kind of got into water skiing. And then it progressed as we got older, and I started working for ski schools, and we started skiing together. So it's definitely different to see. It's cool, but it's definitely different how things roll, and we get to the same spot, and then it's just awesome to see the way that everybody's still you guys, like you look like you're having a lot of fun. I know Corey's been saying you're having a lot of fun, and like there's a love for water skiing. No matter how you came from it, it all came in, and you're having fun, and that's why we're here doing it, right? We're trying to make money and do whatever at it, but really the whole reason that we do what we do is because we love water skiing and it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I always go, I hate to repeat myself, but this weekend has just been the most fun I've had in a while. Just struggled a couple years in a row to sort of was getting in my own head, and sort of the score that I was thinking about was kind of like putting unnecessary pressure on myself. And I'm happy I ended up on the podium, but quite frankly, if I ended up 8th or whatever, I would still be super stoked about this weekend, just because I kind of had a plan, and I had fun, I delivered on everything, and yeah, I'm definitely feeling like I'm 16 again, skiing back in the good old Czech Republic, and just enjoying the sport.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're out here having fun, dude. We'll take a look at the start list one more time. We're going to get Ines Agno on the water here shortly, but we'll roll through these 8 trickers, get through this trick event, crown us a champion. What do you think we're going to have to trick to take the win today?
Well, the top score yesterday was 11.4, right? So I think it's going to have to be more than that, because as we mentioned earlier, those guys kind of went out there, felt what adjustments they need to do, and I think they're going to be on a mission today, and there's no holding back if you want to claim the top spot. So I think we're definitely in for a treat, and here comes our first skier.
All right, and Ines skiing out of France. So we have 2 women in this competition. We just didn't quite have the field to have a full women's event. So the men, we kind of had a vote. The girls said that they wanted to ski against the men, and the men said that they didn't mind skiing against the women. So we've got 2 women competing in this event, and Ines is going to come out electing to go toes to get us underway as our first tricker here in this trick final event.
All right, here she comes for her toe pass. We've got a toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake front, a couple back to backs in the middle, toe 5 front, out with a toe O wrap in. Here she goes, toe wake O, toe wake line back, front, toe wake back, front, a couple side slides to finish it all up. I think she went down on a toe wake line back yesterday, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Cool.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, we're already making improvements. That's certainly good to see.
Well, and the wind's not quite as windy and gusty as it was yesterday when they were having to trick. So, maybe that's helping them out a little bit here to keep the rope and not let the line get loose. But as we take a look at the replay here for that toe 5.
Yeah. So what were you picking up on here?
I really like how she keeps her, you see her, she keeps that leg really high, not letting it get too far away from her. A lot of times, we'll see skiers as they get further in, they let that leg get further away and don't keep it as high. And now we kind of start rocking off balance. But doing a really good job of keeping that ski leg loaded and that rope leg high. So not getting off balance and moving over the ski pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, if you spend some time in Ukraine, you probably know that, toe leg up high and close to the other knee is one of the top points. And what, you try to kind of drill into young kids because it's something that it's one of the most basic things. But if you are able to sort of figure that thing out, I mean, everything else from there is much easier, and it lets you control the line. It lets you move in out of the tricks faster, and that's definitely a huge benefit. And she's definitely doing a great job with that, kind of keeping her knee high and staying connected. And that was a good toe pass. Definitely a huge improvement from yesterday.
Yeah, so we're looking here as we're getting through. The toe pass looks like she tricked roughly 3,080 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly respectable, right? She got a lot of tricks in. She has one toe wake line back. Obviously, the next step on how to bring this to the next level is to just start doing a couple more toe wake lines, which are obviously a high scoring tricks. So she's got the base down. Now she's just got to kind of build on that, and we'll see her coming back at her hand pass here. A couple of wake back-to-backs, back-to-back reverse. Here comes the 5s. Second one, wake 5 back. All right, here comes a couple flips, regular back flip. Oh yeah, it's looking much better today. Reverse, back, and a back to front. Whoa, surface O to finish things up, and lost the handle there a little bit, but I have a feeling it's just one of those, throw something at the end just in case it's in time trick. So I don't think it's going to, play a big role in her score here. I'm sure she's super happy.
Yeah, and I mean, yesterday she, I'm trying to look here. Yesterday she got through but didn't get credit for her back to front flip. So not really sure what happened there, but today looking much better. I thought this round went really, really nice and much better tricking. Got way more points on her toe run, so good for her there, and we'll have to see what she gets here for her hand pass.
Yeah, and I try not to comment too much on the tournament judging, but it looks like a lot of flips have been cut yesterday, which is kind of out of the ordinary. So it's definitely interesting to see. But hey, you gotta do your flips correct, kids, if you want to get your points.
And so for the people at home that might not be, really adept to the trick event, what would something like an example of like a flip that gets no credit? Like, why would there be no credit on the back to front flip?
Yeah, it was a back to front back flip, right?
Sorry,
but I would assume the only way how you would not get a credit is if that first 180 is pre-turn, right? Which sometimes happens when you kind of load up too early or your ski starts sliding and then you kind of pre-turn and then you take off. So, once you're in the air, you're flipping, it's kind of hard to not get credit, but the takeoff's got to be clean. And you're approaching the wake backwards, and the ski tends to want to slide forward. So kind of staying loaded up and keeping the right direction is definitely important. And things can definitely go wrong there.
All right, well, there's your new score of 5,850 points for Ines. That is better than she did yesterday, so great skiing for her. And we'll move right along to our next skier, which will be Paul Dupron-Freiburg, another Frenchman here.
Yeah, he tricked 4,300 points yesterday. I think he can easily double that, if not more.
Yeah, I think I remember he fell on his first trick on one of his runs.
Here comes a set of moves, back to front flip, nice and clean. Boom, half twist, reverse. Here comes the ski line, back to back front. Man, my favorite sequence right there. Nice ski line 5 front. Finish it up with a front flip and a side slide. Man, that was solid. That's way more than his score yesterday already.
Yeah, that was much better skiing there for Paul. I know yesterday it didn't quite go the way he wanted, and good to get out here and shake it off and do that in the final. So he looked like he lost a little bit of time after this flip section as he's doing one of the ski lines. It looks like he kind of had a little rope and water, had to wait on the line to tighten up on him. Did you see that there?
Yeah, and my memory is terrible, but he started with toes yesterday, right? And he ended up doing the hand pass into the headwind, right?
I think so.
Maybe, he kind of felt like he needed a little bit of help with a tailwind, and easier to get your line for the ski lines, especially down the lake. So yeah, I mean, definitely maybe a little bit of time lost there, just because the tailwind's pushing you trying to get enough rope, and then it ends up being a little bit too much. But I don't think in the grand scheme of things it's going to be a big deal.
No, he did his hand pass first yesterday, and took his toes into the headwind.
Okay,
so
I told you my memory is terrible. So
that's okay.
I'll talk about trick skiing, but don't quote me or don't hold me accountable to any details.
But definitely had much better hand run that time. He fell on his ski line O yesterday, so got through that, stood up that hand run, and now going to need to shake off yesterday's toe run and see if he can get it out there and stand this one up and put up a huge score for this final.
Yeah, and I just think like those runs where you do the flips and then you come into ski lines and then you do the wake front and then you finish up with a flip. It's so cool to see. I mean, I talked about it yesterday. Most French trick skiers do that type of run than not. So I just think it's awesome. But it definitely takes a certain level of awareness and rope management to be able to kind of power through that. So I was never able to figure it out, and seems like it's just an everyday affair for these guys. All right, toe pass, big toe wake, 5 back, couple toe slides, toe back. Ooh, a little tight on the toe wake back to back. Here comes the reverse, surface, toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe O. Reverse, toe wake O, here comes the toe wake line O, toe wake line back, front, are we going to see a 5? Ooh, getting a little stuck there at the end, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, but much better than yesterday. I thought he was a little bit shaky on the toe wake 5, toe wake 5 back, but got through that one. That was a trick that he fell on, and then, getting hung up in the rope kind of late at the end, but still much better skiing there for Paul. That'll be a much bigger score than yesterday.
And it's a personal preference, right? For myself, it was always easier to manage the headwind in hands. I mean, I can't imagine doing toes into a headwind, but it sounds like that's what he's used to, and he did a good job. I think it caught up with him a little bit there at the end with the last toe wake line 5. Getting a little bit stuck, not kind of advancing up on the boat enough, and not having enough rope to work with. But overall good stuff.
Yeah, as we take a look here, I think this is where he gets hung up here on the line. Nope, it's the next one.
Yeah, I mean, did he get a little bit deeper? Yes, and it's not a big deal. But once you do that, it sort of throws your rhythm off for the next couple of toe wake lines. And with the toe wake line 5 is where the rhythm kind of catches up with you, right? So like if you do super, control toe wake line 0, then you kind of can work with the rope as it comes tight, and you kind of set your rhythm up for all the toe wake line 0s or toe wake line backs and toe wake line 5s. So, but once you set yourself up, not the best way possible on the first toe wake line, it's kind of hard to correct that, because you just want to motor through these toe wake line 5s and you want to get them in time, and there's just no time for adjustments. So. Who do we have next?
Next skier on the water will be out of Argentina, Tobias Georges. So remember yesterday he kind of had that boot pop off when he went to that front flip. So I'll be expecting him to maybe have it taped up and have it so definitely will not happen again. Might have locked that release in a little bit tighter, tighten up the springs on it.
There was about 15 to 20 people looking at that setup, so I think that the collective brain power probably figured it all out, and I don't expect it to happen here again. So, which is cool because he's got awesome flips, and we didn't get to see much of it, so I'm definitely excited to kind of see what he's got going on. I haven't seen him ski or trick in a while. Always just kind of watch or see him slalom or jump. So let's see what he's got.
And it looks like I got a score of 92.80 for pole. So
that's good.
Much better than yesterday. So 92.80, that'll move Pole de Plan Freiburg into the lead. But now we're on the water with Tobias Georges going with his hand pass.
All right. Let's see it. And it's going to be a set of mopes to kick things off. Here comes the little short.
And remember yesterday he came up short on those, and then kind of got it back together, and then fell on the front flip. So that's a bit of a bummer for Tobias. We saw him in the slalom event yesterday, and he skied real well and I think he tied his PB, and so he had a real good. Real good slalom event, and this one's probably a trick event to forget.
Yeah, and that's a real bummer. That's a real bummer. It's a first trick, right? So it's definitely a what's the correct way to say this? Okay, well, mobs are definitely super challenging, right? You want to set yourself up correctly, but things can happen, and once you're in that sort of reverse back and you commit, it's sort of hard to control and pull yourself back out of it. So unfortunately, he came out a little bit short, and I'm sure it's gonna haunt him for a while here. But just. Get back out there and let's see if he can do it again. You think he's going to switch to toes, or he's just going to show us another hand pass?
I would think the hand pass is worth more, so I'd probably go out there and try to stand that one up, at least get as many points as I could and get as high up, because we're thinking of Pro Tour points and and placement here for where they're placing. So I'd say he's probably going to go out and take the hand run and take it again.
Probably good for confidence too, right?
And he didn't take the ski off, and so I think that's what he's going to do. Hopefully he can find the top of that wake and get everything to kind of move and get a good start there, so he can get down this next pass.
And I wonder, like we were saying earlier, the boat speed and kind of the fine adjustments was something that these guys were working through yesterday. So I wonder if just he didn't, have much opportunity to kind of feel it out, and if it ended up being like a little bit slower that what he would want it, right? When the boat goes slower, the wakes are kind of further apart, and then you start casing the wake, and the water softer and everything else in between. So
even the depth could be different than what he normally skis at. I think he probably trains. I think he trains over at Corey's quite a bit.
Yeah,
and so
pretty shallow there. Yeah,
I haven't been in the lake here, but the depth will cause the wakes to be bigger or smaller based on how much water can move under the boat as it plows through. So that's something that he's going to have to really try to work on this time. Make sure he finds where he needs to be and gets these first tricks down and smooth.
All right, let's see it. Let's see if he can refocus here. Here we go. Much better. Here comes the back to front flip. Ski stayed on, that's good to see. Here comes a back flip. Half twist front, reverse half twist front. Sets of ski line out back, ski line back to back front. Huge ski line back to finish things off. All right. I mean, I would say that was a bit of a redemption pass.
Yeah, and then throw in the huge wake-to-wake ski line back. That's pretty cool. Haven't seen someone go that big on one of those tricks, this weekend. So,
unfortunately, you don't get points for style in trick skiing, but it was definitely cool to see.
Yeah, but I mean, much better there on the mob to start and set himself up, and then great to see him land here. He didn't go quite as big on the front flip as he did yesterday, so didn't quite have as hard of a landing, and the boot stayed on. Got through this flip sequence here, and then we'll see
reverse half twist, nice and clean. Smooth transition into ski lines. He's got a ski line. Oh, ski line back to back. All right, here comes the gigantic ski line back. Sweet.
Yeah, wake to wake. So
that's
cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a party trick.
Yeah.
A lot of fun to do as well. He did it inverted, right? Which, you tend to go much bigger on, and it's actually really hard to get that trick no credit, right? Sometimes if you do it the regular way, you get too much rope. The rope ends up in the water, which then is, no credit, right? Because your rope's got to be out of the water as you're crossing it. Definitely almost impossible to do it when you go inverted. So super cool. And here comes Thibaut.
So I talked to Thibaut. I think he said this would be his 7th or 8th trick set of the year.
All
so,
right.
Been focusing on building a house and, getting it all built up in Florida and, made it over here on Thursday. I think he had some travel. Things did not go quite as well as they wanted, so he got here a little late, but came in, made the final in the slalom event. We saw him ski, very well to make it into the final.
Yeah.
He's been slaloming real well, and now he's here in the trick event, and we're looking to see him, get 2 stand-up runs.
Yeah, I mean, life definitely tends to get in the way. You only get busier as you get, more responsibilities. I know Thibaut obviously is a skier, but also super successful in his real estate business and being a realtor. So, it's definitely working for his slalom game. I feel like he's skiing the best I've seen him in the last few years. I think tricks are maybe a little bit on a back burner, and it just goes back to, this event is in his home country. He just wants to support it, and, it's not a big deal to just bring a set of trick skis and just have some fun with it.
Yeah, no, and so it's great to see him here and supporting the event and getting us, more competitors. It's nice to see that we're having, more events with not just slalom. We're getting some trick in and we're, bringing back the overall. It's good to see that. And
hey, he was first on the water yesterday, and, now he's in the middle of the pack. So, you never know.
Well, let's see what he looks here, if he can get this toe pass done.
All right, set of toe wake back-to-backs. Yeah, he looks more on his game today for sure. Toe 5 front, toe O. Boom, toe wake line O, toe wake line back. Reverse toe, ooh, a little shaky there. Toe wake line back-to-back. And a reverse, boom.
Little shaky there at the end, but, he did say yesterday, he's like, man, I run out of breath about halfway through. So, not quite in trick shape like some of these other guys, but still out here looking great.
And that's interesting, right? Because to be in shape for tricks means completely different, it's something completely different than being in shape for slalom, right? So I feel like Thibaut's definitely working on his slalom game and his trick muscles, and maybe toe muscles are just not there quite yet. But hey, he's going to Morocco. I think he's tricking there. So, just building up slowly but surely.
Yeah, we're looking forward to having him in Morocco and seeing him in, that trick event. And, I'm looking forward to getting to go there for next weekend. It's going to be tons of fun. So be sure, if you're watching on the broadcast, everybody check in for the next event next weekend.
Are you coming?
Yeah,
cool.
I fly in on Thursday, so I'm
Awesome.
looking forward to coming in, hanging out. I don't think Lorenzo could make it, so I'll be doing dockside interviews for Vincent, and look forward to that.
That's very cool. It sounds like you have a summer full of travel, right? You're staying in Denmark, then you made a trip down here, now Morocco. Have you been to Africa before?
I went last year.
Oh, okay.
Marrakesh was
Gotcha.
tons of fun. I got to go there. I think I'm going to tag along to Portugal.
Nice.
To the next,
Awesome.
and then I've got a bunch of traveling with the Danish team as well. We're going to Canada and Austria a couple times. I'll go to Worlds, and so a lot of fun getting to travel and hang out in Europe. It's been tons of fun.
You're quite of a frequent flyer there.
Yeah, I'm getting there, right?
That's cool. And then are you eventually heading back stateside, or what's your plan?
Sometime at the end of the summer, I'll have to go stateside and get back over to the U.S. But for right now, for the summer, I'm spending it over here in Europe, and I'm really excited and having a good time. But right now, as we're waiting to get our next tricker, let's go check in with Lorenzo.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dockside. We are here with Tobias, who just got done with his trick run that unfortunately didn't go also the final as he wanted. What happened out there on the first mob?
Yeah, I've been struggling with that one a little. I was a little nervous too. I don't know what happened, just too low and it didn't go through.
Yeah, you definitely didn't cross the wake at all. You were a little squat down at the top of the first wake when you took off, and well, it happens, I guess. Mobs are challenging trick, as Adam was saying, and I guess sometimes the pressure overtakes and gets the better of you. It was like, I guess this was the case, right?
Yeah, definitely. Also, I was nervous for the second pass because I had to do it again. I was nervous on score 0. But yeah, it was better second pass.
Yeah, definitely better, and congrats on the last ski line back. Wake to wake ski line back, that was massive. Nice job.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for slalom. And as always, back to you, Zane.
All right, thanks, Lorenzo. And a little bit of a bummer there for Tobias, but still getting a better score than he had yesterday. Gonna definitely want to move on from that one and take it to the next trick event.
Yeah, I think going back out on hands and sort of getting through that trick, it's kind of similar to when you have the jumpers. They go out the front, they crash. It's some of them where it's very important to just get out there and do it again so that you kind of manage your fear, and it's easier to recover from that. So from that perspective, I think it's super helpful to just go back, make sure you can, you know how to do it, just kind of get yourself composed and get through it. And, now he has something to kind of build from, right? If he were to go to Morocco and this trick would still be in his head, he probably not the best headspace, but now he knows he can get through it. He just needs to stay a little bit more committed, and no issues next weekend. What we got going on? Looks like Thibaut, did he run out of steam and they're giving him some extra time down the other end, or what?
Maybe had to get some oxygen from the boat, but looks like they got the boat up and running. I don't know if we had some technical difficulties. I didn't hear in my ears, but here we go. We got Thibaut coming in for his hand pass.
And I mean, Thibaut definitely known for his massive flips and big pop. It's always entertaining to watch. So here he comes. Yep, as expected, set of huge moves. Here comes a front flip, double-handed. Great to see. Half twist, reverse, back to front. And let's see, ski line 5 back, ski line, coming a little bit short. A little bit of a bummer. I mean, he was moving through that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was moving really quick. I mean, you pointed out these flips. He goes absolutely massive on all of his flips. They seem so big.
Yeah, pop has never been Thibaut's issue, that's for sure. He's the king of pop. Love the double-handed front flip, so clean too. Easy landing, smooth transition into the first half twist. I mean, you know, landing front flip and then being ready to go is definitely something that's super challenging to figure out. I mean, to Thibaut, it just comes natural, and you know, I think it's sort of something that comes from like other sports. You know, he's really good with surfing, kite surfing, always sort of you know, spatially aware of where he's at, and you know, the transition, that's where it kind of comes into a play big time. Yep. We've got our last female competitor getting ready on the dock, Neely Ross. I'm super excited to watch. Good to see Neely up there in the mix. And yeah, I know she is not going to hold back, right? She's not intimidated by these boys. She wants to put up a big score and give herself a chance to stand on the podium, if not on the top spot. So I'm definitely excited to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, she came in. She was the third seed yesterday, so you know, really kind of, you know, if she wants to ski into her seeding, take the podium. You know, that's really where she's trying to go. But you know, she's going to try to go big, put out a big score, and hope that the last couple guys, you know, maybe not go as big, and she could take home the win.
Yeah, let's do a little bit of a recap of the scores as we crack the top four. All right, so far we have Paul with 92.80. You want to take over?
We have Enos with 58.50, and Tobias Georges is sitting in third place right now with 49.20.
Yeah, thanks for the help with the names, man. I'm like halfway stuck between Czech and English, and I just can't put names together at all. Don't ask me about distances or names. I mean, that's like my weak spot for sure.
Well, that's okay. I just I apologize to anybody. I just sound like a redneck from Tennessee, and I say it in my American accent. So
sounds good to me.
I'm trying my best. So, but I'm looking for. I guess we're waiting to hear what the Thibaut's score was before we move through to Neely.
Yeah, I think so. You know, in finals, it's really important because some of these top skiers might have a couple different runs and switch it up based on kind of what the people before them did. So knowing what's kind of on the board is helping you with the strategy. You know, there's a couple different factors out there in the play today. We've got the wind and everything else that comes along with it. So it will be interesting to see what Neely has to beat and what run she decides to go with.
What if she goes for a new world record run?
That's a possibility, right? I'm not sure if this is the event where you want to sort of risk it for the biscuit, right? I think maybe her plan is going to be to trick around that 11 and give herself a shot. But you know, there's definitely more risk involved with breaking the world record. You got to go 100% all out. Not that she would be holding back, but you got to go 100% all out with your hardest tricks. And, you know, that's a big challenge right there.
Yeah, but I mean, if she was going to come into this event and try to put out a score that could, you know, maybe take down Pato and Maddie, that would what better run to do than a world record?
I should have talked to her and kind of see what her mindset is. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to make a call on that, but you know, it's going to be entertaining no matter what happens.
Yeah, so looks like we're getting the boat pushed away, and we will get Neely on the water.
All right, here comes Neely. We still don't have a score for Thibaut. Neely doing a couple warm-up tricks. At this point, that's sort of her signature move, right? She likes to kind of get the blood pumping, and we'll see her shake her arms. I mean, that's something she does before every trick, every pass or toe pass, no matter practice or tournament. And here she comes. That's a solid start right there. Great toe wake back-to-back, toe back-to-back reverse, toe 5 front, toe O's, toe wake O. Come on, Neely. Toe wake line O, toe wake line back, toe front, toe back, toe wake line back-to-back, toe wake front, toe slide, and reverse. And ooh, little bit of a bummer there. Charlie sounds like he was told to just hold on, and he definitely did his job there. Neely just getting a little bit too deep there at the end of her run, but hey, that was a great stuff right there.
Yeah, no, I thought the start was really nice. Got to moving, and she had everything moving real quick, and we saw her in the slalom event, so maybe a little bit fatigued there, kind of setting in towards the end of the toe pass. She has skied what I think was that 5 times this weekend or something, so she's skied more than anybody else here other than Tebow.
Yeah.
So
that's a big weekend. She definitely looked way more settled, though, and she was kind of flying through all these tricks. Coming up maybe a little bit short there and not getting enough line. I'm not really sure, but so close. But that's a big toe pass, right? If the toe wake line 5 is in, I mean, that's huge. That's definitely the world record territory. I think when she goes for a world record, she does toe wake line back and reverse, and then toe wake line 5 back. So definitely good stuff, though.
Well, we just got a score in for Tebow. It looks like he tricked 8100, so not going to be enough to take the lead, but that'll move him into second place currently right now behind Pol de Plon Freiburg.
All right, so 92.80 is the score to beat at this stage. Do we know what Neely got on her toe pass? $4,500. That's a good start. I think she's got about 6,000 plus point hand pass. So definitely keeping herself in the game. And I like Neely's hand pass because she's one of the very few girls that starts with the moves and then does the back to front flip. I know we see the guys do that pretty much all the time, but that transition from the reverse mope into the back to front flip is so difficult, and Neely's definitely got it figured out, and it's good to see. And let's see her get through it right here, right now. First mope, second mope, here comes the back to back to front flip, nice and clean.
Kind of casing the wake there and catching that front edge on that flip. So going down early and not really what she was looking for today in the trick event. Bit unfortunate, but we'll look forward to seeing her in a few more that we have later this season.
Yeah, definitely a huge bummer to see. From a personal standpoint, I always hated that half twist into the reverse back. She was motoring through these first couple of flips. Ooh, just coming a little short there, though. Oof.
So what really happened there? She didn't quite land the front flip as clean as she would like, and wasn't able to get her edge back in for the next flip, causing her to kind of come up short, or what did you see?
Yeah, I mean, from what I can tell here, it's a tough transition on its own from the front flip because you kind of go up and down and you land heavy and you land close to the wake. So then you have to generate a lot of speed and get a good pop. And, it looks like she just kind of came a little bit short in case the wake. Yeah, I mean, huge bummer.
Looks like she scored a total of 7,080 points there, so not going to be enough to put her into the lead. That'll slot her right now into third place, right behind Thibaut Dion.
Axel Garcia, though, on the water next. The Timothy
Chalamet.
See, I told you, I'm terrible with names.
That's okay. We knew what you were talking about.
The look-alike.
Thanks to Freddie for naming him there, and
can't
now
shake it.
We'll stick with him for a while. But man, this young kid's coming up and skiing super well, and saw him ski really well yesterday, and I'm looking for something huge here. Here in the final, going to let it all hang out.
Do you know where in France he typically trains? Is he local? No? Okay. Well, we'll have to find out. Couple surface toe back-to-backs to warm up. Couple small adjustments with the boat crew, and let's see it. Yeah, he's got one of those atypical starts where he kind of doesn't do toe 5 or anything, straight into the toe wake back-to-backs, toe back-to-back reverse, toe 5 front, motoring through real fast, nice hand rope grab, toe wake line O, toe wake line back, boom, beautiful toe wake line back-to-back and a reverse. Things a little shaky. Can he throw a toe wake line 5? Wow, decides to go for it. That was some good stuff. A little bit of a off rhythm there, kind of a freak toe wake line back-to-back. A little bit of a bummer, but man, he was on his game up until that point.
Yeah, he was motoring through that pass, and you could kind of see he was starting to get a little off rhythm, but I mean, Axel was absolutely going for it. He knew he had to put out a huge score if he wanted to, challenge and really put the pressure on Maddie Gonzalez and Patso Font coming up here, last two trickers of the day. So not quite able to get all the way through it, but I mean, still, this kid is looking good, and
he had a good rhythm, just got his foot in a little bit too deep, which threw him a little bit off axis, and then that was a total Hail Mary. But hey, he was pretty close with it, so what else you gotta do? You just gotta go for it. Money and pride's on the line. You just gotta go for it and throw it no matter what position you come into the trick, because there's no holding back. And we'll let judges figure that out. Remind me what he did on his hand pass yesterday. I don't remember.
Let's see. Let's take a look here. I know yesterday he tricked 88.40, and it looks like his hand run was worth 46.20, and he fell on a ski line 5 back.
Okay, so now things are getting a little interesting, right? Because we're in the podium territory. We've got Paul on the top spot with 90-80. And looks like provisionally Axel has 2,700 points on his toe pass, so he's going to have to go real big here to give himself a shot. Hey, 7,000 points on a hand pass, it's not outside of the realm of possibilities. I mean, the two guys after him certainly can do that, so he's going to have to go big or go home if he wants to have a shot at the podium. Start us off with some moves. Mobe river, back to front. Quick back to front flip. Half twist. Reverse front flip, way out into the flats. Oh man, just losing on the ski line 5 back a little bit.
Yeah,
what a bummer.
And going down in the same spot as he did yesterday. So going to be a bit bummed there. Not going to be enough to take the lead from Pole. So Pole coming out, right? He was your second skier on the water.
Yeah.
And putting out a score and sitting on the podium. Guarantees him spot at least no worse than third with the 2 skiers left to ski.
That's a good spot to be in. Let's watch the replay here. he went huge on that front flip. It's a toe side front flip too, I feel like. And yeah, it's kind of hard to, once you land so far out on that front flip, it's kind of hard to, you know, get your rope and load the line for the first ski line because you're coming out from so wide. But yeah, he was super close.
All right, well, we're moving along. We got our next skier. He is the defending champion of this Monaco Waterski Cup. This is Matty Gonzalez. So didn't quite stand up his run yesterday in the preliminary round. I know he tricked 94.20, so definitely got a lot more in the tank. You know, kind of going down a little early. I think, you know, like I said, you talked about him being a little bit jet lagged, and that could be a huge factor. And so,
listen, these guys thrive under pressure, right? I mean, they're true athletes. I mean, just he won Masters, having to put up a huge score. He went out and did it, right? So, I mean, you know, pressure's on, and I feel like it's just a fuel to his fire.
Yeah, I mean, and he won the Masters. I think he won the Swiss Pro trick earlier in the spring. So, I mean, he's been on fire, and he's be looking to you know, keep Pato from a pro win, you know, a little bit longer. I think Pato, it's been over a year since Pato has gotten him a pro win, so he's really looking to get back on the podium. But right now, if Matty Gonzalez has anything to say for it, he's going to put up a score that's, you know, going to put the pressure on Pato, and we'll see here as we're waiting for Axel's score to come through.
Yikes.
Okay, so we got to make a correction. Matty did not win Masters. That was Jake Abelson. So sorry to Jake on the webcast. We are sorry about that.
That's what happens when you get both of us up here, obviously.
Yeah, no, this is why we keep Tony Lightfoot around, because
Freddie, right?
Freddie's also pretty on it, but he is like the walking encyclopedia of just water ski knowledge, and he would have corrected us immediately. But
I think I'm going to play the kid part. You know, I got 3 kids. I just don't have time to kind of follow everything. So definitely huge apologies to everybody involved in this misinformation here. Well, but he's going to go for it regardless, right?
Yeah, no, he's looking to get his next pro win. Like I said, he won the Swiss Pro trick. So looking to defend his title here at the Monaco Waterski Cup as he wraps up here, and we bring him in for his toe pass.
Yeah, and I just always love to watch this insane speed. Toe back-to-back, toe 5 front, toe O. So reverse, toe wake O. Here comes the lines. Nice and smooth. Matty just motoring through. Wow. Toe wake line 5 to finish things off. That was amazing.
Yeah, and looking like he lost a little bit of time there in the middle of the pass, so we'll have to see if he gets everything in time. Was a little bit slow.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes he's trying to get through that sequence so fast and kind of ends up being a little bit of balance, and it shoots him out to the one side of the wake, which is something that happened right there. But you know, he's just making up so much time here with the quick transitions on the front end of the toe pass. I mean, it's just amazing stuff. See, he kind of pushes out of it and pushes off to the side off balance a little bit, but regained his composure, got through the toe wake lines nice and clean. It's good to see, good stuff. I mean, as clean as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, he's so fast when he does his toes. I mean, that's the one thing when I think of Matty, I just think about how I'm like, man, his toes are so quick.
And like I mentioned yesterday, you know, he was moving in and out of tricks super quick right from the early age, and it's just something that, you know, you got to learn how to do young. It's hard to pick up speed as you get older, and, Matt, just definitely having the right guidance right from the early age. I know he spent a lot of time training over at Corey Pico Ski School, and I mean, who else you gonna ski with if your only goal is to be fast in toes? I mean, Corey Picos is gotta be the GOAT of that, right?
Yeah, no, of course, right?
Yeah, 5,500 for Topaz. That's huge.
And you skied with Corey quite a bit,
oh,
right?
Oh, yeah. Spent a lot of summers there during my college days. Always a great place to go back to. I mean, definitely one of my favorite places, and great ski school. And, spend a big majority of my years there, and definitely like to think back, to all those years and all the fun that we had. And it certainly helped me improve not only in tricks but slalom and jump as well. So
yeah, I helped out there one summer as well, and a great place to ski. Really had a lot of fun, and shout out to Corey and Rose and all them. They do a great job down there in Santa Rosa Beach, and great to see all the amazing trickers that have come out of that ski school.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and not at a lot of places, you can jump in a car and drive 5-10 minutes and be at a pristine beach. I mean, it just doesn't, the spot doesn't get better than that. Oh, man. We got to get the stats right. I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah, no, hey, I'll take it.
I'm sure I'm going to hear about it here soon. Oh, no. I'm fortunate enough to ski with Jake every once in a while, too, and I used to ski with, his coach Camilo as well, so I'm going to try to hide my face when I go back to Florida.
All right, so it looks like Matty scored 50-20 there on his toe run, so not getting credit for, what is that, the toe? The toe, I can't read it. The toe.
Yeah, reverse toe wake line back to back. Yeah. So the second toe wake line back to back. It'd be interesting to kind of see the replay of that. But listen, that's a 480-point loss there. I'm sure that it's not going to phase Matty at all. He's going to come back with a vengeance. Like I mentioned, he's got close to 7,000 points in hand, so definitely a lot left in the tank.
So we see Pato there on the dock waiting around, signature headphones on until the last minute. And
yeah. What's your preference with that? You like to listen to music before you go out, or you just kind of hanging out?
I used to do it, and then I kind of get a little psyched out. Now, I know when I sit in the boat and I coach and I'm getting out for a practice set, I like to turn my phone on and listen just to something to kind of clear my head. But, I kind of feel like if I sit with my headphones on too long, I'll get a little bit too deep in the back of my mind. And I'd much rather sit around and talk to people and just kind of try to keep my mind off of it. And because again, most of my sets are – I get out of the boat from coaching, it's just like put my stuff on and go ski. So that's how, that's how my brain is most days. So that's kind of what I try to do there. But, everybody's different, and some people like to get real hyped up, and then there's other people that, like to be super chill. So
yeah, I mean, Pato has been on the trick tour and winning championships and winning titles for, a long time now, so I'm sure he's got the routine down, and it's something that started at a very young age, and it's kind of helps him concentrate. So,
well, my question is always, I wonder what is he listening to, right?
Yeah.
Like, is it like classical music, or are we listening to country music or rap music? It'd be interesting. Maybe it's like an inspirational podcast.
Maybe,
you have no idea.
Yeah. I'm sure it's got to be something faster paced. I mean, you got to be kind of explosive and, be pumped up. So I can't imagine he's listening to Beethoven.
Yeah, I always kind of, I always thought it was like a Barbie girl, something
Yeah.
really poppy,
Yeah.
But it seems to work for him. Pato's been at the top of the trick game for, many years now, and we're looking to see him get out on the water here. But right now we're going to get Maddie back in the water and bring him back in for his hand run.
All right, looks like we're about to get Maddie up on the water. Talk about speed on toes. I mean, he kind of carries it through right into his hand pass. We mentioned that earlier. One of the very few guys that gets 6 flips and 5 ski lines in within the 20-second limit. So he's got no time to waste here. Mob, reverse, back to front flip, half twist, and a reverse. Here's going to be a nice front flip. Ooh, getting wrapped in. Holding on, though. What can he improvise here? Ski line O. Little side slide at the end. Man, what a bummer. He was on top of it, and that's just how it goes with tricks sometimes,
What happened to him there, Adam? I mean, he was looking so smooth, and then looks like he got hung up in the rope.
Yeah, I mean his first ski line is ski line 5. Looks like he just didn't get enough rope and didn't get over the rope and got wrapped in instead. So definitely a huge bummer because the flips were super clean and fast. Nice half twist. Just love the reverse half twist and then the front flip transition. He does it so well. Doesn't really go big, but super controlled. Oh, man.
Just didn't make it over the line.
Yeah, just did not get enough rope. But, hey, he did a great job kind of holding on and pulling himself together. And I'm sure he was able to squeeze in a couple of tricks there at the end. Obviously, it's not going to be a 5 ski lines, but, if you can get 2, that's what you get a score for. And I think it's still going to be very respectable because that was a big toe pass and big flips. So that's the thing with these guys. If they bobble and mess up or don't get the last trick in, they still go. The points are still there and they go big. So they can mess up and trick 11,000 points easy.
Yeah, but with that missing a couple of those tricks, that's going to leave the door open for Pato. And as we've kind of been pushing the narrative this weekend, Pato hadn't won a pro event in over a year. So right now he's kind of got the door open. Let's see if Pato can get out there and put everything together. We know if he stands up both runs, he'll be your new champion.
Yeah, so walk me through what we're looking at point-wise and who's on what spot and what we got going on.
All right, so right now the leaderboard, you've got Paul Duplon Freiburg is still in the lead with 92.80. Thibaut Dion is in second place with 8,100, and Axel Garcia is in third place with 73.30. But we are waiting to get a score for Maddie, and I'm kind of thinking he's going to be up there at that top
I mean,
spot,
I wouldn't be a surprise. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so 10,980. So, yeah, he's your new leader, right? So leaving the door open for Pato, but Pato's still got to go out there and got to trick over 11.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not a walk in the park by any means, but, definitely easier than tricking 12, right? So, but you still kind of have to stay aggressive, stay on top of your game, be balanced, and, there's really no holding back for Pato. So I'm definitely excited to see what he's got in store for us.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, there he is, but, we say it's no walk in the park, and then there is pressure. We're at the pro event, and, there's money on the line, pride on the line, and he's also trying to, get back on top of that podium and get back in the win column.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a great start to the European Tour, right? Coming out with the win right off the bat. I mean, that's certainly gets the confidence going, and going into Morocco and everywhere else, that would be a huge bonus. So I know he wants it. Like he said, he hasn't been on top in a while, and I know it's something that he wants to get back to. So it's good. Full on beast mode.
All right, well, we're sitting here waiting to get Pato on the water.
Let's talk about tricks. Ask some questions. I don't know. Come up with something. Let's fill that space.
Should you be allowed to score more flips in your run? Right now that they're evolving and we're getting there and you're seeing these harder tricks, what do you think? Like, do you think that would you like to see a rule change to where you could do more flips?
I mean, hey, I thought you were gonna throw me a softball, and not really a deep questions here. But yeah, it's interesting that you ask. I mean, I know that there has been some effort and talks in trying to kind of reconsider the point totals for all the flips, right? I mean, the trick skiing has progressed a tremendous amount over the last few years. You see all these guys doing huge tricks. You have Joe Poland doing, mope ski line 5 backflip. I mean, that stuff is insane, and it's all kind of capped by the point value of a double front flip, which is 1,000 points, and then it kind of gets, fed lower from there. So, yeah, I mean, for how difficult these tricks are, is the point value justifiable? It's sort of a, matter of opinion. I know the points have been the same for a very long time, and trick skiing has definitely evolved, and it's certainly something to consider from my personal, opinion. As far as the amount of flips, I am a little bit more of a traditional guy, right? So I'd like to see different spins. I like to see, limited amount of flips, but big flips. So, we've tried some in the past where we tried it, no rules, and then we obviously did that at collegiate level as well. And I don't know. I personally don't prefer it, but there might be some people out there that do. It just kind of becomes more of a trick skiing that resembles wakeboarding, and I'm not all about that. So I like the tradition, my man.
All right, well, here we go. We got Pato Font. He is your last skier of the day. Needs to trick over 10,980 to take the win. So basically needs to trick 11,000 points here. Coming in on his toes.
Pato's on the mission. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and a reverse, toe back to back reverse. Quick through toe 5 front and toe O, straight into the lines, toe wake line back to back reverse, nice and connected. Huge toe wake line 5 back, boom, toe wake line front to finish things off. Man, that's a vintage Pato Font right there, my man. That was awesome. I think he's going to be super pumped with that.
Yeah, and he's, coming out and stomping that first pass. So halfway down, now we got to get the other one, bring home the win. Looking like he got a little bit, There was a little bobble there kind of at the end, it looked like to me, but, still it was at the end. He stomped it. And
I don't know, man. I thought that was pretty solid. He goes big on that toe wake line 5 back, but he does that all the time. It's actually pretty funny because I feel like his dad's toe wake line 5 was pretty much an identical approach, and I mean, it just looks so sweet to me. See, he crosses the line super late. That's so cool. Boom, toe wake line front. That was a good stuff. I don't know where you saw the bubbles, but I definitely did not see many. If I could trick like that, man, I'd be stoked.
Well, I definitely can't trick like that, so still think he looks great.
Yeah,
Super pumped that he stood up that first pass. So now let's see if we can get through this hand run with no
games on.
No problems and see what he's got here. So
so in the prelims, he did do a ski line 7, right? It will be interesting to see if he decides to go for that. Only time will tell, but yeah, Pato is just gonna have to get through this. But Pato's definitely one of those guys that is not holding back, right? I mean, he does some crazy tricks in practice. He's super confident, so I feel like he's just gonna go for it. And
yeah, so in the first round, he threw his ski line 7 back, but did not get credit for that.
Oh, really? Interesting.
So we'll see if he can get that in. I think that was the only thing he didn't get credit for there.
Hey, listen, all these tricks, they look great from my house, so, I can't be judged of that. So definitely looks cool to me. 5,000 points on the hand pass. Provisionally, I should say. Let's see as Pato comes back on his hand pass. He's gonna come in, do a set of mopes, then the back to front flip. Here it goes. Mope and reverse. Boom. Back to front flip, nice and smooth. Half twist, little low, but he's back in it. Reverse. Smooth front flip, ski line 5, ski line 5, ski line O, ski line back to back front, squeeze in that ski line back in, and I think it is safe to say maybe not. But that was sweet. If that's not over 11,000 points, I'd be shocked.
He already scored more on his first pass than yesterday.
Yeah.
With the 5,000 on the toe run.
Yeah.
And then standing up that, hand run, if everything's in time, I would say he's your
that's pushing over 12.
Yeah, exactly, right? So
no doubt about that, right? He decided not to go for that ski line 7, which I think was the right call. A little, it's just not worth the risk and reward there, right? I mean, was powering through it, looked really good, smooth ski lines, and he was fast all the way through. So he's definitely gotten that ski line back in time as well. So this is going to be big. Yeah, throw in the iron fist. That's good to see. Good stuff. Repping the KD skis. He's on his signature trick ski, right?
Yeah, no, he's got his own signature one. I definitely on his toe pass, and see Charlie come down there and congratulate him. I know they ski together at college over at Rollins, so or they did. I think Pato just graduated, so no longer skiing in the college scene. But it was great to have him there, doing that there, and now it's great to see him, standing up his runs here at the Monaco Waterski Cup, and we'll have to wait and see what his score is as we wait for the judges to bring it in.
What would be your guess? Uneducated guess, I guess.
I think he tricked over 12 there.
Yeah.
I think he tricked over 12. Yesterday he tricked 11:49. So there we go. He tricked 12.
There it is.
12:340. So
your 2025 Monaco trick champion.
Yeah, and after over a year of not standing on the podium, Pato Font has finally gotten back in the win column. He is your new champion of the Monaco Waterski Cup.
It's awesome, man. It's good to see him stoked. He's obviously super happy. You know, I'm pretty sure the kind of missing out on the top spot has been haunting him for a while, and this takes loads of pressure off, and you know, he's just going to be motivated and on top of his game in the next few events, and I'm super excited to watch these guys trick in Morocco.
All right, and here's the leaderboard here. You got Pato Font is your leader. Here's your winner at 12.340. Maddie Gonzalez taking second at 10.980. And then in third place, your second skier off the dock, Pole de Plon Freiburg, coming in at 9.280. So that's your podium there. Congratulations to those guys. Finished out Thibaut Dion just missing out on the podium. In fourth place, Axel Garcia, Neely Ross, Enos Agno, and Tobias Georges to round out the top 8. So we'll check the Pro Tour points real quick. As we see the drone taking off flying around the lake. Here we go. Maddie Gonzalez is sitting in first place with 28 points. Pato Font sitting in second place with 18 with that win. So Joe Poland in third and 12 with 12 points. Louis de Plon Freiburg with 9, tied with his brother Pole de Plon Freiburg with 9 points. Jake Abelson, Thibaut are tied for sixth place with 7 points. Dorian Llewellyn with 5, Axel Garcia with 5, Adam Picos, Tobias Georges tied at 10th, and then Eric Macias of the USA rounding out the top 12.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of points on the line next weekend, so definitely will be super exciting for both the slalomers and the trickers. And
all right, well, yeah, we'll head over to the dockside with Lorenzo. I think he's down with Pato.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with Pato Font, who just got the incredible run and taking the win. How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm really happy. It's been kind of a while since I last won my tournament, so I'm happy to get the win. I know not all the trickers are here, but I mean, Matti was here, the pressure was there. It's pretty windy, so I'm happy that I skied good.
How did you, I mean, we all know that in slalom the wind is a big factor. How about trick? How does it feel on the body, on the water? What do you prefer, doing toes in headwind or hands in headwind? Tell us a little bit about that.
I mean, I always do toes first, so I mean, I would prefer it when there's not that much wind. Right now, the headwind was pretty nice to do hands just to try to keep the line tight and go fast. For toes, it was a little too much because I was losing some line tension in my toe 7. But, I mean, I always do toes first, so I'm kind of screwed anyways. So.
So you always do toes first. You don't prefer the wind. You just prefer to do toes first. That's the thing. Yeah. I guess that's the thing. Well, congratulations again on your win, and thank you very much for listening and tuning with us. It was the last time that I will get the line from the dock because the tournament is over, and as usual, back to you, Zane.
Well, thanks, Lorenzo. We appreciate you doing those dockside interviews. And there, Adam, you know, kind of like you said that you like it when they do their toes to start and get their rhythm. But we're going to go hit a commercial break, and we'll come right back here in just a few minutes.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Needs a ball when he gets on. Inside, flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. Here that puts up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
World record ropes masterline.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Masterline, made in the USA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here right by the podium about to start the prize giving for this amazing event, 2025 Monaco Cup. So we got here, I'm joined by our two organizers of the event, Alexi and Greg, that would like to say a few words to thank all of you and all of the sponsors. So here is Alexi for you.
Hello guys, welcome to the prize giving, and thank you all for being here. Obviously, as you know, behind an event like this, there's always some people working behind the scenes. So I want to thank Marc-Antoine and his team, if they can come here later. And obviously Virginie Surti, our chief judge, and all the judges for this event, which of course would not be possible without them. Muriel for feeding us during the event, because that's also very important for everyone. And lastly, thank you to all the skiers who made it. We know it's not easy with the calendars and the traveling and the trips. So the fact that you made it here, thank you so much.
I had also a few words, guys. I wanted to thank the city of Roquebrune-sur-Argent. We have Mr. Merimesh with us today. They welcome us every year, and they made us the pleasure to come watch the event. That's a real pleasure to have them. There is one person I would like to thank personally. He couldn't be here because he had some obligation in Monaco with the Prince and the President Macron. It's obviously our president, Aleko Koseglu, from the Monaco Federation. Aleko wanted to say you all thank you for coming. We all know, and I do also, that it's a commitment to come here and ski across the Atlantic. So thanks for coming and making this event happen. Aleko also asked me to do a special thank you to a guy named Freddie Winter for an amazing comeback and true inspiration for every athlete out there. After some event last year, he came back stronger than ever. So he asked me to make a few words for him. Thank you all. Thanks for coming to the 2025 Monaco Waterski Cup. And now let's get the prize giving.
Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you very much, Alexi, for putting up these amazing events. And also thank you to the judges and all the helpers that permitted this event to be possible. Okay, without further ado, so let's dive into the prize giving. We're going to start off with trick, particularly different trick event. We had definitely men and women competing together. Unfortunately, the women didn't trick as they planned. But we're not going to see them on the podium, but this was just for the cash prize. For the points of the Pro Tour, there will be different standings. So let's start from the 5th place with a score of 7,330. We have Axel Garcia. All right, continuing in 4th place with only 6 trick set on his shoulder with a score of 8,100 points, Thibaut Dayan. All right, and let's get to the fire zone. In 3rd place, with a score of 9,280, Duplan Fribourg Paul. And in 2nd place, with a score of 10,980, Gonzalez Matias. And the prize are presented by Nathalie Kosoglu. And on the top spot with a score of 12,340, Pato Fon. All right, let's give a big round of applause to these 5 amazing trick skiers. Don't drop the prize, Paul. And we move straight into the women slalom final. Good, guys? Good. Perfect. All right. For the women, we got in 5th place with a final score with 1:10.75, Garcia Alexandra. Congrats, Ali. Moving forward. In 4th place, tied actually with 3rd place, Neely Ross. So we got a split podium. We got 2 girls that skied exactly the same prelims and final in slalom. One is nearly already on the podium, and the other one is Brock Baldwin. Congrats. And the winner of the... Oh, yeah, sorry. Second place. Okay. In second place, with a score of 3 at 7.5, Vicky Vanessa. I started ready. Because we have a perfect time. Yeah, on a podium. On the second. And the winner of the 2025 Monaco Waterski Cup with a score of 1 at 10.5, Bull Jamie! And let's give it up one more time for the Pro Women podium. All right. And moving on to the last podium of the day, it's going to be the Pro Men's Slalom podium. With a score of 2.25 at 10.5, Nate Smith in 5th place. In 4th place, with a score with 2.5 at 10.5, Hazelwood Robert. And in 3rd place, with a score of 3 at 10.5, we have Adam Sedelmeier. And in 2nd place, with a big comeback and a score of 4 at 10.5, bring your heads together for Freddie Winter. And on the top spot and taking home the gold medal and the big check with an amazing score of 1 at 9.75, tying the pending world record, under 21 world record, Ross Charlie! And also with a 56% of the pool, Charlie brings home also Skier of the Day. All right, let's bring your hands together one more time for the men's, the women, and our tricker. Thank you very much for coming to this event. But before we conclude this podcast, we have 2 other awards to give away, which are the Women Award Prize and the Men's Award Prize. For the women, Christy Gordon, congratulations, you are the winner. And from the men, Mark Dickinson, you are the winner. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for watching us from home. And ciao for now.